The topic for this evening: the conduct of black women. So I got a few questions lined up. I actually have a clip that I want to play that Chaotic is featured in. So we're gonna start with this clip, and then Chaotic, I'm gonna play a little bit of it, and you can expound on the rest of it.
Sounds good.
All right. Give me 1 second. Tay, you good?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sis. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Mary,
Yeah, I'm good.
Dana,
Test, test.
good, good, good. Isha, what up?
What up? We good?
Yeah. All right, cool. Let me play this clip real quick. Y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Confession about it, and then I'm gonna come back.
Again, when the devil made the white woman, he broke the mold. White women typically acquiesce power to the man. So do other races of women. They allow their man to lead. So do Indian women. So do, for damn sure, Arab women. Are all of them like that? Man, maybe not. But the majority of white women, Indian women, and other women, they allow the man to lead. They don't want to be dominant. And one of the reasons is that they don't want to take on the responsibility of responsibilities in terms of, okay, if you're so dominant, build this road, build this skyscraper. Let's build me an I-beam. Build me an I-beam, a steel I-beam. See, women don't want to do that. So they say, oh, you know what? I'm just going to allow the men to do that. But see, black women want all the power. But then if you ask them to do the real stuff, for some reason, they ghost. They get ghosts now. So what I'm saying is that just Pearly Things, she understands black men more than black women do.
Oh,
and I feel like just
get out of there. Get out of there, Chaotic.
yeah,
Get
and I feel like Six the Goddess and other women, they were jealous of that. They are mad at that. And they want to be dominant. But really, at the end of the day, white women, I've been with only now people will say I'm Carlton, like that crazy woman said, but I've only been with two white women in my entire life. And I can tell you
who called you Carlton?
Six the Goddess, but I can tell you this.
Goddess called you Carlton. That
All right. Could you guys hear it okay?
Yes, we heard it. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chaotic, you there?
I am. I'm just eating right now. I apologize, man. You know I was on stream all day.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Finish that. I'm gonna let the ladies start. So you guys heard the commentary. So one of my questions, I figure we just get right to it. Do other cultures, i.e., white and Asian, right? There's so many other cultures. I just wanted to bring a couple. Have better overall conduct than black women. We don't know what people do behind closed doors, so we can't speak on that, right? But from what we know, what we see, do they have overall better conduct than us, than black women?
I don't think so. I think a lot of black women are forced to be so independent, take care of everything both the man and woman would do because the black men don't stay in the home. So then you run into a black woman who's already experienced and doing everything in her household. She's gonna continue to do that. So I think it's up to the black man who enters into that house home to rearrange things and start leading.
Okay. Love, what you think?
No. Do they have better overall conduct? I guess I want to know what conduct you're talking about. If the only conduct you're equating this to is them obeying their man, I mean, there's conduct outside of that. So no, I don't believe that they are. And to that example about, building skyscrapers, black women be involved in that. We can be involved in the planning of it. We can be involved in the plans, the building the infrastructure. We can be involved in managing the finances of it. So we are involved. Well, do we want to be involved with hammering the steel together, welding the steel together? Some of us do. But I think that we probably more so will excel more in the planning and the managing of it.
Okay. Chaotic, did you want to provide any more context or commentary? They kind of know Pearl. I touched on that, but they're not maybe not so versed on that situation.
So what are you asking?
So I showed him the clip. Were you available? Were you looking at it? Okay.
Yeah, you mean about just pearly things? Yeah, the white chick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
So
that conjured this thought in my head. So the question is scrolling. Do other cultures, right, namely white or Asian, right, some of
yeah,
the cultures you mentioned, have overall better conduct than black women?
yeah. You know, I've been saying it since high school.
Like,
And a lot of people, this might be risky, and they think that I've only dated white chicks, and I have not. But I've been saying this since high school. White women and other groups of women tend to conduct themselves, and we talked about this on the live stream on Lapeef, conduct themselves far better in public, especially than black women and most women, really. And again, I've only been with a few in my life, and it's like they're like angels almost. It's like they came from heaven. It is the truth, man. Like, I've told you this might be risky. When I go to restaurants, I will literally go to the hostess and say, do not put me in a zone with a black woman who's the waitress. I don't have time for the attitude. I don't have time for I just don't have time for that. And they will look at me just like how love underscore is underscore risky, who probably is a Delta, is looking at me. They will look at me. They will look at me like that. And I'm telling you, I would literally say that. And I'm doing it because I don't know, with white chicks, and you heard me say this before, they just tend to be more professional, whether they're bartenders or cashiers, or a black chick acts like she don't got to serve nobody, especially no black man. And that's why even when I'm in like Walmart, which is absolute hell on earth, I look for either a self checkout aisle or some old black woman to go to. But if it's some young black chick, shit, I'm not doing that, because I just don't have time for attitude. Because a black woman can't pretend. She can't even pretend to be professional. You already know all the stories I have, man. So no, the conduct is terrible, man. Everywhere you go, it could be from the Shaniquas to the ones with the degrees. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's the truth. And it's the truth. It is not just Black American women. It's African women too. They act stuck up. I'll tell you a story. You know the story I told you about. Since this is like a more chill channel, where I live at, there's a restaurant called Zanzibar. Pretty. It was years ago. Pretty black girl. Pretty as shit. Nice and slim, tender, slim. She had a symmetrical face. Every time I would go in there, I would see her mean mugging people, mean mugging me, and I got fed up, and I said, I went to the manager, black woman. I said, listen, Zanzibar is a well-established black-owned business. The mayor, the councilmen and women come here. The community comes here. This is a nice upscale soulful restaurant, and this one girl can destroy it because of her behavior. She's mean mugging people. She's not sociable, and all I have to do is just go to the white restaurants. The bartenders there smiling, come to you every 2 seconds. Do you need any more water? Do you need any more this? You need any more that? How are you doing today? Black chicks, this particular black girl acting like she had to do nothing.
How was she acting?
With that resting, what do they call it? A resting bitch face.
Resting bitch face.
And you get that a lot, but with white girls, I'm telling you, man, it could even be you go to a rural part. I'm in Ohio. You go to a rural little city in Ohio. White girl could be missing a tooth. She'll smile at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Well, hold on, let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas.
Let him finish. Let
me finish. So what I'm saying is, to answer your question, this might be risky. Even with the two that I've been with, it was literally like, and I keep saying it, this might be risky. It was like being in Asgard in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, man. It was just nice and white and beautiful. And that's what it is. It just is. It's the truth. This might be risky. It's the truth, man. Wow. This might be risky. Even in college, man. You went to a predominantly white college, right?
I went to a couple.
Let's be honest. You go to the Delta parties, you go to the AKA parties. but it's a difference when you go to the white sorority house parties. Let's be honest, man. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead, you get the floor.
Well,
Go ahead,
no, sir.
get the floor,
You
sir.
good? You good?
I'm just asking. You ask me a question. I'm just answering your question. Go ahead.
I
I'm
appreciate
like,
it. All right, who going first? Sis, you going? You going?
can I
Oh,
go?
Asia going.
Let me before I forget my thought because I will. It's
All
just
right, go
sound
ahead.
like self hatred. I don't understand that. I just need to know more about your childhood, just a little bit. Go ahead, Asian.
So sis said it was self-hatred, chaotic, and I know Mary want to jump in.
Well, to answer that question, and I'm going to be very brief. I'm super pro black. From my name to the even my business dealings. I've primarily have dealt with black people. I primarily have gone on my way to go to black businesses. And let's be honest, we are all if I'm practicing self-hatred, everyone on the panel is. Nobody can cam up and show me their African made car, their African made phone on their African Wi-Fi. Nobody can cam up and even show me that they're even in Africa. Nobody can cam up and show me that, hey man, I have a African bank card. Nobody can. We're all practicing self-hatred. Nobody on this panel who speaks multiple languages, I'm assuming. Somebody may speak pidgin English if they're from the islands, but ain't nobody speaking Yoruba, Lingala, Hausa, Fulani. No, nobody's speaking these languages because we all are practicing self-hatred then. Because why aren't we learning our African languages and dibbling and dabbling in Africa? All the resources that are there, all the countries that are there, why aren't we living there? We love living around white people. And truth be told, even when Negroes get money, where do they go? They go around white people. Go ahead. Got the
Go ahead,
floor.
Mary.
Go ahead.
Okay, so of course I'm not gonna say some of the stuff you said about how black women do come off is not true. Because yes, but a lot of times you have to think back to yourself and how you approach a black woman. Black men treat us way different than they treat outsiders. So they don't have to, those white people that are so nice, those white girls that are the sweetest, because you guys come off as that to them. You guys don't give us the opportunity. They come off as aggressive, they come off as disrespectful. Like black men do not treat us the same way that they would treat a white woman that they come across. And that's the truth. That's facts. Because you can approach a white woman and give her the opportunity, but instead of looking at a white woman, a black woman, and be like, oh, she got a resting bitch face, our tones in our face, our high cheekbones, a lot of times, the way our eyes sit, that's natural. We're not mad. I have that face, but I'm goofy as hell. Once you talk to me, I'm cheesing from ear to ear. But that's just who I am. But naturally, because of how our face is designed, it looks like we have a resting bitch face. But like I said, we have to deal with black men differently than any other culture has to.
So you're saying that black men trigger your conduct?
Correct.
Damn, I don't know. And you're saying that how our bone and face structure is, it makes us look like we're upset?
Yes, a lot of times, yes. Like if I have a straight face, my high cheekbones and the way my face is, you would think that I'm mad. But I'm always laughing. Like that's all it takes. Naturally, my face just looks like that. My face just looks structured. I'm not mad or anything. Once you talk to me, I'm smiling. So we don't have to do it having an attitude or having this resting bitch face walking around. You can't help it. I can't help it. Like look at Tay right now. Look at her face. Her straight face. Looks like she has a resting bitch face on. She's beautiful and she smiles all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how we look naturally.
Wait, Ham, I got a question. Does all of us come from Africa straight off the boat?
Do we come from the West Coast if we over here? Yeah.
So we do.
Chaotic Truth Live says, get some white women on the panel to show them how pleasant whites are. So what do you think? Do you think shout out to Barnabas? Do you think that has some credence, chaotic, that their conduct is largely based on how we treat them?
Again, I have no idea what the young lady's talking about. I've I know for a fact from my experience that black men tend to be some of the biggest simps on the planet. I've seen black men in the hood and on college calling black women undeservingly queens and queens and goddesses and all this nonsense. I've seen black men go above and beyond to treat black women super nice. And the nicer you treat a lot of black women that I've observed, they treat you even worse. So that may be her experience, and I can't knock it. Hey, that may have happened. But what I do know is this: whether your face naturally makes a resting bitch face or not, we are all human beings, and even with white women who have high levels of depression, because it ain't they're buying a lot of these meds, they will smile all the time. They everywhere you see them, just smiling. Hey, how you doing? You want some more? They're constantly smiling. And black women just, I don't know, they just can't do it for some reason. I don't know why they can't do it. It's just weird. And like I said, she
That's
could
not
be right.
true.
Well, hold on
That's
for a
not
second.
true.
Wait a minute. Hold on. She could be right and I could be wrong. All I know is this: black men, I've seen it, will simp for black women, will go above and beyond, and will act like damn idiots for black women. So I don't know. I don't know, man.
Just the same way these white women that are smiling at you, they're trying to be a pick me for black men. That's what they do. 8 times out of 10, that white woman that you're coming across is trying to be a pick me because she wants a black man, not because that's how she feels at that moment or anything like that. She's trying to be a pick me.
Can I answer that? This might be risky.
What?
She should be a pick me. Matter of fact, all women should really be a pick me, especially if you're over 30. Men are the prize. By God's own ordination, men are the prize. We are the highest level of animal on the planet. We have dominion over all the other little inferior animals, dogs, cats, squirrels, whatever. And even with maintaining the planet, it is men who build the skyscrapers, build the roads, etc. And if you want to get even more deep with it, is the white man has really won out so far in terms of doing all these things at a higher level. So what I'm saying is that in terms of and what I tell, well, when I used to tell my younger students when I was teaching, is that don't run behind these stupid girls. You let these girls come to you. You're the prize. You get better when you age. You look better. These women after 30, that's pretty much it. So they have to pick you. That's the truth. That's the honest to God's truth.
But
Go ahead. You got the
in
floor.
reference to being a pick me, you're not being yourself. You're not being somebody that's sustainable for this lifelong time. So if you're trying to reel somebody in, you're putting the bait on getting them where you want them to be, and then you're not being that person. So that's what I mean by pick me, as you're not being yourself. No, you should always be yourself.
And it can ask you a question. And when I ask you a question, the thing is that yourself as a woman is doing things like nursing children, cooking and cleaning, etc. Other than that, what do you mean yourself as a woman? What do you mean?
Being who you are, knowing who you are, knowing what you want, not moving on that, standing on that.
Ma'am, let's be honest. Women are only what they are depending on the government and the politics that the men create. If this was Nazi Germany, all of you women would be Nazis. You'll be married to Nazis depending on a Nazi salary. If this was ancient Rome, you will all love Rome. If this was any other government, it doesn't matter what it is. If this was listen, if you guys lived in the USSR, you guys would have a picture of Stalin on your wall. Ma'am, your personality is really dictated by what men have created. It's not, women don't have personalities. Come on.
I never had to be a pick me to be married. Never.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Chaotic, just because I'm not familiar with you. I don't, just for context purposes. Are you?
Hold on for a second, by the way. Shut up, Roz girl. She's in the chat. Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Disruptive ass man. Are you married?
Yeah. Over a year now.
And can I ask how old you are as well?
I'm 38. I'm pretty
38.
old.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just for context again, because I don't know you very well.
Mm-hmm.
My next question is, do you feel confidently, because it seems like you have a stick up your ass about Black women in particular. So is it just women in particular that you don't care for? and you prefer white women, or is it just everybody who's not white? And I only ask that because the initial clip that was played, you started at least that portion of the clip with God broke the mold when he made the white woman. And so I just want to know if it's that you just hate everybody who's not white and female, or do you just have something against the black woman in particular?
Well, first
Hey,
of all,
chaotic, real quick. Let me just read this. Mike Brown with the $10 super chat. He says, they, I assume he's talking about the ladies on the panel, they are willing to compete. Whereas last episode, I believe you all said black men aren't worth the fight as a collective. Go
No,
ahead,
I
chaotic.
didn't.
well, Dana, believe it or not, I'm married to a black woman. Believe it or not, she looks Sudanese. She's slender. She's tall. I'm short. I've always liked black women. I'm attracted to black women. I'm more attracted to black women than any other woman on the planet. Um, and no, I did not say God made, or I meant to say the devil. When the devil made the white woman, he broke the mold. That's what I meant to say if it said God. But no, I don't pedestalize white women. I'm just telling you the truth about what I see with large numbers of white women. A lot of black women just have attitudes. It's just the truth.
Mm.
It's
How
the
do you think your
truth.
wife feels
It's the
talking
truth.
like that? How do you think your wife feels talking like that?
I mean, listen, she feels a certain way about it, but hey, she can't stop me from giving my opinion and being truthful.
I wouldn't
I
have
mean,
married.
would she get okay? Let me ask you a question. When we're talking about politics, should she get mad about my geopolitical beliefs too? I mean, come on. I mean,
No, that's different. When you're downing a culture that you married and you are from a black woman, I assume, because you are darker than, whatever. Um, you're this whole generation of self, it's like you're missing it. Like you were raised by a black woman, you married a black woman, but still you're saying the preference is a white woman.
well,
So why
yeah.
can't
I
it be a
mean,
white woman?
yeah.
And that's your
Degrading
preference, by the way.
that's degrading your wife. Like to even talk like that publicly, like you don't feel like she feels ashamed at some point.
Well, whether she feels ashamed or not has nothing to do with the fact that most white women generally tend to get married at a younger age, tend to get married in higher numbers. They tend to be more feminine. So where is the lie in that?
Your
I don't.
opinion in regards to white women and how they conduct themselves better than black women. That's the opinion. Nobody can ever state that that's facts. That's your opinion. So to give that opinion when you are married to a black woman, that's disgusting.
Well, it's my opinion. I mean, and it's what I've observed in life.
Why aren't
Even
you
when
married to a white woman? What happened? Where'd you get this black woman from that you
Because
that fit
again,
white women probably don't want him either.
Oh,
Well, either wouldn't apply because he's married, right? But what was the question, sis?
what you have this outlook on white women. Why aren't you married to one? That was confusing.
again, when I was dating white chicks, and I was anti-marriage up until a few years ago. Literally, I was a playboy to a degree, just like most men are. I was just sleeping around with a lot of women. I'm pretty sure most men have gone through this. So when I was talking to these white girls, I was in my mid-20s. My God, I definitely wasn't getting married then. Um, but no, I think even back then, if I were to got married, it would have been a black chick anyway. I just like black women a little bit more than white. I think black women are just more attractive.
You're contradicting. I'm confused. Never mind.
So he just said that he preferred his black wife because of her looks.
Yeah, she looks Sudanese. I don't know if you know what. Most models on the planet that are in demand are Sudanese women, and I've always been into darker women. And she's tall and slender. And yes, of course, I'm a man. A woman's looks goes first. Listen, I don't care if you have a PhD or my wife actually has a law degree in accounting, but she has a law degree. But the thing of the matter is that men don't care about those things. We care about how you look. Those are the facts. It's just I'm being honest with you. She's a tax attorney, by the way. We used to be. Yeah.
I don't think my question was ever answered. If you don't mind me circling back,
No, go ahead, Dana. You got the floor.
Because again, you did seem to have such an affinity for the white woman
I
specifically.
do.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, do you just have an affinity toward them specifically because you don't care for Black women? And by all means, you being married to one means absolutely nothing. But is it just that you don't care for Black women, or you just don't care for any woman who's not the white? You don't see them the same way, or don't hold them to the same regard, or no one else knows how to conduct themselves correctly, in your opinion, and definition definition of conduct. I mean, that's according to you, we don't build bridges and stuff. But anyway, is it just that you prefer the whites, or you just hate everybody who's non-white?
It's a okay. Again, okay. I prefer peace and order. Typically, white women and whites together bring that. The evidence of that is the fact that typically Black people, when they get money, they leave their Black communities and go around white folk. When they get money, they send their kids to white folk schools. All I'm saying is that white women typically behave better than Black women. That's all I'm saying. I don't necessarily have an affinity towards them. I'm just saying that if I need a math assignment done, I would prefer the Japanese. So when it comes to peace in a level of peace, I would rather have a Black chick who acts like a white woman, because white women tend to be more peaceful. Yeah. Hopefully I
Okay,
answered your question.
you did answer my question, and I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
So along those lines,
Mhm.
this is so ridiculous. I can't even fucking get my question together.
This might be risky, man. I don't know, man. I didn't know that did you tell them about what's going
No,
No,
on?
you
so
didn't tell us your ass was coming on here today.
well,
No.
so the reason is because this is
Yeah.
a real perspective, right? And Chaotic Channel has grown in mass, and he shared this viewpoint previously. The clip in which I showed you, that channel has 300,000 subscribers. O'Shea Duke Jackson is a legend in terms of YouTubers, Black YouTubers, and Chaotic. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? So to get on that type of page, he not paying attention to just everybody, but this is a sentiment. And then the man that he was on with, Obsidian, is also a quote unquote legend, right? And there's people that also agree with this sentiment. So it can seem like it's funny, right, because of how you delivering it. But this is how, right, when you guys say there's slim pickings, this is how some Black men are feeling. And I told you guys about the passport bros in previous episodes or whatever, maybe on the other show. But this is real. So I want you guys to actually have the conversation. And we seem like we either shut down because we heard what we didn't want to hear, or it seems unfathomable. But two things can be true. So go
So
ahead,
we're
Dana.
not necessarily shut down.
I
If
thought
it's
Dana
like,
was gonna
go ahead,
hold
Dana.
on.
Sorry,
Yeah, I just
sorry.
thought she
Just
had
really
one more
quickly.
question.
The
Then
only
you could
problem
jump
that
in.
I have, not only problem, but the main problem that I have is that your uplifting of white women specifically is only at our expense. So if you want to uplift white women, and if you think that white women behave better, they conduct
Mhm.
themselves better, that's what you prefer, because again, this is your opinion, this isn't fact. What does that have to do with you um, just completely tearing Black women down? And this is why I asked if you felt this way about Black women only, and if it was just anybody who wasn't white, because you seem to be very focused on Black women in particular, and how we don't know how to behave, or which is still very ironic to me that you're married to a Black woman. But um, again, whatever. Anyway, I'm not going
Okay.
to say. Go ahead. I won't go into Thomas Jefferson.
So Dana, and
Yeah.
salute to you guys, and salute to you, Eve, in the chat. Mike from Boston, salute to you too. No, I don't tear down Black women. I don't have any children outside of wedlock. I'm an upstanding citizen. I pay my taxes. I've been a teacher in the Black community. I've done business in the Black community. I've um, I've done community service in the Black community through my fraternity, and personally, I went to high school in the Black community. I don't tear down Black women. I think that the people who tear down Black women are the men who impregnate Black women and leave them. The rappers who, for 45 or 50 years, have been utterly saying the most disgusting things about Black women, whereas I don't really listen to rap or care for it. Um, I applaud black women in their achievements. I've made shows about it. This might be risky. I talked about the young black girl who was the first neurosurgeon resident at Vanderbilt.
Mhm.
I've done a lot of shows just honoring black women. So no, I don't tear down black women.
You have
Um,
verbally accosted us since you've been on this
I
show.
haven't
Come on,
accosted you
every
at
single
all. That's funny. I
we
didn't
not
accost.
not me as an individual,
I
but
didn't
us
accost
as
you.
a whole, as a collective. You absolutely have since as soon as you stepped onto this show, you have not stopped accosting us. Go
Now wait a
ahead.
minute. Now I'm answering a question from the gentleman at the top. This might be risky.
That's cool. I just wanted to interrupt
Pertaining,
you for a second, but I'm
yeah.
gonna let you finish.
Are you like any of the women that I talked about? Are you like one of the resting bitch face women that I've came across at the restaurants, the bars? Are you one of these women, or why does that bother you? When people say black men commit a lot of murders, I don't say, man, that's not true. That's not true. Well, maybe it is true to a degree, but it has nothing to do with me because I don't commit crimes. I can give a damn. When people say Pookies and Ray Rays are destroying the community, well, maybe they are. That has nothing to do with me. Yeah, I have noticed that before. When people say that black men leave their children, well, that has nothing to do with me. I don't have any children. So why does that bother you so much that I'm talking about a segment of black women that you're not even a part of?
I don't think it matters. The point is that you said it. So whether I agree with it or not, or I identify with it or not, you still said it. So it doesn't make it not true because it doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, and nobody's mad. And I see
White.
the chat. I think you brought some
Well,
couple people with you. So I think there's a misconception here. No one's mad at you. We're actually glad you're married and you're off the market. No one cares. I just want to make that known straight out. We're
I feel
glad you're off the market.
it's your wife that I feel for because you blatantly said who cares, like who cares what she thinks. And as a husband, that's not how you should operate. You get what I'm saying? So that my feelings are towards what your wife may feel internally that she may even feel like she can't even speak to you about. So she's another black woman like myself. Well, I'm mixed, but she's another black woman like myself, and that's who I feel for.
I mean, okay, you want me to answer or
It wasn't a question.
okay, okay, all right.
mm. Go ahead, Asia.
So you said a lot, and I couldn't even write notes for everything you said. But I just want to pick out the one thing, I guess. Dana pointed out a lot of good things, a lot of good points and statements. When you said a lot of black men that you know are simps because they overly try to appease or please black women and they're simps because they say queen and they go above and beyond. I'm not sure why that's considered a simp because they're showing respect or high value for a black woman. Like even if you like you said, not all black women are falling into your category that you're talking about. You just actually said it. If you don't fall in that category to us, then it doesn't apply to us. But there are others out there. So why is it a simp? Why is a black man considered a simp when he does call another black woman a queen or tries to go above and beyond to please her?
Well, because it's idolatry. In my opinion, and I did a show about this the other day. This might be risky when I talked about Six the Goddess. It's witchcraft, referring to someone as a queen or a goddess. When I was in college, like so many of people who went to college, I majored in a lot of underwater basket weaving degrees, and one of them was African studies. And we were brainwashed into believing that a lot of black women were the goddamn reincarnation of Nefertiti. See, this is idolatry. This is evilness. You know, this ancestor worship, this goddess worship. It's this culture of pedestalizing women to the point where people create cults. And this woman, I don't even want to mention her name because she's not even here to defend herself, but it's this cult like behavior. And so when you refer to someone as a goddess or a queen, you literally are saying, I'm your minion and you have dominion over me. That is the king. That is what a queen is. Nobody in America is a queen. No one is a princess. Um, and I think that's how it should be. White men don't call their women princess. I never heard that before.
Okay.
They may do it, but I ain't never heard it. Well, give me a
Okay.
second. Let me. Okay.
Okay. No, I'm only trying. Listen, because we on this show we only get a certain amount of time to talk, and so
Oh,
I'm just gonna
absolutely.
hold you
Go
to
ahead.
the same standard that we get held to every single week.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be rude.
Asia, listen to me close. Conversation, right? You don't have to be passive aggressive to me, right? Just have the conversation, right? Because I think it's necessary. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let you finish, chaotic. 'Cause I did interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, no, the simping culture has led to a lot of deaths, a lot of men in prison, etc., because they have this obsession with black women to the point where they will do anything because at the whim of what some black woman said without any investigation. And so that is why I say the simp is a very dangerous Negro too. So that is so what I see in the black community is totally opposite of what Mary has said. Now she may have observed that, I don't know. But what I have observed is this simping for black women, this pedestalizing black women for no reason at all. And truth be told, nobody should be pedestalized, if you ask me. So that's my problem with the whole simping thing. I'm gonna land the plane on that one. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I don't know if it's just me, but what I'm hearing is that you're saying that black women don't deserve to be protected.
Yes, you don't deserve to be protected. The only people who should protect you is your husband, or if your father's alive and he's still able-bodied, your father. Other than that, no man in his right damn mind should risk his body for some random woman. That's why we live in a civilized society. We have the police, we have the FBI, we have the military. We live in a place where you higher security, I'm telling you, a lot of men have lost their lives protecting random women. No, that is bad. You have a family. Protect your own family. Don't protect this random women whom, by the way, generally put themselves in positions that they necessarily brought upon themselves. So, for example, there's a woman on YouTube who dresses skimpy. She says that people are sexually harassing her. It's mind-boggling. It is absolutely mind-boggling. You even see this in real life. Women walking around dressing half naked. Get drunk at a bar. How many stories have you heard about this? Get drunk. She wakes up the next morning saying, "Oh, I was raped." I saw this in college. Football players, members of fraternities, typically white, girl drunk out of her mind, acting a fool, dressing damn naked. Might as well just be naked, and then crying rape, sexual assault. Well, maybe you dummy if you didn't walk out the house looking like a prostitute. Maybe you. But what I'm saying is, why should a man have to protect that? Take the responsibility from the get go. You got the floor.
Can I?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It seems to me, and just to kind of piggyback off of what Asia was saying before, she made mention specifically of you making the statement about Black men referring to Black women as queens. But in that same conversation, you also made mention to Black men going out of their way to go above and beyond and nice to women. It seems as though you feel like we're not worthy of just human decency and respect on a very, very basic level for the opinions that you have of women who, according to you, do not conduct themselves in a way that you see fitting or acceptable. And so, because of that, because you think that there is this group, which does not include your wife, of women, Black women who don't conduct themselves correctly, everybody else is not, none of us are worthy of even just the basic level of human decency, respect, and not idolization, not protection, yes, but I'm not even going to throw that into the mix, but just on a very, very basic level, like we're just dog shit. That's how you've been talking, and that's
No.
that's what I'm getting from it. So
Okay.
this is why I'm asking you to correct me.
Yeah, no, you're incorrect. And I make a point to say this, even when I mean, listen, even when I was teaching like little kids, like the teenage boys, If a female is not conservative, if she's running, yapping her mouth, if she's not going to be domestic, just avoid her, ignore her. And that is what I do in my real life. So it's not about treating women like dog shit. I'm just not going to go to this aisle right here with this female who has a mohawk, purple hair, uh, breast all out. I'm not even going to go there and deal with her because I already know that this woman is mentally ill. She's a Jezebel. There's no point of even bothering with her. I'm going to go find the old black lady who's about 90 years old, church lady. I'm going to go to her aisle because I don't want to deal with the attitude with this young, crazy, little feminist, little lesbian girl right here. No, I'm not even going to do that. So it's not about treating anybody like dog shit. It's about just protecting yourself as a man.
But do you think that woman is worthy of any sort of respect, regardless of everything that you said that was very incorrect? But you think respect.
Her respect is me ignoring her. That's her respect.
Can you say that again, please?
Her respect is me just ignoring her. And that's why I say when I go into a restaurant, I say, look, don't give me some ghetto, loudmouth, rude black woman who's going to be my waitress. I don't want to deal with that. I'm not disrespecting her. I'm just saying I'm just going to ignore her.
Yeah. Do you think that him avoiding those situations is disrespectful? Or do you feel? Go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead.
Well, y'all just saying to say, or like Isha, do you feel that him saying based on her conduct, if she gets into trouble, being the stereotypes are, should men be obligated to protect something like that?
That wasn't my point. My point is, he spoke about white women being pleasant, submissive, or whatever. But the truth of the matter is, white men protect their white women. And I feel like if black women had that same kind of protection, then that would allow us to operate in spaces that white women operate in.
And okay, so break that down. Like, how do we know that they protect their women? Like, what does that look like?
How far back in history do you want me to go? Because we can look at Emmett Till just whistling at a white woman and him being killed.
That's
allegedly whistling at a white woman.
And that's so you think that's protection?
Well, they protected their white woman.
Well, it was a child and she wasn't in danger.
So I'll give an example because there's plenty of.
I understand what you're trying to get at, but go ahead.
There's just modern day examples too, like white woman tears. We all talked about that before on this show. White woman tears. Let a white woman cry. She has a plethora of white men coming to her aid and making sure she's okay. Let them tears flow in corporate America because her feelings were hurt. And there has to be HR meetings. They protect the white woman to make sure she's okay. It happens almost every meeting I'm at. Excuse me. But they do, at Taisha's point, they protect their women. If they don't feel secure, they don't feel safe, or they feel threatened, they come in and swoop in like Captain Save-A-Ho, and they make sure that they feel safe. And we're not afforded that luxury, which I believe Isha was at your point. And that's why they feel so comfort and secure. And that's why they come off so soft. They've been afforded that soft life from the beginning.
I don't want to dismiss the point, but at the height of the Me Too movement, white men were getting Me Too'd and losing their jobs left and right based on white women. Matt Lauer, because he had a lot, whatever they were doing, right? It's all alleged. I don't know if anything has been proven, but they were going down at the same rate. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, are we just?
And they should. And now you're speaking of outliers that you typically don't want us to speak about. So that's
I'm talking about the examples because what Isha said, what Asia said, it could be true, but I'm saying that based on what we know, based on what you've seen, based on what I experienced, I don't know. It's not quite making a whole bunch of sense to me
that Me Too
in terms of them being protected.
Outlier situation. But what do
Matt
you mean?
Lauer?
Chaotic truth. What do you mean?
Wait. Are you saying Matt Lauer? Because here's what happens, right? When I start having a talk, right? Because you jump in while I'm talking, I just don't want anybody to have an issue with that. But I'm just trying to thoroughly understand what this protection looks like. Are you saying that? Because then your last point, Asia, was different. You said that they've been allowed a soft life and therefore they can continue that to live in the femininity. That's not the same point.
Well,
That
it's daily.
so
What Asia's saying happens daily, every day, every circumstance, every hour, every minute. And then somebody mentioned Me Too, and I think I think that's more of an outlier where the white men were going down as well. That's what I was
Okay.
saying.
So you're saying the Me Too movement that's too anecdotal to be taken as a rebuttal, so to speak. All right, go CT.
Well, I hate to burst people's bubble. Um, I've grown up in America all my life. I've been around a lot of Negroes. I've been around, my best friend is a female. Um, and she's married, by the way. She has a family of damn near 200 people. At the drop of the hat, if something were to happen to her, it'd be 50 Negroes at her house. This has always been the case in the black community, especially back in the day. Negroes were breeding like damn farm animals back in the day. How many times you heard Negroes say, "Oh, my great grandfather was a sharecropper and he had about 50 kids"? I hear that all the time. I heard that all the time growing up. I still hear it now. Black men have served in this military in all branches. There are black people right now in every major city who are the goddamn police chiefs. There are black people who have been police officers for over 100 plus years. There are black people who have been firefighters, etc. Black men have always protected the community and black women. You mentioned Emmett Till. We don't even really know if Emmett Till exists. The people who, the people who are writing these books and these scripts, see, the best way to enslave somebody is mental slavery. Is it ironic right after Emmett Till, the civil rights movement happened? Maybe the Emmett Till thing was some sort of hoax to get that moving. You mean to tell
the
me
body was fake, you're saying, in the casket?
there's no such thing as cadaver bodies? For all
So
we
you're
know,
disputing that actually, I'm asking, you're disputing that even happened?
I don't think slavery happened the way that it's been portrayed. The only way we know about slavery is through books and movies. I think that a large part of slavery may be over exaggerated to keep Negroes in a victim mind, oppression mind, and slave mentality. So you're telling me about what happened with Emmett Till. What about all the black men that have been killed because of what black women have done? I've worked in the courts. I was a probation officer. I'll even name the damn court system. I worked for Cuyahoga County Community. I'm sorry, community for the adult probation at Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court. I've seen all types of stuff dealing with black men and black women. Black women have literally Me Too black men for hundreds of years. You telling me about one or two cases? Well, they used to hang black people. Well, maybe they were hanging criminals back then. It's funny that we're brainwashed to believe that black people were just goddamn angels back in 1900. Maybe a lot of these black communities had George Floyd's, and maybe whites and blacks hung the dumb niggas. And it wasn't even that lot. It wasn't even a lot of people even being hung back then either, on both sides. And by the way, the largest hanging in one day was white Italian men. It was about 15 of them hung in one day. Criminals were hung. Is it possible that even if Emmett Till existed, maybe he did sexually assault that white woman? I don't know. But so what about Emmett Till, if you ask me? All I'm saying is that we don't really, I'm sorry, guys. All I'm saying is that generally speaking, black men have been Me Too'd by white women. I mean, by black women at a higher level than white women. That's all I'm saying.
No, you had it right.
I'm a little bit tired because I'm doing live streams all day as black women. Go ahead, ma'am. You got the floor. Go ahead. You guys got the floor. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
So just for context, the location, can you tell me where you are again?
I'm in Ohio. I'm in Ohio.
Okay, and you were born and raised there?
I was born and raised in Ohio. Yeah, I'm a Midwest kid. I'm a grown man now, but yeah.
Is it a lot of black people there? No.
Yeah, where I'm at, yeah, it's a lot of black people.
Okay. I was just curious. So I had a lot of questions. What Delta did you wrong? Okay. First of all, because you said Delta like twice, and I was like, what he got against Deltas? I am she. But so watch it. But no, really seriously though, you said some really good points. I can't necessarily say I disagree with them because I don't know. I've never been to Ohio. Okay. I live in Maryland. I live in one of the areas in Maryland where there's a lot of black people on
Chocolate
purpose.
City. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't live in DC. I work in
Mhm.
DC. I
Okay.
live in Maryland. I live in PG
Mhm.
County, and PG County has a lot of rich black people in
I
there.
know.
So,
I'm
and I
very familiar.
chose that county on purpose, right? So, to the point of like, we get to where we get to, we get educated, and we move to white people. Mm, Me personally, that's not really something I can agree with because I didn't do that. I didn't want to do that. But I get it because I've seen that. Like I've seen my friends move out to these areas where a lot of white folks at, right? So, okay. But I just know that won't for me. Um, and it just sounds like overall,
What's your question, ma'am?
because of the um I guess the momentum that the conversation has gotten from you in the past. I'm just curious, is like, are we really in trouble? Like, I feel like we might just be in trouble, black women, because if this perspective is like, this is a lot of black men saying this. So I'm just confused because it's like, is this really a thing? Are a lot of black men really just not checking for us after 30 or whatever you were saying? Is that,
You want me to answer?
yeah, I mean, yeah, from
No,
your
black men
perspective.
are no. Let me say something real quick. Listen. I only know maybe 50 black guys. Well, back in college, maybe a
Like
little bit more.
personally, just
Personally,
like
about
friends.
50,
Okay.
about
Okay.
50, maybe 50, maybe 50. Most black men, of course, are looking for black women. We are attracted racially to our racial group. Generally speaking, all groups are generally attracted to their race, whatever their racial makeup is. But what we are not attracted to is this feminist cult like behavior that has happened, the witchcraft that has taken place, the hair, the makeup, the talking. A lot of that is really witchcraft, and a lot of women have deviated into this nonsense. And the black man really just wants like a conservative woman, a conservative woman who dresses from head to toe, who doesn't have a lot of makeup, a woman who doesn't have a lot of earrings and all types of stuff, a woman who ain't talking about the goddamn ancestors. A lot of that stuff is no, hear me out though. It's true. A lot of that is a deterrent. A lot of men really want, for example, man, let's look at a woman like a Felicia Rashad, right? When back in the 80s. That classiness, that elegance, that's what men really want. Not just black men, but a lot of men really want a nice, elegant woman. Not a woman wearing earrings and rings all over, tattoos. Yeah, that's something fun to be with. But a lot of dumb dudes have started to marry the witches, started to wanting to be around the witches. And me, I am anti-witch. I want a conservative. Well, I'm telling men that you should want a conservative woman to bring peace to you. A woman who knows her existential nature within the universe, which is folding clothes, washing dishes, preparing meals, reading to the children, nursing the children, shutting up. See, that's what men really want, and not drinking alcohol and smoking weed. This might be risky. I talk about this all the time, man. This ain't nothing new. Nobody.
So for clarity, 1 minute,
Okay.
just for clarity. So your significant other wears no weave, no makeup, no eyelashes, no grooming, doesn't get her eyebrows waxed, no lipstick, no nails, no nothing.
Ma'am, again, obviously she gets manicures, pedicures, whatever those things are called. Obviously, she wears a tad bit of shade, or not shade, but foundation. Obviously, but what I'm talking about is what we see now in the dominant society: purple hair, mohawks on women, arm sleeves, etc. That's what I'm more or less talking about. But yes, she
Okay.
wear.
But all
Yeah,
I'm saying is any touch of makeup is
yeah, of
not
course she wears a
natural.
little
It's
touch,
not
but yeah.
natural though. So that's not really what you enjoy. So that's not natural. I'm just
Okay.
making it clear because that's something you would say.
Okay. Well, yeah, you could be right. Hey, you know.
You
Yes,
mentioned
Dana. Yes, Dana. Go ahead. You're on mute, Dana. Go ahead. You're on mute, Dana.
Mary, I'll let you go first because I've been speaking a lot. Go ahead.
I just want to
No,
say
actually, Mary has been speaking more than you, Dana.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mary. Go
I'll
ahead.
let
Go
you go
ahead.
first.
he's just mad.
Go ahead, Mary.
Go ahead.
No, you had mentioned Felicia Rashad back then, and you know how she was. Like again, the point of a lot of that is the men were different back then. We don't the same way y'all want those women from back then. We don't get the same men from back then. So how could you expect us to act a certain way when we're not even getting those men that acted that way
Mm.
back then?
This might be risky. Let me take over. I beg to differ. More men now, black men, are wealthier. In the 80s, you didn't have a lot of black men with net worths over $1 million. Now you have a lot of black men with net worths over $1 million. Now you have a lot more black men who are collegiately educated. Truth be told, it wasn't really until a different world where a lot of black people started going to college at a high level. You had a lot of dope fiends in the 80s. The criminal rate, the crime rate was absolutely through the roof in the 80s. People forget about that. All you gotta do is go back and look at stats. Look at stats in cities. Men now are way more intellectual than back in the 80s. All I'm saying is on TV, yeah, they may have painted this picture of everybody's all refined and elegant. Just like back in the 60s, you thought all Negroes wore suits. No, they didn't. Most Negroes were backwatered buffoons living in the damn deep South. But see, they showed you the elite blacks. That was the media marketing blacks like that. But in actuality, most blacks were just toothless Bama hillbillies, just like the whites were. That's the truth. That were living in the deep South before the Great Migration. So you can get these types of women now, especially with men. It's just the men have to require it now from the Instagram thoughts. You know, like a man like myself, you have to tell them, hey, you're gonna be like this. You can't come out the house dressed like a hoe.
I think she's.
But
Let me just get clarity real quick, Mary. Well, back then the men weren't talking about let's split 50-50 and let's go Dutch and things of that nature. Just talking about just stuff like that. You don't think that's changed?
right, so men are making more money, but
I
they're
don't know.
not again because they know where women are now and the standard of having to do it on their own and knowing how to do it on their own. They're trying to break down the role. No matter how much money they make, you listen, like you still gotta, do your part somewhere. You can't just be here making kids and whatever. Like you gotta have something going on too. So
Can I say something? Mhm.
go ahead.
This might be risky. This is gonna. I think they may leave after this one. Um, no offense, but I don't know how the 80s were. I was born in 84. I don't really know how the 80s were. But what I do know now is this. A woman over 30 is competing with a 20-year-old who works at Chick-fil-A. If you're 30 and a woman, it's probably best that if you're still single, that you do go Dutch with a man. Because that same man, he's going to more or less go and date the 20-year-old girl who's super hot and probably pay for everything because she may or not can afford it or because she's hotter than the 30-year-old. You can't be 30 and thinking, damn, he got to do everything for me. It doesn't work like that. And the older you get, if you're about 40, you might have to pay for a dinner or two for a man or something. You just have to. You're not young enough.
Did you marry a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old? What did you marry?
Hear me out for a minute. Hear me out for a minute. It's not about me today.
No, it is about you. You speaking a whole lot. You have strong opinions. What did you marry?
Ma'am.
I'm just asking, getting clarity.
She's young. She's young. She's not real young, but she's
in her 20s.
She's in her late 20s. Yes.
She's in her late 20s. So
Yes.
you
And she
did grow
doesn't
young.
she doesn't practice law anymore. But what I'm saying is that a woman can't be over 40 expecting a man to pay for everything. You're not hot enough. You're not cute enough. You're not slim enough compared to the 20-year-old, the 23-year-old. So yes, if I'm a man, if I'm 40 and I'm dating some 23-year-old, of course I'm really just paying for the pussy because she's young and hot. But if you're 40, come on, man, you can't expect no man to come on, baby. I got everything. Come on, man, it don't work like that.
Yeah,
It
you're
don't work.
speaking for both sides because we don't
It
want
don't
no
work.
old shriveled up balls either. You're speaking for both sides. We want the young hot thing with the abs and the dick that still works too. So we agree on that one.
Hmm.
I have a couple questions if I can. And let Hamp,
Do
you look like
you?
you're about to move on. Is it cool?
No, no, yeah, yeah, it's cool. I just wonder, sis, do you think that those options are open to women as they are men as we get older?
You talking about the our
Like
options?
younger options.
Yeah, I got like two of them in my phone. They was looking for me the other night. So yes,
Okay, so you're saying that overall women have those same options, and it's not just for sex; it's for relationships.
it's for whatever it is. He just said men go after younger women for pussy. So whatever you want, they're willing to give it. You'll be surprised.
Okay,
And he also just said that it shouldn't be a problem for us if we acted as Felicia Rashad did, that it wouldn't be a problem for us to find a man that would act that way. So I'm not quite understanding what side of the fence he's on because it's, kind of going back and forth, but
hmm.
that's neither here nor there.
Well, I think the age has something that comes into play. Now there's something contrary, maybe you can clear up because I've also heard that the men in the past used to beat the women, and the women only stayed because they didn't have jobs and stuff. But are you saying that those men were better, even though I hear the color purple syndrome, and it's been set up here numerous times? So which one is it? Is it the men of yesteryear? We're not the same men as them? Or are you talking specifically about the crack era and when Reaganomics hit? So like, I just want to understand because I've heard that before. Women only stayed because they had no choice.
Okay, so I never made that statement, so I don't know where that comes from, but I'm speaking in regards to the providing, the protecting, and things of that such. Women still get their ass whooped now. You know what I'm saying? It's just being talked about more on a larger scale than it did back then. So that's just something that's never going to stop. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you made that point, but you may have been up. Like I've heard that point made a bunch of
Yeah,
times.
I've heard it. I've heard it, but
Mm,
I'm just saying that's not a point that I've made.
Right.
okay.
I said it. Marie didn't say it. I said it.
Okay. Go ahead, Dana.
Two really quick questions. Chaotic. You said before that Black women have been Me Tooing Black men for hundreds of years, and maybe slavery, Emmett Till, and those other so-called Negroes. Those situations didn't happen the way that we know them to be. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So along those lines, what is your opinion of what we do know to be actual and factual based off of what we've seen in the media, on social media, specifically as it pertains to white women and the role that they play in getting Black men arrested and killed on a very regular basis?
Name me five in the
No,
last. Name me
I don't have,
five because
no.
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. The only thing you could name is that one Nigerian dude who was a dope fiend, and that him and his that white girl was doing something. That was the only one that women. No, I was about to say you. That is the only thing that you guys can name. Other than that, that doesn't
Are
typically
you saying
happen.
arrested, harassed, or killed, or are you just talking
Name
about
five.
specifically killed? No, 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 no. I'm asking you
Name
to.
five. I don't know what you're talking about because hold on for a second. I don't know what you're talking about. First of all, you're asking me a question. I'm telling you, I never heard that before. The only case I've heard where a black man has died at the hands of a white chick. That's what you're
That's
asking me.
that's no.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Is
Go ahead.
is 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 is, is the Nigerian guy last year? They did a show on Lapiv Network about it. I forgot the guy's name. I don't know what him and this girl were doing. I know that she was in some videos, punching all over him and just a wild little drunk, stupid young couple. He ended up dying. I don't know, was poisoning or something. But other than that, if you can't name multiple accounts, then then that means that it is absolutely a small percentage of these events occurring.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I
Mhm.
wasn't speaking about specifically deaths. I mentioned arrested, harassed, and also killed. Have you
Name
not
5.
seen it?
No,
You've not seen it ever on social media?
no. Name 5.
We
You've
know it
seen it, right?
happens. We
Hold on
know
for a
it
second.
happens.
If
We
you
know
know
it
what happened,
happens.
if you know what happened, name them. Name them. I go to. How about this? Tell this might be risky. These cases, and he can just put it up on the computer right now.
Like I
I'm not
said,
saying that.
we
I'm not
no, no,
saying that
no.
it doesn't. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that. Give me a second. I'm
Okay.
not saying that it doesn't happen.
Hmm.
It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
I
I
think that
don't.
you do, but I can move
Yeah.
on. It's okay. I think that you do,
Okay.
but that's all
Okay.
right. The
I
other
don't know what you're
question that I
talking about.
have is you mentioned you have been throwing around a lot this evening the word witchcraft,
Mhm.
and as it pertains to Black women specifically, again, with our hair, makeup,
Yeah.
attitudes, earrings, tattoos, so on and
Mhm.
so forth. Um, what kind of basis do you have that I can find in a book somewhere or in an article, or like it just sounds like you keep throwing this word around and but you don't actually know what you're talking about. So
Mm.
what do you know this to be
Mm.
witchcraft about any of these things?
I'll
Make it
give you
make
an
sense.
example. I'll give you an example. Beyonce. She's the high witch of, I would say, the high witch of the Western Hemisphere.
Is that factually based, or is that your opinion?
I, I
I'm
was
asking
I,
where I can find the facts.
ooh, I was trying to give you I was trying to say something. I was at a Beyonce concert. She literally, not only was she practicing a lot of demonic rituals, literally had a crowd of tens of thousands of black women singing to all the single ladies and these idiotic lyrics, while all the while she's married. She's telling black women it's cool to be single. All the single ladies, right? Just do what you want to do, right? And sure enough,
Not what the
look at
song is talking about.
what are the lyrics to the song?
She's telling the man, if you really want me, then put a ring on it.
Is she not married?
We already know she's. That's a redundant question. We already know that.
Why would she come out with a song talking about single ladies?
Do you
She's
know the
telling
word?
the single
Why
lady,
not
tell the man to put a ring on it.
why not come out with a song saying uh, you need to vet a man and get into a in a marriage?
Well, you're being ridiculous right now.
That's not gonna sell. I'm sorry, that's not gonna sell. It's music. It's the music industry.
Hey,
That's
hold
not
on
gonna
one sec.
sell.
Hold on one sec. Again, that's fine if that's your opinion and that's what she should be saying according to you. But how is any of that quote unquote witchcraft? That's what I want to know.
Ma'am, Beyonce and other singers are top selling artists on the planet, particularly in America. The Cardi B's, the Meg Thee Stallions, these women promote promiscuity. They promote evilness. Should I really read off the lyrics of some of Cardi B's or Meg Thee Stallion's lyrics?
Well,
I mean, should I do that right now?
let's take a
And
look at
and do not women recite these lyrics verbatim?
No.
Do they not do that? Is that not?
Not without reciting lyrics to other songs that men say
I
about
don't
dicks
listen
and
to.
balls all
I
the
don't listen to
time.
rap again
But
earlier.
it's there. You might not
But
listen
this
to
might
it,
be
but it's
risky.
there, and other people
Er-
do.
When I first
So-
talked, when I first said, I said that rap is also evil too. I said the men are just as evil. I said that. I clearly said
So
that.
is promiscuity witchcraft? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely is witchcraft.
Okay,
Absolutely.
that's all I needed to know.
Yep.
Thank you for your
Mhm.
time.
Can I
So-
read those lyrics real quick? This might be risky.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. Now put your hand. Okay. It says, up in the club, we just broke up. I'm doing my own little thing. Decided to dip, and now you want to trip because another brother noticed me. So she's in the club acting like a fool. She just broke up from a promiscuous relationship, and now she's on to another man. Another man has noticed her. She says, I'm up on him. He up on me. I don't think they're playing chess with that one, right? Don't pay him any attention. Just cry my tears for the good years. Yay, or what? You can't be mad at me. Oh my God. Because if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he won it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. This might be risky. First of all, I can't read broken English, but what I can say just from those little lyrics, she's in the club drinking alcohol, being promiscuous. As soon as her man left, she's up on another man. Is that not what the goddamn lyric said? This might be risky.
No,
I
it
know, but
didn't.
the
She didn't say she was
message.
drinking.
That's not what the lyric just said. The lyric literally just said, "I'm up on this other man." Can we put the
Didn't
lyric
say
back
she
up?
was drinking
That-
alcohol. You're adding your interpretation.
Let's
to it,
let's
though.
let's put it back up.
Hey,
On the screen.
that
Let's
so
put
let
it
me
back.
let's look at it one more time.
We
Yeah,
don't
let's
I
need
do
never
it.
I've never
Overall-
paid attention to the words. Asia, I thought what you were saying was actual.
The overall message is if he liked it, he should have put a ring on it after 3 years. And if that's wrong, sending that message to young ladies, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. But the bigger issue is you're at the concert of this so-called witchcraft. And you bought the ticket and went. So can you explain that real quick?
I was working for the Bloomberg campaign.
Oh, now you was working.
Well, you asked me a question. Beyonce had paid for tickets for his staffers. I went there. Go ahead. Okay, so you can read it this time. This might be risky.
So the second verse, it says, "If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. I got gloss on my lips, man on my hips, got me tighter in my Darion jeans, acting up, drinking my cup. I can care less what you think. I need no permission. I mention? Don't pay him any attention, because you had your turn. Now you gonna learn what it really feels like to miss me."
Sir, this might be risky.
Sir.
Can you do me a favor, my good man? Can you put up the song WAP WAP lyrics real quick? I'm actually gonna say it real quick. Can you put this up? And I'm gonna show you guys witchcraft.
Yeah, but us ladies don't need a lesson on lyrics. We know it. We know what it is.
Ma'am,
We just know what it is.
On that. I agree with sis on that. I think
okay.
This
This might be
wet ass pussy. You made your point. We don't
okay.
need
This might be this might be risky. Real quick.
But
It was number one. It was number one. The BBC. It was number 5 on the billboards in terms of the best songs of 2020. The 20 best songs of 2020 was number 2. This is still the Billboard. Number 3, the top 25. Los Angeles Times had it at 1. I'm sorry. Complex had it at 1. Rolling Stone had it at 1 and 93. And Time Magazine had it at number 2. Tell me that ain't.
You talking about WAP?
Yep, WAP.
Yeah.
That's witchcraft.
Okay.
One of my go ahead, Dana.
You go ahead, Ham. Go ahead.
No, because it was just on that point. One of the questions I had, I actually ran it by my wife, was should I forget the word I used, but should black women denounce or divest from the Glorrillas and the Cardi B's because of the conduct in which they show and the things that they rap about? That was one of my questions. Just to put it out there. And to be honest, I'm actually stunned by that. So I thought it was saying something. I thought it was saying what Asia was saying, but she's saying the hell with that nigga.
She said she just broke up. She not in a relationship.
Right.
After she broke up.
But I guess. But I guess what it is though, soon as she broke up, she went right to the club, found another man so quickly. I don't know if that's idea we want to perpetuate. But if you're saying that's okay.
No, I can go ahead, Asia. No, I can agree, Hamp, maybe that's not an idea that you want to perpetuate for the sake of the conversation. I don't agree with that, but for the sake of the conversation, sure. I'm not going to call that witchcraft ever, okay? And I'm not going to say that using Beyonce's song as the example of how black women are promiscuous and
let's use WAP then. Let's use WAP. Which one do you want to use?
I'm going to go ahead and finish my statement. Give me 1
second.
second.
Go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not going to say that wearing the makeup, the earrings, the tattoos, drinking alcohol, smoke, whatever. None of these things are witchcraft. So my point is that you just say these things blanketly and just throw them out, and there's no factual basis. These are all your opinions, and you're entitled to them. And I'm entitled to believe that your opinions are bullshit, and that's okay as long as we're respectful with one another. However, you can't just say that and make us try to think that it's factual. That's where my problem comes in. So we can agree that maybe you don't think that that's something that should be perpetuated. Say that. Don't say definitive at this point.
I'm not okay. Well, again, I'm not trying to. I was invited here, but this might be risky. I was asking questions about. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you ladies of anything. That's just my belief. And you say blanket statement. That's funny. When you're drinking alcohol, does that not alter your mental state? Does that not loosen your inhibitions? Have not a lot of women got blacked out, wasted, and then they woke up the next day and said rape? Am I missing something here?
Why is it black women though?
Yeah,
Whoa, I
white
didn't say
women
black
do the
women.
same
I didn't.
thing.
Whoa, take it easy. I didn't say black women. I said
Yes, you
women.
did. You said
No,
black women. You
wait
literally
a
said,
minute.
black
Okay,
women.
okay. Ma'am, you understand? I've been live streaming all day, so I'm a little tired.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that
Well, I've been drinking all day, so I
okay.
guess we in the same fucking boat.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that vulgarity in alcohol and weed smoking for women is a path to hell. And look at what happened. Let me see. This might be risky. Said this has been one of the best forms of entertainment I've seen in a long time. Thank you so much, Mike from Boston. All I'm saying is that I don't know if it's a blanket statement. Women who are righteous, women who are dressed righteously, they're not getting raped at clubs because they're drunk. Maybe what I'm saying is true. I don't know.
But what I'm saying, that's wrong. Number
How come
one.
Beyonce didn't write a
That's your
song about
opinion.
being in the library?
Is that
How
your
many-
opinion though?
How come she didn't write a song about being in the library?
Chaotic. Is that your
Wait a
opinion?
minute, Dana. Why didn't Beyonce write a song about being in the library?
I'm
It's
not
a-
Beyonce, sir. I don't.
Okay. The
I don't
club
have-
is a how many? Let me ask you a question. Every weekend there's a shooting, and possibly death at most clubs, black clubs across America. How many shootings are in libraries? So
Where are your facts? Where's the data?
There's
sir?
nothing
Like,
in that. Oh,
shootings.
you want to
Chaotic.
say
There's
facts?
school
Okay,
shooting in
I'm
schools.
going to bring up a
Where's
fact.
the
Hold
data?
on
Chaotic.
for a
You gotta
second.
come with it.
Hold on
You
for a
gotta come
second.
harder
Hold
than
on.
that. You gotta come harder than that. You
Oh,
can't
let-
just
Really
say it.
do.
Hold
Do
on
you-
for a second. Wait a minute. Let's do it. Can you do me a favor real quick? Can you do me a favor? This might be risky.
Mhm.
February 27, 2023. Two shot outside of a nightclub in Chicago. You want me to keep going? You want to keep doing this?
But that's
Yeah.
not the point. The point is
well,
people get
but
shot
ma'am,
at schools too. People get shot at gas stations.
People
So
get shot at
churches,
clubs. Okay,
mosques,
which one is a higher rate?
School shootings. That's black people. That's
right.
got black people written all over it. Like, what are we talking about?
You're
This might be
jumping
risky.
around. Yeah, you're jumping
This
around.
might be
on
risky.
that.
Yeah.
It ain't risky.
Would you
it's
feel more
weird.
safe being in a library or at a club, especially around a whole bunch of Negroes?
Say it one more time.
Would you feel more safe being at a library or at a club full of Negroes?
I'm not afraid of black people.
This might be
so
risky.
I'm
Give me a
more,
second.
I'm more
This might be
comfortable in
risky.
the club.
Let's be honest. This might be.
If we
this might be-
answer the question in terms of safety, the library is safer.
I thought so. Thank you.
I mean,
Schools
no,
are not even
No,
safer.
he has-
Schools
he
are
has-
not even safer. So I
Are
don't.
you-
I don't even know how that goes together. People's kids are getting shot in school by these crackers. So
well,
schools-
I think the point is, Mary, more people are getting shot outside urban environments and nightlife than the school shootings, right? If you look at Chicago, that on the weekend that he just named, 14 people were shot.
There's also mass murders by white people in churches, in at grocery stores, in on sidewalks.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
can, but
and that's
I
an
guess the
everyday
point is,
occurrence in every black neighborhood every day.
The point
Well,
is
you-
that it happens though. It's not
White
just
people kill white people every day too. It's a lot of white on white
Yeah.
crime that is reported.
yeah, but
There's
would you
all
say
kinds of
if
stuff going on.
600 black people were killed in Chicago, right? Isn't that triple the amount that were killed at the church or in Buffalo, or quadruple the amount even?
right. No, I agree with you. So it doesn't. So of course that has happened. We know Chicago right now is a war zone. We get that. But all I'm saying is, my point is, don't act like it's just specific to black people, because you keep on just. I honestly don't understand. Like, it's honestly that's very disheartening. Like, I kind of want to get off the podcast tonight because it's a downer
Well,
to
I
hear you
think-
talk so bad for now. You can't, but chaotic to
that's
talk
fine.
so bad about black people and are trying to get all these stats, and he still hasn't answered Dana's question yet about show her in a book or an article about how makeup is witchcraft and
No.
so by black women. So he's just all over the place in all honesty, and it's mainly towards denigrating black people. And there are school shootings that happen. Yes, you're laughing. Are you listening or are you laughing?
I'm looking at. I'm sorry. I'm looking at two different. I'm doing actual work right now, but I'm listening to you though. Go ahead.
Just
Go ahead,
looking at this. Yeah. So, so Asia, I think the term the well, one, we're on topic. I think that's the key. If you guys want to do a topic about what white people are doing in their conduct, we can do that, right? But we're having a conversation about the topic, right? So I don't want you to think that he going at it. That's what we asked. That's what we asked. That's the question. Now, when you talk about witchcraft, I think we're thinking of it as literal witchcraft. It's more being used colloquially, right? Music, the reason why we don't let our children listen to certain music is why? Because of the message. People perpetuate the messages. So now, if you take the songs into a young girl, if Beyonce says it, it's law. And so the definition of witchcraft is magic used for evil purposes. So as music is having us do bad things, right? If you use that term colloquially, like black people do with many terms, then it could be considered witchcraft because it manipulates people to do things that aren't necessarily good. Does that make sense?
That
That
makes sense, Camp. And had he said that, I would respect that. But that's not
I
what he said, and that's not. He's not using it colloquially. That's my point that I'm
Right. He
making.
did say that.
That's
I
Correct.
the
don't
point
Correct.
that
totally
I'm
agree
making.
with that either. We grew up listening to all kinds of music too. We grew up listening to music,
Yeah,
and the majority of us have made good decisions throughout our lives. So that doesn't happen like that.
yeah. I think
White
you just
people
you
listen
look
to
at.
rock and roll and satanic,
Mhm.
Ozzy Osbourne, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, and all the other ones, right? They
Marilyn
listen to
Manson.
Thank you, Marilyn Manson. Listen to all of that music, and so
Mhm.
their music also has them sacrificing animals and abusing themselves and
Mhm.
other people. So it's not just black music. Fine. And again, I don't agree. I don't subscribe to Cardi B. I really don't. So you can. I'm gonna throw that argument out the window because not a
Mhm.
lot of my generation does not.
Okay.
Nevertheless, the white people have their music as well, and so their music also impacts, and they definitely have witchcraft. Like they sit there and worship, literally say they worship Satan with their music. And so if we gonna talk about one, I think we talk about the other. I get you're saying it's about black women, but if he's gonna sit there and just talk about the black Negroes, and then he made all these references that were so offensive about how slavery probably wasn't as might not have been as bad as it was, and it's out of control to me.
Well,
Out of
well,
control.
let me ask a question. Do white people mostly kill white people? Right? It's because it's
Yes.
based on proximity largely, right? And
Yes.
so crime in black neighborhoods is black on black. So if you think it like that, things that are happening to black women, or excuse me, happening to black men, right? Whether it be domestic violence, we know a lot of men that have been killed over domestic disputes. Who is it involved with? Black women, largely, right? So I just don't know why we're dismissing that point. It makes common sense.
I
You
don't
you
think we
get hurt by the people in which you're around.
Yeah, we're not dismissing. I
Okay.
think we're just harping. Lots to be for me. I think I keep on wanting to bring out the other facts too because it was so down on black women, right? And the Negroes, as he put it. That's all. And so I feel like I got to sit there and be like, well, no, I gotta push back. Is all I'm saying because of the way
Yeah.
it was presented to me.
I
That's
can.
how I'm
Mhm.
taking it. So I have to be like, well, no, 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 because the whites have this litany of other things too. So that's why I feel like I have to. And I'll speak for myself. That's why I
Yeah.
feel it.
No, Asia, I think that's founded. I think that most of us on the panel tonight, because we didn't like it, we are pushing back and trying to make counterpoints. But if we really sit and listen, how many of his points have some credence to them?
I can't say the credence thing about Emmett Till might not have happened. I
I
can't.
understand. But
I'm not gonna sit there and have credence to, there weren't as many lynchings as been reported. I'm not gonna go and say slavery wasn't as bad as it's been purported to be. Like I cannot get with that.
mm,
Mm-mm.
yeah. I mean, capital punishment largely was lynching, right? You've seen gangs in New York. So gangs in New York is based loosely on, that history. And hanging is how people were put to death. You
Right.
see it in westerns all the time. They're not just making that up.
Right. No, I agree. But there
Mhm.
were a lot of innocent black people killed, men, women, and children that were lynched, right? That were innocent. And so that's problematic for me. And
Mhm.
so I get it. That was corporal punishment back then, but we were the higher majority of people that got that corporal punishment unjustly most of the time. And that's all. It's like it just to me, it's a slap in the face. And I will say this to my ancestors. Yes, I'm talking about ancestors. He'll shake his head and roll his eyes, but it's the truth. And to denigrate, how people believe. You have your opinions, I have my opinions. And so I think it's a slap in the face by some of the statements he's making to corroborate and support his narrative.
Well, this might be risky. Can I respond?
Yes, sir.
So what? You don't, black people don't really respect their ancestors. They don't really respect that culture. They pretend that they do, but they don't. If they did, the community would be a lot better. This woman, like most women, or like most people, have nothing to do with those people that were supposedly even lynched. I think it's appalling to a degree to keep acknowledging blacks of that year when you have little innocent boys and girls being killed by not innocent, but by stray bullets from drive-by shooting, gangbanging Negroes in Chicago and other cities. I've seen many little children killed at the hands of the little degenerate little nigglets in the community because they can't shoot right, so they end up shooting a kid at the playground. So to talk about a few ancestors that you have no idea what they were or who they were, that's fine. You can do that all you want. But me personally, I mean, I don't care. I've never have cared about that things in the past. And that's why I say worshiping the ancestors is dangerous because you're so in love with the ancestors. You're not in love with the current state of the black community now. That's what's really appalling to me. You're so in love with these people that you never even seen before. It's fascinating.
Who are you that you're referring to?
Well, what I'm saying is, it's this ancestor worship, Jezebel culture, of worshiping these ghosts. Why not worship the people who are here now?
I believe that we are. I believe
why not care? Why not care about the people who are dying now, like the little boy?
We do.
You know what? Negroes can name all these Negroes from back in the day, but can't name the little beautiful little 7-8-year-old boys and girls that are killed by stray bullets from dumb niggas. Can't name one.
But
they can talk about Thurgood goddamn Marshall.
No.
I mean, not Thurgood Marshall. I'm talking about Frederick Douglass. Sorry. Go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
Chaotic, much like the white man that you seem to love so much, who seems to believe that our history is not very recent. Our ancestors, honey, that's not just like people from hundreds of years ago who were lynched on trees. Our ancestors, that's one generation above our grandparents. I was alive and I know my great grandparents, and I know that the struggles that they went through. It's not so untouchable. It's not so far gone. It's not worship. We do know these people. We do have relationships with these people. We do have their cast iron skillets. We do, they're very tangible people to us. So it's not worship of them. It is acknowledgement that this is not that long ago, and the things that they suffered through and suffered for. These are very real stories that we've heard in person, one-on-one. Can we acknowledge that or not? Is that not a thing?
No, in my opinion, no.
All right, look up the definition of ancestor and then come back and talk to me.
Well, let me ask you a question. If we focus on things of the past, are we using that to propel us now? So what are we doing with this information?
This might be risky. How many times have you, I'm going to answer your question. And this is not really a question you should answer. How many times you yourself, sir, I have asked my panel questions about ancient Africans, African Americans who were in the sciences, mathematical field, etc. A nigga don't know any name, but for some reason they have this attachment towards Maya Angelou, who was a goddamn prostitute. This attachment to Harriet Tubman that may or may not have it, this woman that may or may not have existed. Because when you sit back and think about it, what woman is really going to walk 5 and 6 states over with an Elmer Fudd musket saving Negroes? We don't see that even now. But don't know anything about achievements from really blacks, from blacks who were great. How many times this might be risky? Hey, man, remember Black History Month? Every day of the month. Hey, Negro, ask, name me a black astronaut. I don't know that. 20 niggas to be on the panel.
Why do we
Name,
talk like that?
hold on for a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. This might be risky. How many times during Black History Month did I ask about black business owners, black this, black that? Niggas didn't know. So we have a selective picking and choosing of which people to revere in history. And that's another thing or another reason why I despise that ancestor worship. People were shocked at me, young ladies, when I told them, why are you worshiping Maya Angelou? She was a self-admitted prostitute. She was a goddamn hoe. But but black women on these campuses love her. That's the ancestor. I'm like, the ancestor?
So it's not ancestor worship. It's acknowledging and appreciating what they've done. So
what did she do? What did Maya Angelou do?
Let me be very clear about that. Secondly,
what did Maya Angelou do?
Secondly,
ma'am, what did she do?
Get my point across, because you've talked a lot, and I know Kim will scream at me again. I'll just log off if I have to. But no, I'm going to get my point across.
What did Maya Angelou do?
So it's not ancestor worship. It is acknowledging what she has done in her contributions.
What did she do?
If we're acknowledging what
Write
they've
some
done,
poetry,
then that's fine. Also, we are nowadays, currently, a lot of us are in the community making the community better. We are. But I get it. It doesn't feed your narrative. It does not feed your narrative that you want to say that, Negroes, and you sit there and you get this very stupid, not stupid, like you're being stupid, but it's like this very uneducated accent. I don't know that. Like that right there is denigrating to you're saying
that's how most blacks act.
But Negroes that you hang around. That Negroes you hang around.
No, ma'am, no, I do not.
Obviously, because I don't know people that talk like that. Chaotic. I don't know people that talk like that. I don't associate people like that.
What with that. Maya Angelou do, ma'am? Man, what did Maya Angelou do?
I'll answer your question. Maya Angelou, she wrote poetry, and the poetry that she. So, am I answer your question or roll your eyes? Come on now. You can't answer.
I'm quiet.
Answer.
Go ahead.
Condescending. So she wrote poetry, and that poetry spoke to the journey that a lot of women took, as Black women took. It spoke to us. It gave us empowerment. It gave us strength. And yeah, she was a prostitute. Okay. But she wasn't a prostitute when she died. Okay. We've all done things. She did that. Okay. And she changed her life around. So what? Like, you can't sit there and have her just stay in that place of being a prostitute for all of her life. Fine. She said it. But that doesn't mean that's who that defines her whole entire life, because she was a prostitute at a certain point in time. You even said yourself, you're a whole fuckboy when you're in your 20s. Does that define who you are as all the rest of your life? Because you were a fuckboy in your 20s? Probably not. Or it might, but it shouldn't.
Again, ma'am, I'm a man. I'm held to a certain level of responsibility that women are not, and that's the truth. So I can do certain things that women can't do. And secondly, Maya Angelou did nothing for Black people. There's no way in hell, man. Give me a second. Now, this might be risky. You're a father. Okay, and let's be honest, this might be risky. Could you imagine 30 years in the future, your grandchildren come to you, say, Granddad, come to my school. There's a lady who's going to be reading some books to us. You go to the school, on the thing it says Sari Marabella. And you say, God damn, I know that name. And it's Pinky. That's Pinky's real name. Now, for other men, we know who Pinky is. Could you imagine if you saw Pinky reading some damn children's book, and then people say, well, she did change her life around. Well, yeah, the bitch can't sell pussy no more. How old is she? 70 now? She's 70. Of course she can't. No, that's the problem with this whole looking back at the ancestors. That's how I saw Maya Angelou. Nothing more than a damn porn star who's reading some damn poetry. Heart goes the lark. Come on.
Bob with the $2 super chat says she wrote poetry. Wow. And she's saying that's not a super great achievement. Because in my mind, I was thinking, well, people do things that they regret and then they reform and change. When you gave me the context of Pinky, it would be hard for me to unsee Pinky as not being the porn star. But I don't know if Maya Angelou, we don't have the images.
This might be risky. What do you think Maya Angelou was doing in those damn hoe houses she talked about being in? What do you think she was doing? You think she was playing chess with the people? Come on, man. Stop.
Just
Why are
saying
we?
that.
And this is what I'm saying. This worship of the ignorant aspects of blacks. You got the one woman who worked at NASA. She was a part of the goddamn team that did the mathematical equations to get on the goddamn moon. Nobody talks about Katherine Johnson.
That's not
Black
true.
woman,
The maybe
black
like
woman,
you don't hang
that
around.
black you act love you. You're intelligent, but you know if you ask the average black person who Katherine Johnson is, they'll look at you like, duh. This woman was a part of
that's
a
not true.
team. This woman was a part
They
of
made
a
a
team of
movie out
black
of her.
people.
They made a movie out of her. A lot of people know who she is because
They
made a
know
movie
now
out of her.
because they know now, man. But they didn't know who Katherine Johnson was at first.
Okay,
Ma'am.
we know now. So now what? But we know
Okay.
now. We know today. So now
Okay,
what?
we know now. But what I'm saying is, ma'am, is that black people have this worship of just the ignorant aspects of black culture.
You call it worship. I call it appreciation, acknowledgement. Like you're using this word, using that inflammatory word worship because it's like idolization. It is not an idolization. It is merely an appreciation and acknowledgement of their contributions. But
And
you're
along
using.
those, go ahead, sorry. And along
Hey,
those lines,
can you highlight
you're not
Ivan's
worshiping
comment?
white culture, but you also worship white culture.
Of course, look at their culture. These people, of course, look at their
the
achievements.
same way, it's my opinion,
Look at
chaotic.
their achievements.
Chaotic. This is just my opinion. I can name a lot of black achievements. It's my opinion.
Whose comment?
What'd you say?
Dana,
No,
name Dana.
go ahead.
Other than a fishing boat and some peanut butter, what are the black accomplishments?
Bye.
Well,
This
I
might be
think,
risky. Is that not a legitimate question? This might be risky. Is that not
well, I
a
think-
legitimate
Aren't
question?
you the history major? You say you study history. What are
Wait,
they? Did you study?
You just said that black people have achievements. What are they?
I'm saying,
I
did
didn't
you
say
study
that.
history?
None.
Sis,
None.
you just
Black
said
people
that.
ain't never achieved shit ever.
Did they
None.
build a
We have none.
goddamn
But that
space
white
station?
man, but
Did
that
they
white
build the
man
space-
and that white
did
woman
they-
with her silky white skin, goddamn.
So
This might be
so
Did she
let
just- go ahead, go
Right,
ahead.
they just paved
Well-
the way for this nigga. That's what they did. Them
Well-
white is who paved.
Yes, to a degree, yes. Yes.
Hamp, you agree with that? Hamp, do you agree
So
with
let me say this. In terms of achievements and people from back in the day, the only ones that we largely know as a people are the ones that are highlighted. Like we just admitted, we only know because of the movie, right? How many of our people who actually did something do we even research, study, understand? Right? We know Martin, Malcolm, and some people know Medgar, right? And we know it's a gentleman they made the last movie about he led the rebellion that didn't do very well in Virginia. Nat Turner, right? But what about Denmark VC and Gabriel Prosser? We don't go deep enough. So we only know what they present to us, right? For instance, do we know the first black astronaut? I feel like that's something we should probably know. But I know I'm an Omega, so I know who he is. But would I have known if they didn't ingrain that into us?
Well, now this might be risky. Now, wait a minute. Now, technically, he was a
No.
black Cuban.
Oh,
Technically, he was a black Cuban that was the first black. But in the interest of the conversation, yes, it was a
Yeah.
black
But here's
American.
the difference-
Ronald
the difference
McNair
between
is who
what
we
you're saying-
right.
The difference is
No, not
between
Ronald
what you're
McNair.
saying
No,
is that
he was.
Yeah.
You're saying that we should know more about our own history. He's
Well,
saying,
the point.
he's saying
sorry.
we don't have no history because we don't accomplish shit.
Right,
That's the difference.
exactly.
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
That's
Chaotic,
the
are you saying which one are you saying, Cat? We don't take the time to know or we didn't do shit?
We don't take the time to revere.
That ain't what the fuck you said.
Yeah,
That's not what
that's
he
what he
said. That is not what he said.
Nah,
That's
nigga.
not what he said.
He said we ain't do nothing that make it better or some shit like
no,
that.
You said what have black
I
people
said that
accomplished? And that
we
wasn't to
don't
challenge
take-
me. That was to challenge the entire race. That's
Ma'am.
cap. That's bullshit.
Ma'am.
I'm not rolling.
Right, I'm not going with that. That's exactly
Right,
what he said.
I
No,
heard what I said, but if I misheard, let me get this super chat real quick. Roz Girl with the $5 super chat says, "My Angelou was a black queen."
Hey, if she's a black queen, Ross girl, so is Cherokee Diaz.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
So
that.
chaotic, clear that up.
Yo.
Are you saying what they're saying? Or are you saying what I thought I heard?
Okay, hear me out.
Uh-oh.
Have
put him
black
in the
people
bathroom.
have black people been a part of achievements throughout history? Sure. Why not? But all I'm saying is that why is that not talked about at a high level? This might be risky. You've come to my panel multiple times. Every time I talk about a black scientist, a black something, and nobody knows, but they know about some damn downtrodden slave. That am I lying, sir?
That's not true. That's not true. That's not what
Sir,
you just
ma'am.
said.
I'm talking to this might be
Sir.
risky. I'm not talking to you. I'm
Dana,
talking to
he's
this
just
might
I'm
be
saying.
talking to you. You're discrediting everything that you just
No,
said.
no, no.
He's
He's
whether or not
saying.
those things existed, whether they even happened. Ham.
Dana, no, he was saying on his panel when he inquires about these things, the black and brown people that come up there often don't know or don't have an answer. He's saying his panel, so you could maybe it's just anecdotal based on who watches him or comes to his channel, but that's been his experience.
I feel you, but can we also just acknowledge that he questioned the existence or the accomplishments of people like Harriet Tubman, the suffrage of Emmett Till, slavery as a whole? Like,
damn, is it possible?
You guys,
Dana,
come on, Ham.
Dana, is it Dana? Wait. So
Dana,
can I ask you a question?
It's not that we don't know our history. You saying we don't have no fucking history because these nigglets and these Negroes don't know how to do shit but juggle watermelons.
That is what he said. That's what he said.
I never mentioned watermelon.
Are we serious right now? This is nuts. I'm muting myself. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go on. Dana, can I ask you a question? When the Africans were supposedly bought over on those boats, can I just ask you a question? What did they drink?
Dana?
I'm not. You're not going to bait me into this. But go ahead. Make your point. Go ahead and make your point. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm not going to answer that. Go ahead.
The reason why I asked you this question is because that question is really not ever asked. I think that the problem with black people in history is that we don't critically think about historical accounts. Other people really do. You have to ask yourself, why are these people constantly lying to you, possibly, and telling you that hundreds of Africans were in these boats? Well, if you think about logistics, what did all these people eat on a daily basis? It takes months to get to the New World. What did they drink? They didn't drink the ma'am. They drink what water?
They were assets. You think they didn't want to keep their assets alive? This was money. This was about
Dana,
money.
what did they drink?
Pee. Oh, what are you getting at? Is that what they drank?
I don't know.
He's not getting at anything.
What did hundreds of these people drink?
He's saying that the story that they created, the narrative that they created. Now, I'm not big on history. I don't really care on that part of side of history much. I'm not into it. But with all the people stacked on the boats and things like that, supposedly they were drinking each other's piss because I thought they were laying there. Now, what he's saying is the fact that because it takes so long to travel, how are all these people? How is it that narrative and all these people are still surviving to make it that far of a travel, surviving off of just piss? So I get where he's saying in regards to,
but more importantly, he's just throwing stuff out there for what? Because you have opinions, right?
A lot of them died, though. It's a known fact. A lot of them died. A lot of them.
What did the Africans drink? You think they just drank piss for 7 to 8 weeks at sea?
So what's your point? Are you saying that it didn't happen? Like, what's your point?
I am saying that everything needs to be studied and everything needs to be looked at through the lens of a critical mind.
Did you study it?
They didn't drink. I did. They did. Okay. It has everything to do with the whole ancestor thing. Everything about the past may not be what it really was. All I'm saying is that you got to start asking questions. They didn't drink the salt water. What did they eat at sea? Nobody ever talks about that. What did they really eat? That's a good question. What did they eat?
Are we serious right now? Are we really doing this?
What did they eat?
Am I in the fucking Twilight Zone? This is crazy.
Ma'am, what did they eat?
This is Twilight Zone tonight, Dana. It is.
Are you saying that we just need to study more overall as a people?
Yes, that's all I was saying. Yes, thank you, ma'am.
All right. I kind of agree with you.
I just don't believe that blacks were just so downtrodden and oppressed. I just don't believe that. I don't think that our ancestors were getting punked out like that. I'm sorry. I
have a question for you, Kara, because you did the research. You said you did the research.
I have a degree in African studies. I have a underwater basket weaving degree. Yes.
So what did your research tell you, did it not happen or it did happen?
The way that I have concluded, and I wrote papers on this, is that slavery has been largely over exaggerated.
But
The
did it
entire
happen?
Yes, there was slavery because slavery has always been a part of human history. There is slavery going on right now. There is oppression going on right now.
Were there
Are you?
Africans that were taken from Africa and brought here to the United States or at the new
I
land?
believe. Listen, now this is what I believe. I believe that a lot of the Africans voluntarily came to the New World. Now I'm gonna tell you why. Hear me out for a minute. Just hear me out. The Negroes in Africa were tribalistic. Even to this day, they're tribalistic. They have all these languages. Even in Nigeria, it's hundreds of different languages. They never got along. Somebody came along, in my opinion, and said, hey, there is better opportunity in the new world. This new world has resources, it has open land, etc. You won't have to be around your neighbors. Just like how blacks are now. Black people don't like living around each other now.
Okay,
So,
so
so what I'm saying is it possible that the Africans, hear me out, that large numbers
I'm
of
laughing
Africans,
because I live in Baltimore, but go ahead.
is it possible that large numbers of Africans willingly came to the New World? That's all I'm saying.
okay, that's fine. So that's fine. So they willingly came over on a ship. Okay, fine. Let's follow.
I didn't say that. I said I'm just asking a question. But go ahead.
I'm asking about the research that you found out. But anyway, I just want a straight answer from your research that you did because you've done the research. You're educated. You've done the work, and from the research and the work that you have done, you have discovered because you read books and more books than we did. And some of them voluntarily came over. So when they came over here, they got tricked like, gotcha, fool. And then they were made into slaves, or were they like, here you go. We didn't lie to you. Here is a Shangri-La, and here's your new land.
Can I answer your question?
Please.
Just like how today black people love working for white people, I believe that black people were the same hundreds of years ago. They, by nature, they love working for whitey. The white men had opportunities for them. And you know how? How many stories did you hear growing up that the slaves bought themselves out of slavery? Well, how can you buy yourself out of slavery if you're a slave, right? And not getting paid? Is it just logical to assume that some slaves, in fact, were getting paid? Is it logical to assume that, hey, maybe just like today when people say I'm working hard for the boss man, I'm working hard, they working me like a slave? Is it possible that the slaves or the people back then were saying the same thing and just through a game of telephone, people interpreted it as, oh man, that's a slave? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I was only born in 1984. I have no idea. But what I do know is patterns right now. And what I can tell you is black people now love whitey and love working for white people. They love everything white. So is it logical to assume that the dumb Africans who were living in the Stone Age were the same way? That's all I'm saying.
And it's
This
funny
might be risky. I talk about this all the time.
15 minutes ago, you sat there and said the white people have such a rich, wonderful history and they invented all these things. So you kind of subscribe to that whole whitey is right.
You do. You're on it right now. You're on the computer right now. Who do you think ushered in the computer age? Niggas? It was white. How do you think your Wi-Fi works? You ain't driving a donkey, ma'am. Stop.
So
This
he's saying
white man,
we. Because he's saying, oh, so you saying we.
this white man is
Okay.
the reason why you're able to drive your
All
car.
right. Is
Fly
there
on plane.
another question?
I just like to say I don't enjoy working for the white man. Okay.
But you do though. Why don't you go
I
to
do.
Africa? Yeah, but why don't you move to Africa?
No, I'm gonna establish myself here and work.
But
for
there's a lot of
myself.
there's a lot of black companies in America. I can name like 100 of them right now if you want me to.
Nah, Tay, be grateful for that white man.
No,
I'm good on that. I'm good
my
on
fraternity, my fraternity brother. This might be risky. You already know who I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Vista Equity Partners, Robert F. Smith. He manages $80 billion in assets. See, black people own stuff in America. Why don't you work for black people?
I don't want to work for anyone. Oh, that was I don't want to work for anyone. I'm going to work for myself. But
Okay.
I appreciate the stats.
Do you work for your frat brother?
No, I work for myself. I don't like working for people. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Can I also ask which fraternity you're in? Is
Oh,
it
come
black?
on. Come on. I'm part of the greatest fraternity on the planet. I'm an alpha. Come on. We already know that. Stop.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Damn. I feel like I'm just there's a lot of information. Some of it could be misinformation. Um have you guys ever had those curiosities? Like how did because it's said that 100 million may have died during the slave trade. That sounds like a lot of people. How did they get them over here? Where pitch that, right? And I
This,
guess boat, so I assume you can throw it off, right? But like, how did they feed them? How large were these ships? Where did these ships come from? Have you
this
guys
might be,
ever had that curiosity?
this
Go
might
ahead.
be risky.
Yeah. So
I
So-
have, just like the Bible.
Yeah.
I question
Right.
all of that.
Yes.
Just like I
yes,
question
Exactly
all those
that.
things are questioned. We're not
Exactly
we are
that.
very analytical thinkers. It's just, again, I wouldn't sit there and say it wasn't as bad, because owning another human being is bad. Is You can't ever make that a light thing, owning another human being. So that's where yes, I've thought about it. We've all sat there and said we thought about it on the panel. Like, well, how did that just happen? How did that happen? But the ultimate truth still lies in the fact that it was a horrible, disgusting way of living. And you can't, and well, you can do what you want to do. Obviously, you have been, but I'm not going to subscribe and sit there and say it wasn't as bad as it's been made out to believe, because it is a horrible thing to be owned by another human being, to have been sold off, to not have a right to go in and to have freedom to do whatever you wanted to do. So I'm done. Never mind. You must want to talk. I'm good. I'm done.
This might be risky.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid growing up, it was almost as if you would have thought that the white man was running around the interior of Africa with big ass nets taking black people. Like, literally, that's what we thought when we were kids. They're like, the white man was just running around with nets. When in fact, that slavery existed in Africa. The Dahomey tribe was major slavers.
We know that too.
Yeah. But like I said before, I just don't, in my opinion, I just don't believe that it was that bad. I just don't. Because if it was that bad, why would you want to live here if these people were that damn bad? Why not just move to one of the 60 African countries?
Yeah, but why do you
black-
sound like you're guessing and you have these opinions with no facts behind them? You studied history, no? I don't get where you're coming from. You went to school, you paid for your degree, you have African American studies background, right? You have that background, but you have
Underwater basket weaving.
You're not
Underwater
are you an educator or no? I'm
I
confused.
used to I believe it or not, I used to teach in the inner city public schools. It was an absolute nightmare. I would say that if any black man ever decides to teach, I would literally say that the black man should start off at $250,000. Teaching black children is like teaching monkeys, or herding cats, one of the two.
Them having to listen to somebody like you, I can see why.
Well, I mean, but say what you want to say, man. But say what you want to say. But you and I both know that you go to any.
I know a lot of black men teachers that
Name me the school.
love the difference that they
name me the school right now.
No.
I don't want to name the school they work at.
And I bet you it's at the bottom in terms of the state report card. Bet you.
I need you to answer why you have no answers and you're not educating anyone and you're just saying you're guessing. I'm confused. What are you saying? You haven't said a word. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I have nothing to take home from the last hour of you talking. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something to hold on to because you're the educator. You got this degree. This is your background. You've said nothing. But instead, you flipped it and you put down the black students you were teaching. That's a reflection on your teaching. That was a reflection on you. Just so you know.
Say what you want, but all you gotta do is go into any black school and see how the kids are acting. They're acting like goddamn fools. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Come on, stop, man. Stop.
So let me read a couple super chats real quick. Mike Brown with a $5 super chat says, "White girl got him from the beginning. They still recovering." I think he talking about that initial topic. Kind of threw y'all off y'all square.
Do you see Mike Brown's picture? Mike Brown need to go somewhere. But we appreciate the super chats, Mike. But you shit.
Ask Abe with the $2 super chat. To whom have you entrusted your learning? I'm not sure who that question was posed.
That was to me. That was to me.
Yeah. So sis, what topic are you looking for some gems to walk away with? Maybe you can get clarity on a specific point.
I mean,
because go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to say I had to be candid. I feel like we responded in large part emotionally tonight.
Well,
if we were, my bad, I did pause for a while. But if we are responding emotionally, how much are we consuming? And then what are rebuttals? What are they based on? Right? Because kind of the same question you asking, sis. Right? Our rebuttals, are they founded in truth, or are they just based on how we're feeling at the time, based on what we're hearing?
I think he opened up this dialogue by provoking and evoking certain things by saying the white woman is an angel to 6 black women. So I don't think he wasn't looking for no type of emotional response. That would be stupid. That would be asinine. That doesn't make sense. He didn't share anything from his history. I don't know what school you went to, Chaotic, but you weren't able to give us anything. Instead you posed a bunch of questions. Do we think what were they drinking? Tell us what they were drinking. That's all I'm saying.
You're the ones who said that existed.
They didn't learn anything, them kids. If you don't know, what did you teach them?
Well, you can't teach animals who are just jumping on desks acting a fool all day coming to school.
Wow.
Weed. I mean, what are we talking about here? Why are we pretending? Why are we pretending that these kids are goddamn angels? Stop it.
Why are you
in Baltimore schools, please?
Animals?
Oh, they're love.
Right, you're calling
Why are we pretending that they're not
animals? You're calling people
animals.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're disgusting. Let me go. Never mind.
Okay.
Listen. See, listen.
This might be risky. I taught in these schools, and I can't call them what they are. Most of those kids were goddamn animals.
But if I was to sit there and just start throwing insults at you, I would be checked.
Have at it. You can call me all you want.
But you sound crazy. But the thing about it is that's so uneducated thing to do, though. Like, is there no other way you could describe them besides animals?
No, because it's somebody that doesn't have children of his own
or an educated vocabulary. Like, come on, man. Animals.
He didn't come across a woman that has been willing to bear his children. So that's where that could be from. So he doesn't know how it really goes parenting. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
So are we saying, so how do you guys describe some of the inner city schools?
I'm gonna be honest. These kids bad as hell. I live in Maryland. I work in DC, and I'm sir, calm down, okay, now, because you said some things that moved me tonight. But in that aspect, I do agree. Like, kids are bad as hell, and I ride the train, thankful that I don't have to deal with it. And now, if they were mine, they wouldn't be acting like that. But I just think it's a problem. It's a huge problem. But I don't really think that it's nice to call them names.
Yeah, and the name is triggering, right? But when you look at the statistics and you look at the crime and you look at the ages of did you guys see in Florida, the little boy, 17 and 12, killed 5 little kids? Was it 4, 3 or 5? 5 little kids.
This might be risky.
Go ahead.
First of all, you're a great host, by the way.
I appreciate you.
Remember the few episodes I said when I was in school teaching, and when the kids were acting a goddamn fool, it was nothing better than to say, "You dumb niggas. The Jews are acting good in their school, and you little monkeys are acting." For some reason, they wanted to do their work afterward. They said, "CT, Mr. CT, what?" For some reason, they were doing math all of a sudden. They were studious all of a sudden, and that's what's lacking in a lot of these schools. You gotta talk to them like what they are. See, they don't respect that nice shit. These are little monkeys. You gotta almost beat them. That's what the problem is with these schools. Is all these liberal women in there. Love is risky. All these liberal women in there being nice to them. Fuck that. You're a damn little nigga. Close the door. See, that's shocking to a kid. And it corrects their
trauma.
and
And it causes
them.
trauma.
The trauma is you being nice to them.
Okay.
See, these are little black kids. They're 2 or 3 generations away from being Stone Age spear chuckers. Look, 4 or 5 generations ago, their ancestors were living in the goddamn mud. That's in Africa. You gotta treat them like what they are. You gotta correct their primitive behavior. You little monkey.
Have to do that. Talking to them like that.
Yes,
it's called no.
See, that's why I'm not going to these schools with y'all women there. I can't do it.
It's called being assertive. The thing about it, and a lot of people miss that now when it comes to parents, teachers, whoever. Explain to these children what they're doing wrong. Y'all like to force some kind of thing with no explanation. Explain to these children what they're doing wrong and how can it affect them. But no, everybody want to act like they want to put their foot down without even giving a chance to explain to these children. You don't know where these children come from. You don't know what they got to deal with when they come from home.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? And the last thing they want to do is go to fuck the school and be called a monkey by somebody who is trying to go somewhere and feel safe. Are you fucking kidding me?
Ma'am, I was a teacher for years. I'm telling you.
I wish somebody would talk to my fucking child like that. I wish somebody to fuck with.
Why would you even have them in that hellhole in the get-go?
For somebody to call your child a fucking monkey. I can't wait.
Ma'am, I am a man. I am telling you what worked even when I was in school. When those old school black male teachers in the 90s used to close that door and having all these little niggas touch every wall in the room. Didn't I tell you to? And the kid, all of a sudden, he'll be good for 2 or 3 weeks. These schools are out of control because of you women. And I'm being personal now with women on the panel. Because of you women. You cannot talk to those kids like that. You gotta be brutal with them. They're little nigglets. I'm telling you.
No, the lack of strong men.
This might be risky. Now you see why I said that you gotta pay black men $250,000 a year. You gotta deal with women like this. This is what I had to deal with when I was teaching. I used to be in these meetings and women like this.
We're letting you speak.
Love is risky, particularly. They be looking at me like I'm crazy. They thought I was crazy, and I said no. When I caught them niggas, they turned into Einstein because it was so shocking to them. You dumb niggas.
It wasn't shocking. It was fear. It wasn't
no,
shocking.
It wasn't.
That's what it was. It was fear. It wasn't shocking. It wasn't shocking. Like, let's be real.
You don't get it. They don't get it.
Foster homes.
You don't get it. This might be risky.
How I don't get it? If I work with kids as well, but I also have kids. You don't know what it's like to parent.
In terms of anecdotal experience, and then you guys maybe could dismiss this because it's a sport, but I coach high school football, right? And the school's big, 5,000 kids. You get 10 D1 kids a year. And then the school is 99% black. So you can ask the kids, ask the other coaches. I'm the hardest on the kids. Yes. I curse them out. I don't play with them, right? But they're the most disciplined. They listen to everything I say, and they respect me. And if you ask them now today, the kids that are about to graduate college that I coached, I'm probably top favorite coach, right? Because it was real accountability. And I do old school, grab them by their helmet, throw them around, suspend them if they didn't say sir for, a quarter or a half, right? Didn't let them walk, couldn't put their hands on their hips, right? Tell them that they at-home life was the reason why they need to play harder and do well in school because they at-home life ain't shit. And I used to say that like verbatim to. So now my fear is the answers, because you guys been trying to answer as I've been talking. I just hope that you're hearing everything I'm saying. So again, you could dismiss it because it's football. But I was that way with those kids, and I was the most effective coach with discipline and getting technique and things of that nature to kind of resonate with them.
So there's one thing to be said about discipline and structure, and there's another to be said about calling kids names and bringing them down. That's the difference. You didn't say I called them nigger this, monkey this, niglet that. I've worked in detention centers. I understand that children love structure. I was a CPS social worker. I know what's in the inner city. I also know that as a mom of a young Black man, I'm going to pay the higher cost of living because I'm not sending my son to a school in the inner city. So some of the stuff that he's saying for shock value, I get it. But there's a way to approach things. No, if you calling my son a little niglet, I'm coming to the school. And now you're going to have to deal with the Black bitch, the Black witch.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See,
let me read. Hold on, Kat. Let me read this real quick. E.ca, he been here the whole time. Shout out. $7 super chat. Talk to most inner city teachers, and they will tell you that the single mothers are difficult to deal with versus the fathers. That's half their battle.
First of all, the fathers ain't there, so he lied. Ain't no fathers there if they're single Black mothers. That doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. And Hamp, you were referring to being a coach. Also, too, back in high school, them white coaches and all from high school, all from midget football, they talk the same darn way. Did they reach you sometime? No. Did they reach you other times? Yeah, maybe.
Listen, I'm not saying you can dismiss it if you want.
All I'm saying is that
I made it's very distinct differently though. 99% Black, 5,000 kids. They coming from real inner cities, right? And I was able to impact them differently based on my approach.
My point is the white coaches used to talk to the white kids the same way, and it's the same thing. So they're not little niggas and monkeys. So that's just a style of the way you do
I see what you're saying.
Stuff like that. Teachers in football and sports and
that's how they talk to the kids. Along those lines, also, Hamp, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sis. Along those lines, Hamp, when you're talking about coaching and the example that you just gave, and you're talking to these young men a certain way because you see something in them, you want them to come out better than their circumstances are. You believe in their value as men, as Black men, as human beings, as all of that. Chaotic ain't talking none of that shit. He's degrading Black people, Black women, Black children as a whole. You're not worth anything. You're not worth respect. You're nothing but, he said, you're 2 steps away from being primitive. That's not the same conversation. That's not the same encouragement. That's not the same approach that you're taking when we're talking about coaching. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not dismissing it by any stretch of the imagination, but he truly, to his core, believes that certain groups of Black people in particular are not worth a damn, and they're not worth anybody's time of day because you are less than whomever.
I see what you're saying. That's
hold
fair.
on for a second. This might be
let me read these 2 super chats, okay, and then you could go. So this one, I'm not sure who they're talking to, but I can't say the F word, but it rhymes with maggot, wimp, simp, and then E clarified the statement again. The fathers that are involved are easier to deal with than single mothers. Most inner city teachers will tell you this. Go ahead, Chaotic.
This might be risky.
Yo.
Now you see why I say some of the things that I say about teaching. Just listen to these women. They can't bust a grape with I don't know what that saying is. Listen to how idiotic the feminist energy sounds. They're telling men how to deal with boys. Can you imagine how crazy this is? Witchcraft. What is wrong with me saying, hey, you little spear chuckers? That's what your ancestors were doing, acting like damn fools. Am I lying? What were their ancestors doing 500 years ago in Africa? Weren't they not spear chuckers?
Ancestors? Wait a minute. Are we talking about ancestors?
Wait a minute.
That's ancestors.
You are worshiping.
Wow.
Okay. Let me talk. I know they've been drinking, so you know.
Now we're gonna allow the
shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that.
What is so wrong with me saying, hey, look, man, we've left that primitive nature behind. Yeah, you're acting like these hunter-gatherer ancestors of yours. What was wrong with me calling them spear chuckers? Am I lying? Were they not spear chuckers? Were their great grandfathers not hawking spears at each other and living in mud huts? Am I lying?
They were negotiating with the white man on the plantation.
I'm talking about 500 or 600 years ago. So what I'm saying is that when they hear that,
or some shit that we don't even know happened.
When they hear that this might be risky, and they get that picture in their mind, they look at how primitive that is and say, I don't want to be like that. I want to be studious. And that challenges them. When you call them a little niglet or a little nigger, See, what that does is, yes, it does hurt them. But see, now it's like, I'm not a nigga and I'm going to prove I'm not. That's what makes them work. See, love underscore is underscore risky. See, she loves doing IEPs and all that bullshit that you have to do. But see, don't you write IEPs, ma'am? Aren't you a teacher?
I am not.
Okay, you look like a teacher.
Really
But all
not.
I'm saying is that you have to do these things, man, because man, all that talking nice to them and coming up with little plans, and that's bullshit. You're dealing with a lot of they're animals a lot of the time, and a lot of times they will attack you. That's what I've noticed. No offense. See, y'all being nice. See, they'd be the first to attack. I worked at in Blue Cousin, my best friends in the chat. I worked at a behavioral at-risk behavioral like alternative school, right, for kids. It's like a last resort school. We had to we were trained to restrain the kids. Those nice teachers, particularly women, being nice to them, they would attack the women. Do you think that they would attack my crazy ass? You know why? I said, if you think about attacking me, one of us ain't going home. See, you got to put the fear in those little monkeys, black or white. You got to put the fear in them. You can't be nice to them. They'll rob you. They'll steal from you. They didn't bust my car windows. Blue Cousin to tell you here in the chat. They didn't bust my car windows. They didn't steal from me because I said, if you steal from me, I'm going to close the door and break your fucking hand. See, they didn't do that with me. You got to be crazy around these types of people. Look at Africa. When Idi Amin came into power, those people were on their best behavior. Then I'm pretty sure you guys don't know who Thomas Sankara is. He was a nice, benevolent leader in Burkina Faso. They killed him because he's too damn nice. You're dealing with niggas. You got to be brutal with niggas, especially the darker ones. That's the damn secret. BK, when you're on the train, right? Who are the more violent?
Say that. Please don't even respond to
How
him.
you treat your wife because she's a darker one? Is
that was ugly because your wife is dark skinned.
BK, when you're on the train, who are the more violent?
Violent.
Tell me, Nate, the darkies. Go ahead.
Hey, it's Tay, but to answer your
keep
question,
it real. Don't be afraid of them. Don't be afraid of them.
I'm not afraid of anyone. Let me speak. To answer your question, the black kids are usually the like roughest or whatever.
Which complexion of black is the worst?
The darker kids.
No.
Dang. But that's from again one person.
Hold on. Slow down for a second. One Beast with the $20 super chat. Ladies, Ellipsis, you miss his point because he triggers you. But his point is why we only have people we revere that the white system had told us was great. Where are the people we chose? So I guess that's the point. Like, we only know about the people they taught us about. Now, Tay, restate your point, and then before we just jump on it, why don't we let her land?
We were talking about the kids, right? Is that I answer your question? Chaotic?
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
I was in. I didn't get it clear. I just want to make sure that it's clearly answered.
I don't want the ladies to be mad at you, Tay.
No, that's fine. Whoever could be mad at me, but I would just like to say earlier, I was not saying be nice to them. I just said the name calling ain't nice. Now I will add to your point and say that my mother was a single mother. She beat my ass and she cussed me out almost every, when I wasn't doing right. Now that got me on the right path. She ain't had to worry about me as a kid because I had that type of what we call love now. Like she know how to say I love you now, but then that was how she showed love, and that was what was instilled in me is whipping my ass and being mean and cussing me out, whatever the case may be. So I will say that was effective for me, but I'm not, a black man raising a black boy either. You know what I mean? So to that point, I can say that it will be effective when it's done right. And Hamp, like you were saying, to your point, I think that's a great example for coaching because sometimes you have to be hard on kids. I'm not saying I condone the name calling and all of that stuff, but you do have to be hard on them in certain situations and provide certain structure that they may not be getting at home.
Now, Tay, because I'm trying to keep up with the super chats and whatnot. So darker complected kids are worse. Little niggas will rob you blind. So I think he building on that point. But do you agree that the darker kids were, did you say aggressive or violent?
Come on, man.
No, what was
This
the
might
From
be
what I
what was the?
see,
come on, man. Let's be honest, man.
But I'm saying, is
I
that
mean,
what you asked?
Of course is what I asked because she worked
And
around kids and she's been around them and she knows the difference.
and Tay, your answer was, I just want to be very clear.
my answer is yes. Based off what I see on the train, like they bad as hell. I see it every day. Like, damn, these badass kids, they bad.
But specifically the darker skinned ones, you seen them acting out more?
I mean, they all are bad. But to answer this question, yes, I have seen darker skinned kids acting up more.
Wow.
Light skin, but
Okay, let me.
I don't
No,
like
I
the
mean
colors.
it's an answer based on your experience, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
on our panel specifically, this one, we allow people to live in that truth that they see. So let me read the super chat, then let me get Isha. I think she raised her hand first. Asia, if you raise your hand, I think, and then Dana. So, E with the 279 super chat. Chaotic been cooking y'all all night. Chaotic, we need more of you in the community. Go ahead, E. Shout out to E. Appreciate you.
I just wanted to answer the question about the what complexion kids were the worst behaved. Now, I've worked in the school system. I've worked in detention center. And to be honest, it's been the little mixed kids with the little white moms and the black dads that you want to put on these little pedestals. They've been the true hellions.
Same. I definitely agree. From working in schools to working in group homes and all that, I can definitely agree.
I'm trying to. I don't know what I think about it. Anyway, go ahead, Dana.
Just really quickly, chaotic. What, because you are a Black man who grew up in Ohio, what separates you and your upbringing from being a little niglet, a little monkey as a child? Is it because I'm, if I can guess, and I'm just going to assume you're going to go straight to the single family, the single mom raising these kids or whatever. I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish. But what is it that separates you that makes you different? Were you ever a little niglet, monkey ass, spear chucking ass kid? Is that how you felt about yourself? Honestly.
Yeah, actually, I do. Even to this day, I talked, and this might be risky. Knows this too.
That is
I
lying.
have done episodes. I've done episodes on killing the, and this might be risky to tell you because he knows I'm not lying because I've said this. I've done many episodes about killing the inner nigger in you. The inner nigger is that no, seriously, it's that primitive urge. Blue Cousin, who's my best friend in the chat, he'll tell you. We call it nigger nucleic acid. And the darker you are, the worse you have it. Whenever you get upset, whenever you get angry, you got to remember you are 5 or 6 generations away from being a Stone Age person. Because that's what pretty much all of our ancestors really were, for the most part. Even white people were pretty much in the Stone Age up until like the 1300s. You got to destroy that primitive individual because we are going towards a new future technology. The you know, in 2 years. Are you guys familiar with the Artemis project? I didn't think so. They're going back to the moon, the Artemis project, and it's going to be a black guy. He's one of the mission specialists. We are becoming a more advanced human race, more tech savvy. With the introduction of Chat GPT, AI is going to really advance our knowledge and understanding of the universe. We can't go into this future with drama and beef and primitive shit. Gangs and all that nonsense, shooting dice and shit. And what I mean is that we're gonna have to leave a lot of that primitive shit behind. So whenever even when I get upset, I kill the inner nigger. I practice what is called stoicism. And I know a lot of you blacks don't watch Star Trek, but Spock was a Vulcan. And his alien race practiced stoicism or logic and reasoning. Other groups of people are better at this, like the Asian race, Japanese, Chinese. But the lesser races, like the black race, Hispanics, who are more prone to violence should really practice stoicism, being peaceful. So, yes, Dana, I will agree with you. I have recognized myself as an ape. Don't I call myself an ape almost every episode? This might be risky. Almost every episode.
Yeah.
I literally say I'm an ape, but I'm an ape who understands my existential nature in the universe. And I want to be a better human being. That's why I try to be as logical and reason or use reasoning around people, especially black people, because it's black people who get me the most upset with their behavior. But then I realized they're just primitive. You know, he littered because he's primitive. He just broke the law because he's primitive. He's still a Stone Age spear chucker, but he just happens to live in this advanced society. Oh, why did he just do that? Why did she just pop her ass and twerk? Oh, well, her ancient ancestors were doing it in Egypt. I did a 2-hour show on why do black women love dancing and twerking. I said, well, their ancient ancestors were dancing and twerking in ancient Egypt. I showed the hieroglyphs of black women just twerking their asses off. Did I not? It's in your DNA. Yeah. No, but seriously, it's in your DNA. That's why I don't get shocked when I'm at Walmart or at a mall and random black chicks just start dancing. They're not primitive. I mean, they are primitive, but they've been doing it for tens of thousands of years. It's just in their DNA. It's encoded in them, but they just haven't learned when to shut it off. And I think that a large numbers of whites and Asians have figured out how to shut off their primitive DNA. So that's it.
So everybody's primitive.
Of course. Some of us even look like cavemen. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor.
No, that's what I wanted to ask. So you believe that every race is primitive?
Yeah. Every race is primitive, but some races are better. Yeah, but not every. We're not equally primitive. Like the Japanese and Chinese are surely more superior than most human beings on the planet.
All right.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about it. Like, everybody can't be equal. I mean, come on, man. Come on, stop.
I didn't say everybody was equal, but I don't have a comment.
Yeah.
Do you have a dad? Did you grow up with a father?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, most of my friends did. But yeah. So yeah, I thank you so much, Rush. Positivity is coming your way. And yes. So yes, I have referred to myself as a monkey or an ape. I even kind of look like a little chimpanzee, don't I? We sit back and no, I'm serious. So
I would never insult you like that, black brother.
No, but seriously, that's what we are. We're great apes. That's what science says. We're great apes, at least what I believe. So what I'm saying is that even with the darker skinned people, they're closer to the primitive state. So that's why when Tay is on the train, she's looking at these little niglets and observing them like a National Geographic scene. She says, you know what? The darker kids act like them. They act more aggressive than the lighter ones. I've noticed that. So I don't know why, but it's,
Yeah. Damn. So I've heard it said that light-skinned niggas are soft.
I don't know about that one.
Well, no, but I've heard that said, though, numerous times, right? Light-skinned pretty boys, soft. And you saying this, right? And I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just thinking about things I've heard where we say light-skinned niggas is soft. So by nature of that statement, does that give this more credence?
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, like I said before, most of my friends are for some reason lighter complected. But what I've noticed is that they tend to be more peaceful. Now, do some of my friends have hands? Oh, absolutely. This might be risky. Did you see that episode when I interviewed my one friend who was a mortgage banker?
No.
His name was Jelani. He's super light. Got them hands. But see, when he was in college, people thought that he was light, and people thought that he was soft, and he would give people them hands. So what I'm saying is that yes, I don't know why lighter is generally perceived as being softer, but lighter may also give people an advantage in society. I don't know. But anyway, guys, go ahead, guys.
No, it's interesting. I haven't said this all show. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. If you did not hit the like button, by all means, please hit it right now. This has been a very interesting and intriguing conversation to me. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, Tay, when you're on the train, how do you avoid? Do you just avoid eye contact with them, or do you get to like the cart with the operator on the cart?
No, I don't avoid them. I mean, it's hard to because they just, they come in and
Hmm.
out. So
Yeah.
no, I don't avoid them. I just, keep to myself, make sure ain't nobody over in my area.
Okay.
The train. I thought you said you work for yourself. What are you
I
saying?
take I take the metro. So I work for the government 9 to 5, but I
Oh,
work for myself 5 to 9.
That's a lot of working.
Yes, it
Damn.
is.
And but I just the topic. I think we hit a couple different things. I think this would behoove us to really rewind it and watch it again and hear the points. If we disagree, still fine. But let's see if we can get some counters that are less emotional and more logical and more based on fact. I think that's how we learn and grow the most. I'm not saying that some of the responses weren't great, but I feel like we got triggered in the beginning, and then I don't know if we got out of that state. I could be wrong. I'm gonna watch it again. I could be totally wrong. But
This might be
just
risky.
go ahead.
When you were in college, sir, let's be honest. You had more fun at the white fraternity parties, didn't you? Let's
No,
be honest. Nah, come on.
no, yeah, but okay, I got a different experience though.
Free kegs. You go to Alpha House, Q House.
No,
You got to ask to go into the fridge.
no, no. I don't. No,
All right,
not at
draw the
all.
line.
Made.
Draw the line.
You made.
Nah, chaotic. Not at all. I never played beer pong. None of that corny shit. I don't like dogs. I don't like the kennel. None of that. So I frequent around black people. You're on mute if you're talking to me. Um, yeah, I'm a Q, Ivy. So nah. White people parties suck for sure. Matter of fact.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right. So let's just get into it. Ain't no need to tiptoe. I think chaotic, based on what I was reading, our conversations, the number one thing seemed to be the fellas need clarity on a Caucasian woman being the better option.
You want me to go with that, or?
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean, my God, this might be risky. Not to sound like a broken record, man, but when it comes to behavior, I tell a lot of when I was teaching, I used to tell my young students, and I tell a lot of black dudes, divest for your own peace and security. White women tend to be more pleasant to be around, and I gave evidence of that last night through experiences, and I will say it yesterday, I'll say it today, and say it tomorrow, man. It's like being in heaven when you are around these white women, when you're out in public with them, when you see them, when they're out and about. They're not loud, they're not yelling and cursing out their kids, they don't have that sassy attitude. Let's be honest, man. And I keep on saying it, the darker the woman, the more aggressive they are. I made videos about this on the Beef Network, man.
Chaotic.
Go ahead, sir.
Just to bring a little context around it. Do you remember the video in which they were on the subway in New York City, and the black guy was kind of getting on that man, that white guy, and his his wife?
Well, it's a part of I made a video. Remember, I made a video about that.
Okay.
Yeah. What about?
Yeah. So remember how the mom was counting down with the child? Did y'all see that video?
Yeah.
Did you guys see it?
Yeah.
Well, so the black dude was berating the husband more so, but in front of his wife and child. And the wife was like had the child in her eyes saying count from 1 to 10 back to 100. So based on your premise, chaotic, how would that have went if that was a black couple, you think?
Well, first of all, let's be honest. If it would have been a black couple, I don't know, man. That's hard to. I mean, it depends on what kind of black couple it would. It depends on the type of black couple.
Hey, let's say for the hypothetical, they from the Bronx. No offense, Chef.
It would have been a fight. cursing out session, get the F away from me. But with all, I can understand the situation where you have to meet aggression sometimes with aggression.
Yeah.
So that's understandable if a woman or a man in that situation got aggressive with that savage. I mean, he's a degenerate, and I can understand somebody going into a fight or flight mode with that guy on that train. You
Okay.
know, and I'm really shocked no other men on the train pummeled that guy.
Yeah.
If I would have been a cop, I would have probably beat him within an inch of his life. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
You
And
just don't do stuff like that to people's children. Not at all. White
Around the
kids,
kid,
black kids, don't matter. Yeah, that was deplorable.
Mm-hmm. And so you feel a black woman in that situation would have handled it similarly to the white woman?
It depends if she was educated enough. I believe a lot of black women probably would have done that, but I think a lot of black women would have gotten aggressive or told the man, her significant other, to handle the situation. Definitely. Yeah, that's a very unique situation. That was like a curveball there. This might be risky. That was a curveball. That was a good one though.
No worries. Bub, you posted this question first when I said, "What did you guys want to discuss with Chaotic?"
Yeah.
So go ahead. You got the floor. Let me talk to that man.
All right. First things first. Chaotic, what's popping?
How you doing?
Good. I only know what I heard you touch on yesterday's show. So, and honestly, I don't really believe you. I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe you. First of all, you was kind of like all over the place, but the fact that you think that the Caucasian female is the better option, but you chose a melanated female, to spend the remaining of your life with, it's just like a contradiction. So I think everything you pretty much said is flawed. So let's get back into that.
Well, what's your question?
The question is, why did you choose a melanated female over of what you would consider a better option or the best option? So you took, from what you broke down yesterday, you chose the lesser option. No real man would choose the lesser option if there's a better option. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I will correct you, my good sir. As I said before, and I'll keep on saying it, I've done videos about it, and I've lived my life by this. Regardless of the black woman's attitude, I've always said that black women, particularly darker black women who are thin and with a symmetrical face and tall, are the most attractive women on the planet. I properly vetted my wife, just like most other women in my life that I've been with. I've gotten hood or street coochie from women. Of course, we all have as men. But when it comes to settling down, I grew up in a nuclear family. Most of my friends grew up in nuclear families. I've seen how women are. And whether they're black, purple, Asian, I don't know. If a woman is feminine and she also has the physical attributes, I'm going to always choose the feminine woman. Now, my wife is feminine, very feminine, and she behaves like a white woman, but she looks like I physically am attracted to, which is darker complected women. Yes. So yes, I prefer black women who act valley, like a valley girl. So when it comes to physical features, I'm always going to choose a black woman, and I always have, even when I was younger. But when it comes to behavior, I'm like, damn, if this black chick acts like a white girl, this is the perfect combination right here. Hopefully that answers the question, sir. Go ahead.
Nah, not really. That's why I said I can't really take you that serious because everything you were spewing out yesterday, all the rhetoric was pretty much geared towards that Caucasian female. So I feel like you should have stuck to your guns and put a ring on that Caucasian woman. Looks aside, you know what I'm saying? Looks aside. If you feel like that's the best option, go grab that best option. Go build yourself a family. Go be happy. So there's no point in your life where you ever feel like, well, damn, I made the wrong choice. I thought everything was, on the up and up when I chose this melanated sister, but now she ain't really what I thought she was. I should have just stuck to my guns and went with the bunny.
Well, as I've stated before, my good sir, up until a few years ago, like most men, particularly in the Western Hemisphere, I was a bachelor. I used to get a lot of coochie, sir. I'm pretty sure you guys are used to that too if you're not married. Um, the only time in my life when I've ever gotten white coochie was two times, and I've said this over and over again. It was when I was in my mid 20s. So certainly I did not have the idea of getting married in my early 20s at all. I just noticed a behavior that was different in my 20s. The booger bears, the black girls, acted like animals. They were combative. They were sassy. And the only two white girls I ever talked to were like angels. But I didn't care about marriage in my early 20s. So in my 30s, I started to care about it. And that's why I chose the woman that I'm with now. But I'm never going to sit up here and say that, oh, okay, now that I chose my wife, that means all black girls are just like my wife. That's not true. Most black women are combative and sassy. It's nothing wrong with admitting what I see. That's what I have observed in life.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, but chaotic, you took two experiences. Dude, you took two experiences. And you just pretty much rolled off. You just pretty much rolled off your whole entire race based off of two experiences that you had when you was in your 20s, homie. Come on, my man. Something ain't right there, brother. Let's keep it a
Sir,
buck. Let's keep it a
sir,
buck, chaotic. Go ahead.
sir,
Go ahead.
I have slept with, I think my numbers are like 80 right now, 81. It's not a lot of women compared to some men. The majority of the women I've slept with have been black women. Can I use the B word? This might be risky.
Yes.
Okay. The majority of the women I've slept with have been black bitches. The majority of the women I have kicked it with have been black women. Their behavior typically is the sassy, loudmouth characters that we see on TV manifest in real life. I've been around white girls though, partying, kicking it, hanging out. They are pleasant to be around, and not even in relationships. When you go to the grocery store, when you go to the movies, when you go to the bar, when you go out to eat, the waitresses are always pleasant. They're smiling. They come back to you every 3 or 4 minutes and ask you, is there anything that you would like, with a big smile on their face? Typically, the black woman in America, she has a resting bitch face. So I do not want to be around them. Now, my wife is different because I vetted her. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, sir.
Nah, hey, chaotic. I'm not getting what I thought I was gonna get out of you, so I'm just gonna move right along.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask something?
I
Go
think
ahead, Keith.
Russ tried to jump in real quick. So as soon as he done, cue you up.
No, they covered what I wanted to know, because I just feel like you can't take your two experiences with your white women in the early 20s and then make all of them angels. But, however, your other 79 black, the black woman covers all the rest of the black women in the world. So I just find your math funny. That's all it is.
Okay, Russell, again, my good sir, and salute to you.
Yeah, same to you. Good to see you.
I am not just talking about sexual relationships. I am talking about mixing and mingling around black women compared to white women. When you are around white women, they are just pleasant. They're positive, generally speaking. When you are around black women, they generally are conjuring up drama, beef, hollering and screaming, attitudes, and cursing. A lot of them are smoking weed. A lot of them are drinking. A lot of them are trying to compete with men. I don't get that around white women. So I'm not just talking about sexual relationships. I'm talking about overall. That's what I keep trying to tell these younger boys. Hey, if you want to avoid a lot of problems, when you go to college especially, go to the white sorority houses and have fun. Hang around the white girls or the non-black girls. Get out, explore. You don't have to be around nappy-headed booger bears all damn day who are talking about the ancestors all damn day and talking about I'm a queen. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Russell.
I just,
You
again,
got to read that super chat. Thank you so much, Alexandria. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
now you got it.
Go ahead, Russell. Finish it.
Go ahead.
Let me read this $5 super chat real quick. Alexandria McIntosh with the $5 super chat. Shout out to her. Were the black women you grew up with, i.e., your mom, sister, grandmother, also chaotic?
Again, I come from a very good family. My mom is a church lady. She's in her 60s now. She was always a church lady. She never went out to party. She never went out to the clubs. She never associated around Jezebels. So, luckily, through the universe, I was blessed with a great mom. My grandmother, yes, a traditional woman. She cooked, she cleaned, she served her man, which was my grandfather. My grandfather's been dead for 30 something years. My grandmother died 10 years ago. But my grandmother was a woman, a lady. And also with that question, can you bring the super chat up again? And this
Which
is
one?
what the one about about my mother. And this is what you have to understand, Alexandria. And I'm going to say this. You women have to stop bringing up, well, what about your mama? Well, last time I checked, I'm not trying to have sex with my mom or my sister. So these types of questions are ridiculous from the get-go. I could care less about, well, what about if your mom's black? What the hell do I care? I'm not trying to be with my mom or my sister or my grandmammy. But salute to you, Alexandria. Thank you so much. Keep the super chats coming with the questions. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Indeed. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to reading super chats. Sorry about that.
Shanae Phone with the $2 super chat. What is a booger bear? I guess she's asking, were you referring to black women when you say booger bear?
Yes, that's a great question. The booger bear. The booger bear is the black woman that is a Jezebel. That is a woman who she walks out the house. She's talking loud. Her hair is a mess. She is creating some sort of chaos and disorder. She keeps herself in drama. That's the booger bear. And I've been saying this since college. Typically, a lot of white women are not booger bears. Now, I'm not saying all white women are perfect, but at least a lot of them try or pretend to be a certain way. Black women, a lot of times, are just, hey, I'm just doing my thing. I'm doing me. I don't care what I'm a queen. I'm this. I'm a goddess. So that's why I call a lot of black women booger bears. The big ass African hoop earrings, the dashikis, the I'm trying to pretend to be like Erica Badu. That's a booger bear. The raptor claw nails. That's a booger bear. They come in all shapes and sizes. So if a woman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, finish the thought. Go ahead.
If a woman is not a classy woman, conservative, I refer to you as what you are, which is a booger bear.
Mike, you with the $5 super chat. He said, "Is that Uncle Ruckus? Are you Uncle Ruckus chaotic?"
Well, even though Mike did not hit the super chat,
no, he did it by. He
I did. Sorry about that, Mike. Sorry about that, sir. Mike, if I'm an Uncle Ruckus, well, we all are Uncle Ruckuses. We all live in this country. None of you are living in the great countries in Africa. None of you are working for those governments or working for any businesses in Africa. Mike, I would ask you, Mike, do you work for Enrico Dangote? Do you work for any other African billionaire? That's interesting. I bet you work for the white man, Mike. So cam up, call in, show me your African-made car, show me the African country you live in, show me the African company you work for, Mike. But salute to you, Mike. Keep the super chats coming, my good sir.
Yeah, I just want to Q, you up next, but I just want to shout out B-Rad, Dana, Yamaha, Cash Flow, Mike, you, Hank the Basement. Hey, Hank, I'll be fucking with your takes on Lapeef too. B Rad. If I missed you, I apologize. I'll get to y'all soon. I appreciate y'all commentary in the chat. Q, what up though?
This nigga. Okay. I'm trying to be so patient. So let me get my words together. Okay. A bitch is a bitch, regardless of her fucking race. But my thing is this. The thing that you seem to be skipping over is how evil and sneaky white women can be. Like, it's not even on no like, oh, they're the better option. What the fuck does that even mean? The level of sneakiness that comes with them, and we see this shit play out in the media, right? We're not gonna gloss over the Jonathan Major shit. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna gloss over the fucking Karens of America. I'm baffled by your description of this angelic fucking ceramic queen. Wow. Whoever the fuck you're describing, that's blowing my mind. Like,
well,
there's
I'm sorry.
No. Let me land. Let me land. Mm-hmm. So it's like you're glossing over that. Like, well, black women act this way, but white women act this way. So I prefer a black woman that acts like a white woman. So you prefer a smiling bitch that's gonna fuck you over in the long run, is what you're saying. If that's the better option, that's what you're really saying. I fuck all this nice shit. Like, you know what I mean? It sounds like you're more concerned with surface level shit than you are some real solid shit. You know what I mean? Like, I could give a fuck if you nice and smiling and all that other extra. That don't make you a better option. That just mean that you phony as shit. You see how these bitches move and operate. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to say there's not black bitches too. But I'm just saying, like, we're not going to sit up here and act like, oh, white women are the better option and you should be doing this and staying away from this and that and that. Fuck all that. I don't know what the fuck type of shit you on, my nigga. Like, I can see where some of your perspective is at, but you got to put that shit across the board. Like, that ain't applying just to like black women and all this booger bear and nappy headed shit. You got to kill all that.
Well, I'm gonna broach what you said. Well, first of all, I bet you couldn't name me 5 black men who've gotten caught up by white women. I bet you couldn't give me a resource to it. Now, me, having worked in law enforcement, I've worked for the courts.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. Let me broach you real quick. Excuse me. I've worked for the courts. I've worked for the Cuyahoga County Adult Probation Office many years ago when I was a much younger man. The majority of black men on my caseload who got caught up with a woman got caught up with a black woman. A lot of black men who've gotten murdered at the hands of another black man off of what a woman said, the woman was a black woman. A lot of men who are in the penitentiary, man, that I know, off of the allegations of a woman, the woman was a black woman. Even in college, the same thing happened. I remember, and hopefully my best friend Blue Cousin's in the chat, he could tell you. In college, there was a lot of black dudes messing around, dating white women. Nothing ever happened. But there were a lot of black dudes. There was all types of rumors circulating around what this black dude had done because a black woman can't control her damn liquor. You mentioned the Karen, my good man. As I've told, this might be risky, and as I tell people this all the time, the Karen is an angel. She has the balls to go up to some weed smoking, dice shooting, drive-by shooting Negroes and tell them, stop, don't do that. See, the Karen, hear me out for a minute. I'm about to land a plane. This might be risky. See, this is what the Karen does, and this is what I love about the white Karen. See, I'll give you an example. A park will say no dogs allowed. And Negroes, typically breaking the law, they'll have their pit bulls in the park. The black woman won't say anything. The black man won't say anything. But the white Karen will go over to those group of Negroes and say, excuse me, you cannot have those dogs in here. So the Negro, he's so primitive and so wild and so emotional, he takes out his camera. You a racist, Karen. You a racist, Karen. But a Negro like me will say, hold on, niggas. Think about this. This white woman is doing the work of the Lord, and she's also time traveling. Well, you may be asking, what do you mean by time traveling? See, the Karen already. Give me a second, guys. The Karen already knows that wherever Negroes go, they destroy shit. How do we know that? Look at many communities that you've probably seen in your life destroyed by Negroes. She knows that if you let these dumb Negroes break the law with just this minor thing with the dogs in the park, the next thing you know, these dumb Negroes will be shooting dice and shooting at each other while they're kids in the park. The next thing you know, these stupid Negroes will have pimps and prostitutes in the park, and it'll be needles in the park. How do you know this? Hell, I've experienced it in my life. I've seen beautiful neighborhoods in my life that were once working class black neighborhoods, hear me out, destroyed by Negroes not being Karens. The Karen prevents destruction. Now, are a lot of Karens obnoxious? Sure, why not? But the difference between the white Karen and the do nothing booger bear black woman is the do nothing booger bear black woman will sit there and allow chaos to happen. And that is why the white Karen will always be treasured in my heart. I'm gonna give you a story, and this might be risky. You know about this story.
Well, hold on, let me read this super chat. But let me because that was a lot. So does anybody have anything for that specifically?
But I wanted to still broach that real quick before I go.
Well, hold on, because that was a long thought. So I just want to make sure they can consume that. If anybody had a rebuttal for that or something regarding that, I want them to address it, and then you could tell the story. Dana Downs with the $2 super chat. Yeah, Dana Downs with the $2 super chat for Mike's. I ain't reading this shit. Q, can you read this?
What? Okay, yeah, she loving on Mike for Mike's fine African entrepreneurial ass. All right,
bruh, put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Now, this might be risky. Let me just finish this real quick with this story.
No. Hold. You about to tell the story?
It relates to the Karen. Real quick.
Eddie, did you have something for the Karens though?
It's gonna be real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
Me and Blue Cousin, hopefully he's in the chat. He'll tell you. About 8 or 9 years ago, we started a property preservation company. We were working on a home on a dead end street that's by the lake. A lot of these homes are by the lake. Mixed communities. You can only go 15 miles down the street. Now, me, and like most people, you know, we tend to speed. I'm going about 25 down the street. I do a U-turn. It's a white chick in the street, old white lady like this. I stop my car. She says, excuse me, sweetheart, you know that there are children on the street and you know you were going over the speed limit. Now, me, being the civilized Negro that I am, I say, you know what? I see what this lady's doing. What if a kid is hit on this damn street? All because she didn't check every last person who's speeding on this street. That's what the Karen does. And that's what a lot of old school black people used to do before a lot of Negroes started becoming scared to say stuff in their own damn neighborhoods. But I landed the plane on that. This might be risky. Salute to you, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just say this, Ham. Yeah, I might not have 5 for you, chaotic, but I got motherfucking Jonathan Majors and any nigga ever been attached to a fucking Kardashian. Let's go.
Shit like that.
Chef, what up? You wanted to go in on this?
Yeah. First and foremost, I think this nigga is profoundly entertaining. So kudos to you on being very entertaining, because I personally don't believe you believe half the shit that you say, but I am in fucking tears over here.
So what you telling
in regards
them
to
this, Jeff?
Stop the cap.
The white women shit, I wanted to present this book by his last name's Woodard, but it's a book called The Delectable Negro. And yeah, I know I love history. The Delectable Negro is about white people, your beloved white woman, as you've discussed her the last couple of minutes, eating black people, right? We know about this from the murder of several blacks who have tried to have revolutions during slavery and try to, get free, essentially. They would essentially hang them, burn them, turn their skin, their eyes, everything else into some sort of leather goods and all of that, right? Again, referring to this profoundly amazing, angelic white woman that you profess to be above all things, particularly a black woman. Now, in terms of there being problematic behaviors that exist within our sisters, absolutely, right? As Q mentioned, she said there's no perfect woman, right? But in terms of pedestalizing white women, like there's nothing profound at all about, these Caucasoids who, up until they encountered black people, they were walking on all fours, right? So you have this white woman that for some reason you had some sort of very limited contact with, and now you hold her high in regard, right? The amount of femininity, decency, care, and being overall polite in public and all these things is not a white exclusive narrative, right? For some reason that works for you. But again, and I'll close here, Hamp, to not be long winded. I just think it's something entertaining to talk about. I mean, you got the chat on flames right now, but I don't think that you largely believe the shit that you say.
I agree with Eddie.
Hey, I got. Oh, after he responds, I want to go.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. He can probably
Okay,
do
cool.
the
So I appreciate everything that you said, Eddie. So now I don't gotta be like one for one chaotic, yo. The way you present your points and stuff, masterful, right? I was definitely taking notes, so I got to go back in and even watch some more, right? However, like you can't call women bitches and stop calling them names. Like you can't do that because you a bitch too. You know what I'm saying? Like with a lot of the shit you talking, you wouldn't keep that same energy any and everywhere that you went. So strong case could be made that you a bitch ass nigga too. So let's chill with the grating piece. Now, again, in terms of the points you were making, classic, right? The way you were even bringing it back, classic. I definitely got things that I can learn from you in terms of, speaking on the podcast, but let's just chill with the name calling piece, right? And then it is crazy how it's like black women are so much more. And I get the question is mostly stated on conduct, but that's a large minority. That's not the majority of black women who act that way. And so you do a great job of taking those points and trying to make it seem like it's the majority of them, and that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? And so that and even with like their feelings, and sometimes they will get emotional and will respond out of their feelings, but a lot of times the way podcasts are set up, we put them in that box and try to leave them there. So again, a lot of your points fire, definitely things that I could learn from, but some of that energy you be crossing the lines, and it's not cool. So every time you call one of them a name or out their name, I'm gonna come off the mic and I'm gonna call you a bitch too, because that's how you will move in certain situations. Like you wouldn't be saying the same shit if you was in certain circles. Like let's be real. The internet, you can say whatever you want to because you're good, right? You're protected. And then a lot of the things that you say, you don't even really hang out with a lot of black people. You only know 50 black men. Black women are so much better than just their conduct. And you're speaking on isolated incidents as well as situations that it only applies to the minority, a large minority, but it's still a minority of women. Most women who have served me that have been black have been great, have been phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Smiling, I can joke with, I can rock with. Being around black women, they support me more than anybody else, and always have. So for you to then sit here, put a white woman on a pedestal and call her an angel, my nigga, you're bugging, bro. You're bugging. So yeah, that's it.
Well, let me broach Mr. White. For 50 years, you blacks have been listening to the absolute most worst form of art form in the history of mankind. Rappers have been calling black women bitches for 50 years. And let's not even talk about hold on for a second, guys. Let's not even talk about the predecessors to that. The old school not funk, but the old school Curtis Mayfields and the promotion of pimping that was prevalent in the black community. Hell, your famous leader, Malcolm X, was a pimp. What do you think he was calling black women? Well, he probably was with white women too, but what do you think he was calling women? Me, I don't refer to I didn't refer to a single woman as a bitch. I was just saying it in common conversation. But rappers say they call black women bitches every damn lyric. Rappers talk about all types of destruction in the black community. So if we're gonna check me, I think we should all check the rappers who openly talk about murdering black people, who openly talk about selling. Give me a second. I was quiet.
You're right. You're absolutely.
Who openly talk about murdering one another, who actually murder people. Every week you hear about a rapper either murdered or murdered someone. There was a rapper the other day. I don't even know his name. There's so many of them. He shot, I think he shot and killed his mother and sister. Craziness. But nobody says anything to them. So me, hold on for a second. Me, a person who is married, I don't walk around calling black women to their faces bitches. I would never do that. Why would I on earth call anybody a bitch to their face? I'm just having a conversation. But if we're gonna check someone, I would say let's check everybody. Let's check me. You're right. I could be considered a bitch for what I did, but let's also check the little hoodlum little gangster rappers or drill rappers and the old school rappers. Last night we went over lyrics, did we not? This might be risky. I think we should go over some lyrics right now from Too Short, from MC8, from Spice One, or bring it up to date, Tupac, or even further up to date. Which one do you want to go to? This might be risky. Let's do some lyrics real quick about all the blacks that you guys make heroes. Tupac, you guys love this nigga. All he ever did was call black women bitches. Am I lying? Am I lying? This might be risky.
Yeah, you're lying. Hold on. You know, for you asked the question, so you open it back up to me. So for one, you can't say just because what rappers do, that's the consensus for what the majority of black people stand for and believe in. And two, you make valid points, right? Like they need to be checked too, but they're not on the podcast right now. You are. So I have no problem with checking one of them niggas too for the things that they say. Now, and me sometimes too, like I'll step out of line. You know, it's been times when I have, called a woman a bitch, things like that too. But if I'll say it to their face too. And so that's all I mean. Like with your safety, I feel like you'll talk one way because you're good. You behind the screen. You wouldn't keep that same energy anywhere else. And I also, again, want to reiterate, like the points you make, I don't disagree with a lot of the things you say. You know what I'm saying? Even though I only listen to you on Tuesday, but it's just the name calling, then referring to kids as monkeys. Like,
well, hold on, hey, that's a different one. We're gonna hit that one.
Real quick. You say that I won't talk like this in person, sir. I have about 2 or 3 people in the chat who've known me for over. Blue Cousin is my best friend. He's in the chat. When I say that blacks are violent, well, why can't I just talk around other black people? I thought that we weren't violent. Wait a minute, I'm confused here. So are we violent or are we not violent? Are we monkeys or are we doves? I mean, are we peaceful or are we not peaceful then? Because all I'm doing is talking. I have a right to freedom of speech, even around people. So are you saying if I were to talk like this around other people, you mean to tell me these angelic black people would attack me? I thought that they were angels.
Right. So I never said they were angels. And that's another thing. You good. I'm gonna go back and watch you because you were beast with it. Okay. Right. So one, I never said that they were angels. I never said that, hey, they conduct themselves the best at all times. What I said was, yo, don't need to name call in the way you are tearing them down, like with the B word. Now, even back to the point in terms of being able to talk and not feel violence, because we can be a violent people. Yeah, some of us are that way. White people are that way too. But the things you say can cause for strokes. Ain't that what the good words say here? You got to be careful with that you say, and you can't just talk freely any and everywhere. And that's where the stand on it comes from, right? Of course, you always want to be, strategic. But again, you wouldn't keep that same energy everywhere you go, regardless of if you, and it's not nothing I can prove, but we know. You know what I'm saying? We know.
Just to piggyback off of Mr. White, Chaotic, I believe you are in character, and that's fine. It's cool. But just to piggyback off what he's saying, there's nowhere in hell everywhere you go, you dealing with all individuals that actually believe in the shit that's coming out of your mouth. So there's gonna be a chance one day, somebody might want to take a shot at you and so on and so forth, because It can't be. You can't live in this world, this made up world that you think you live in, where everybody's believing this bullshit that you spewing out. It's just unrealistic. So go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say
Well,
something to that too. You
oh,
mentioned
sorry.
Tupac and him calling women bitches and try to make it seem like that's his whole career, but you failed to mention the fact that he spoke so eloquently on the song Dear Mama. So give that man his credit. Because you ain't
Tupac
saying
was
shit
a. Oh, I'm
positive
sorry.
about black women yet.
Tupac was a gang banging thug who got killed because of his behavior. He was a detriment to the black community, and Dolores Tucker was absolutely right about him and rappers at all. I don't glorify this man. I don't glorify any other rapper. I glorify black engineers, black doctors, black astronauts. I could care less about any of these rappers or any of these entertainers. They're court jesters. They're clowns for the global entertainment market. So I could care less about some song about Dear Mama where he's praising his mom who was a damn dope fiend. No, what about all the black moms who weren't dope fiends and who did everything right for their kids? So I could care less about Tupac or that dumb song he made 20 something years ago.
Yeah,
So
but he made a lot of other good songs though.
So one thing I want to, I just want to make sure we're clear on, because I think the point, I understand all the points, but have we, when we heard these songs, right, and maybe we just using them for entertainment, but I guarantee if I say a line, let me see, can y'all participate with me? Can you guys? Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure.
All right. What's my favorite word?
Bitch.
Right.
So no, I'm not saying that proves the point, but that is the point, right? That we've allowed this in our culture. So what is the difference with him saying it?
Because he's said nothing positive about black women this whole time, so that give it a completely different tone. He might as well be a white nigga.
Okay.
Can
I
I
mean,
respond?
she sure did specify who was the bitch in that record.
Can I respond to this? Can I respond to her? This might be risky.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, I have just using YouTube. I have made videos about black doctors that are females. I did one about a young lady who was the first. She's accepted into the neurosurgeon residency at Vanderbilt. I think this might be risky. Was up there that day. I've talked highly about black astronauts, black mathematicians that were women. Katherine Johnson being one of them. I've done all types of videos on the Lapeef Network about black women. I talk about good black women, and I also talk about bad black women. If anybody, and I don't know, I'm not gonna say you, but if anybody is getting upset about me saying that black women should shut their mouth in public and should not wear skimpy clothes, hey man, that's up to you. But I'm telling you what I believe. You can believe what you want to believe. But yes, when I go into a grocery store, I'm going to look for the old black woman to go do business with. I'm not going to go to Shaniqua's line who got the raptor claw nails with an attitude. I don't have time for it. So yes, I do segregate. I don't believe in integration in terms of certain black people. I am a classist. So if I see you with raptor claw nails and you got a mohawk as a female and you're smacking gum and you got a sassy attitude, I'm not doing business with you. I would do business with a conservative dressed black woman. I would do business with an old black woman. I'm not talking to a Shaniqua. And I think that's what was so shocking to Six the Goddess. This might be risky. She's thinking I'm a simp like most dudes who follow her. No, you're a dime a dozen. I went to college with a lot of sixes. But go ahead, though. Go ahead. This might be risky.
So I'm gonna go back to the Tupac.
Let me read the super chat real quick, Q. Cashflow hustles with the $5 super chat. Shout out. At least Amber Heard slipped through the cracks and got. That's one white queen that got cut down. Word. And then one more, and then you could jump in, Q. Dana Downs with the $20 super.
Shit like that. 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 Shit like that.
I'll probably end up getting her a drink when she come out anyway, so she gonna get it back. But whatever. I got it. I can't fight shirt for chaotic if I wear it in public around you monkey niggas and talk the same talk.
Well,
DT.
Can I answer that?
Chaotic. Just for clarity, if I didn't read it clear, there's a shirt that says I can fight, so she want to pay you to wear it.
I don't understand why this whole notion of you won't do that around nobody. I'm like, dude, black people don't. You're not a power. You don't own nothing in the country. You don't control the military. You don't control the goddamn streets that you're walking on. You're not. Who ain't nobody scared of no niggas. That's what you got to understand, Dana. Dana, I've worked in the inner cities before. Dana, everything that I'm saying now, I literally used to say this in the inner cities, especially in the schools. Dana, ain't nobody walking around afraid of no niggas. Niggas don't control any type of global politics, anything dealing with geopolitics. Niggas don't control any import exports. Niggas don't control industry at a high level. Now, are there successful black people in the country? Sure. I named a whole bunch of them yesterday. But you're not as tough as you think you are. You got people who will literally curb stomp you in terms of every aspect of civilization. The Japanese, the Chinese. Let's stop the games. If I'm afraid of anybody, it's the goddamn Chinese. I'm afraid of Xi Jinping. I'm not afraid of Pookie who lives down the street with a gun. Stop it. No, I'm afraid of real power, not some nigga with a gun. Go ahead, guys. Hopefully that answers your super chat, though, Dana. You can ask some more super chats, Dana. Go ahead.
Yo, so I spoke about Tupac and some of his lyrics, and everything in you hurt to actually get that man his credit, right? But then you go on to say, on this platform, I failed at acknowledging how great black women are, but on another platform, I did it. So can I say the same thing within the same vein of what you were saying? Fuck what you did on another platform, because wasn't that what you did? You were like, I don't give a fuck about that. The songs that he made that were positive. This is what he's done. So I'm coming at you with that same energy. We don't give a fuck about what you said on another platform. It's how you're conducting yourself on this platform that you're being held accountable. Is that fair?
Tupac wrote poetry. ... Wow. He didn't do anything of significance, ma'am. No, none of these rappers, none of these musicians.
But what have you said positive about black women on this platform?
I literally just said that Katherine Johnson yesterday and today, she, along with a team of scientists and mathematicians, who calculated the trajectory to get to the moon, ma'am. I said that yesterday. I talked very positive about black women.
Did you say that today, though?
I didn't get a chance to, but I just said it now.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I wasn't on yesterday's show. Okay. So again, the same way you dismissed the Tupac shit, I have to do that. I don't know nothing about that.
You should probably go back and watch yesterday's show. Then.
Okay, that'd
be
great.
Prepared
but
yourself.
I'm talking about what you're saying today, right?
Yeah,
so I had to go off of that. The same way that you're going off of these lyrics.
Yeah.
But you don't know the person in real life, right? You don't know how they.
I would never want to know him in real life.
So I'm going off of what you're saying. Nothing you've said so far. Because like you said, I didn't get a chance to say that, right? Has been positive. So I'm going off of that.
Ma'am, you should probably calm down and just probably watch like the first hour and then come back.
What the fuck is a calm down?
You should probably log off and just watch yesterday's show real quick and come back. I think that.
No, I don't need to do that.
Okay, because I think
staying here because we here today.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said before, I think that there's some miscommunication. I think that because you didn't watch yesterday, you're probably dead in the water, unfortunately. But you probably
you're saying what you're saying, and I'm hearing you, and I'm responding to that. So yeah, I don't need to log off. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, comedian Q? Who was the first black female?
Who's the first black female rapper?
Astronaut.
Was it? I have no idea. Was it Mae Jemison?
Yes, actually, it was Mae Jemison. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I was trying to get me caught.
No, you're absolutely. It was Mae. Okay, now we're talking.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
okay,
like that.
So now I'll meet you halfway. Yes. Okay. This might be risky. Go ahead, sir. What's the next question?
Hey, shout out, man. That's a good combo. Hey, Barnabas, I turned the sound effects down a little bit. Let me know how that should sound. Hey, man, interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. All right. So let me get into this one. I feel like this one is burning as well, chaotic.
Wait, hold on here. Before you ask it, hold on. Yo, he wanted to move on to the next question after she knew the answer, though. He was quick. All right, what's the next question?
Nah, I mean, you got
She
a good
answered.
answer
Hey,
back. It'd
she
be like
answered.
that.
Hey, I'll give her that one. Hey,
Yeah, she
hey, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, she answered that shit quick. So chaotic.
Yo,
and maybe Chief, maybe Mr. White, maybe Chef. I know you guys, have been administrators and whatnot, or to work with children, so on and so forth. I'm not to say we don't, but you guys did it professionally. So, what was that about black kids being monkeys?
You're asking me what was that about black kids being monkeys?
Yeah, I mean, because that was one of the things that came up. Something of
Yeah,
significance that was said
yeah.
yesterday. So,
If
what was that
I
about?
were, yeah, if I were telling somebody who's going to get into education, I would, and I did a show on it today. Avoid inner city schools with blacks. Black kids are absolutely terrible. And yes, yesterday I called them monkeys, and I used to call them monkeys to their faces. And when their mothers and whoever came up to the school and they asked me, "Did you call my son or a monkey?" I would say, "Absolutely." Well, what else is he acting like? He's acting like a goddamn monkey. He's jumping around, swinging around, doing backflips off the desk, destroying the educational process flow. What else should I call him? Calling them that for some reason gets them back in the. Listen, I used to call the kids little nigglets, and for some reason they'll want to do their work after that. So yes, I've said that before, and I keep on saying it. Avoid the inner city schools if you are a man, unless they're going to give you $250,000 a year to be in those schools. It's hell on earth. I would even argue that a lot of people who work there deserve the Congressional Medal of Honor. They deserve the Purple Goddamn Heart. The amount of education that does not happen because kids are being disruptive. A lot of these kids are physically violent. A lot of these kids don't have any respect for black men or men because black women undermine men in these schools. So it's hell on earth, man. So I would advise anybody, go to somewhere where the kids are civilized. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Japan. Listen, I've been talking about this for years. Don't waste your life with these little inner city nigglets. They will cause you to get cancer, cause you to get stressed. I've seen a lot of people die because they have this deep down urge to help these little stupid kids in these dumb little downtrodden communities. And they die at 55, 60. They get cancer. And how do they get it? It's because you are around these evil little monsters in their evil families. Get the hell away from these people. That's how you progress as a people. Leave them behind. Fuck them. Go ahead. Can we say the F word on here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my first time using. I don't like cursing. But go ahead though.
This might be risky, so yeah, everything is cool.
This might be risky. We are apes, right? Yeah, even though a monkey is different from a ape, but we are apes. I mean, I'm on to something with that. But go ahead. We are great apes. We are great apes.
Chief, if you wanted to broach this one.
Nah, I mean, I've been sitting here for 58 minutes just taking it all in, and I'm trying to, understand perspective and listen to this man's opinions. A lot of it is opinion based, and you are very much so entitled to that, and we, ultimately should try to respect that. Mr. White gave his piece, and your first two words were "you blacks." Motherfucker, you black too. So let's start there, because you immediately you black. Like, no, you are too, unless you don't think that. So let's start there. You reference 50 years ago and ancestors, but when others do it, we can't go back to the past. It's not okay for them. So you're contradicting yourself in that regard. You asked for permission to call the black women bitches, called them bitches, and then acknowledged you wouldn't call them bitches to their face. So you choose strategically offensive words to your convenience. And you have a right to do so. However, the point people are making is that in public, those strategically offensive words wouldn't be used because they are offensive, because they're disrespectful, and people respond differently to disrespect. So that's where the violence comes from. People don't tolerate disrespect. And I think in your particular case, you have a tendency to pick and choose when to use those disrespectful words because you understand the environment you're in. And it isn't the people around. It's the environment you're in. So if you're around white people or black people, nobody's tolerating disrespect in that regard. again, you speak from very personal experiences, and ultimately, to me, it just screams, "Nigga, who hurt you?" You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it screams. Like it screams, "Nigga, who hurt you?" Because there's some internal shit going on. Now, I got a podcast called All Black Men Need Therapy. Please come join us and let's have a conversation. But like a lot of your commentary, I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of it has some good stuff in there. I can take some gems, some nuggets, and pull from there. But being in the inner city education, I get your points, and I see all of that. However, my little black girl is number 2 in her class. She's highly educated. She's very well rounded and respected, and does all those. And if you were her teacher and referred to her as those, then that's a problem. So you're not. It's not okay for you to talk to little kids like that and speak to little kids like that. So again, it's strategically offensive language you use, and it's not okay because also you have to deal with the repercussions of that. And depending upon the person you're around, you know, it can go left. Some people don't have that balance where they can have these articulate conversations, but you have to be mindful of what you say to people because it is offensive and people respond differently to being disrespected. And I think that's the key point right there. And I think that's all I got. So please feel free to, rebuttal in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Well, Chief, your opinion is your opinion, and thank you so much, my good sir. But again, if I'm in public, I don't necessarily even get to the point where I will even have to use coarse language like that because I avoid the people who make me upset. If I feel like I'm going to say something, I just avoid you. And I think that's what a lot of civilized or higher level or high civilized people do. I had to remove myself from a lot of these schools because my mouth did get me in trouble. You're absolutely right. I'll admit that. I had parents up there that, that were pissed off. But I said, you know what? Let me remove myself from here because the parents are uncivilized. The kids are uncivilized. The school it's too much bureaucracy going on here. Let me just get away from these uncivilized, primitive people and let me position myself to be around civilized people. That's why I tell many people, get away from Black people and go to Asian people, like the Japanese. Go teach English as a second language in Japan. Go to Korea, go to Singapore, go to Qatar, go to where people appreciate civility, appreciate you. Because yes, you are right. Some people can't handle intellectual conversations. But my God, a person like me, man, I just tell the truth, man. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of those kids are monkeys. I don't know what else. I don't know what not to call them. And me knowing that, and me knowing that there's a possibility, a threat by violence from the parent, I just remove myself. I'm not about to sit up there and fight you and wrestle you and no, forget that. I'm just going to walk away. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing now, and particularly with Black people. Just walk away from these people. And no, sir, I don't identify as being Black. I'm an American. You identify me as being Black, and that's fine. But I'm an American, sir. I'm the superior person on the planet. I live in the greatest country on the planet. I am the wealthiest people. We are the wealthiest people on the planet. We have better resources. We have better infrastructure than most people. None of you right now are living in any other country, at least to my knowledge. None of you are doing business in other countries. So obviously, America must be the supreme country, and I don't identify as a skin color. I'm an American.
Okay, and we can totally respect that. And again, you can identify how and every way you want to. However, 99% of the other people in America identify your Black ass as Black. Period. So them salt to the earth that you talking about, they look at you the same way. So when you're in them circles, just understand you can identify how you want to, but you still down with us, my nigga.
Okay, can I give you a rebuttal? Can I give a rebuttal?
Shit like that.
Don't call us niggas if you ain't Black.
Can I give him a rebuttal?
Don't refer to us as niggas if you ain't Black.
I never called you a nigga. When did I ever say nigga?
You calling the kids nigglets.
Well, they are. Are you a kid, sir? Are you identifying as a kid today?
No. But let me have a question for you. I got a question.
Let me. Okay, hold on a second. Let me talk to Chief real quick. Let me talk to him. Again, sir. Again, I've been around whites and other groups of people. The only people who constantly talk about race and bring race up are black people. When I'm around whites, and I haven't been around whites in a very long time as a whole, they don't talk about race all the goddamn time. They talk about progressive things. Now, they may be thinking about it in the back of their mind. I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. But when I'm around black people, black people break down things in terms of tribalism. Where you from, who you know, what organization you're a part of, et cetera, et cetera. When I'm around whites, they don't act like that. So all I'm saying is that you could be right and I could be wrong, but my experiences with other people are different. The people who have helped me out a lot in life have been non-black people. Now I will admit a lot of blacks have helped me out, but when it comes to other groups of people, it just seems like they don't look at race all the time. It's always blacks. But go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Have you ever been impacted by racism in this beautiful country of America?
No, I've never been impacted by racism. I do not believe that racism.
This nigga in the bathroom.
There you go.
Now, wait a minute. Now, are you going to ask me a question? You want me to answer, or are we going to?
My man, so you're telling me in your 38, you said 38, right? Your 38 years of life, you've never been impacted by racism at all.
I have never been impacted by racism a day in my life, sir.
Okay.
And
I have a question.
Go ahead, Russell.
Thank you. You said on the yesterday's show that you identified yourself as a monkey, right?
Hey, this might be risky. Can you turn his mic up, by the way? I don't know. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I'll check it.
I think it's his specific.
Yeah, I'll check it real quick. He said, he said you referred to yourself as a monkey yesterday.
Well, the young lady, I believe it was Dana, asked me, was I a monkey, since I referred to the children as monkey? And I said, yes. There are times where I, like most people, this ape energy, this ape behavior will manifest when I'm upset. And I have to remember, I am a human being and we are a higher form of life on the planet. Yes, there was a time when we were hunters and gatherers, we were primitive Stone Age people, but we are in a ever advancing people. So yes, sometimes I do behave like a goddamn monkey.
How early on did you feel that way?
When I was in junior high school, I went to one of the worst junior high schools. I don't want to dox myself, but Blue Cousin, he's in the chat, he knows. I went to one of the worst junior high schools. And what I remember was I was in the classroom. And, back in the 90s, if anybody doesn't know, a lot of these classrooms used to have 30, 40 kids in them. And my classmates were acting like fools. It sounded like a jungle. It sounded like a damn zoo. And I remember being the only kid doing my work. And that's when it hit me. They're animals. That's what it is that they are animals. They cannot control their behavior. That's one of my first times when I ever got mad and said, can you in words shut the F up and let's do the goddamn work? Because at that time we had what was called the proficiency test, the state test. They changed it to the OGT now. And I wanted to pass it 7th grade year so I would not have to take it in high school. And I took it seriously. But the other kids were acting a fool. And that's when it hit me. They're animals. But go ahead, sir.
Real quick, Russ, before you jump, real quick. LaShawn with the $5 super chat. I'm not sure if you meant to put the question mark, but it says, I have never been impacted by racism, question mark. I'm not sure if the question mark is supposed to be there. You can clarify. Go ahead, Russ. Let me see if I can check your mic too.
So my question is just, you said it's junior high school. You realized you were in a classroom full of animals, but you still described yourself as such. Doesn't feel like you. So when did you realize that you yourself was a monkey? And then to follow that up, did you take that and share it with anybody? Did you take it to your parents? Did they not reassure you that you weren't? Or was it just you came up with this ideal and ran with it?
Well, Russell, and thank you so much for asking this question without any vulgarity. When I was a kid, I used to watch a show called Star Trek, still on to this day. There was a character in the original series called Spock. He's a Vulcan. Spock's people, even though this is fictional, they embrace stoicism. They embrace logic and reasoning. And when I'm a kid, I'm watching this, I said, this is an analogy of the human spectrum. His race of people were violent and vicious beings at one point, and they adopted this philosophy. And when I went back to school, I was about to start talking with my dad when I was a kid, but when I got older, I started to understand it. When I got back to school, I said, you know what? Despite this school being a goddamn jungle, I'm gonna behave like Spock. And sure enough, that's when the kids started calling me Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus. They said, you think you better than us because you acting different. But what it was is I was acting orderly. And I got that from Star Trek. The Vulcan race acts orderly because they realized that they were animals. And they said, you know what? We are primates, but we don't have to be this way all the time. And that is the beauty of a lot of schools of thoughts. The Romans, the Greeks, they had schools of thought. Stoicism. I can't think of the other ones, but you go ahead, Russell. Go ahead. Go ahead, Russell.
Well, I mean, I associate being stoic with not showing any emotion, but if you associate it with logic and reasoning, I mean, your definition. But I'm just curious to know, like, you, because it still doesn't sound like you refer to yourself as a monkey, but you have put yourself in a place to address the children as such. My follow up would be, at what age are you addressing these children as monkeys? Because if you're going to call them out their name, are they even at an age to understand this? Is it going to register with them? I know you're saying like they got their work done, but do they even realize the insult?
They do. They realize the insult. Do you want to read the super chat real quick? This might be
real quick. Rotunda with the $5 super chat. Self-hatred is a disease. He definitely has been acting like a donkey yesterday and today on this platform.
Well, to answer Rotunda, I would ask Rotunda to call in, speak Yoruba, speak Igbo, speak Hausa, speak Fulani, speak Lingala, speak any African language. I would ask Rotunda, call in and show us your African home and your African bank account. If I have self-hatred, then you also have self-hatred too, because you're in the very same country that I'm living in too. You're speaking the very same language. I bet you went to the very same PWIs that a lot of us Black people go to. So if I have self-hatred, you do too, Rotunda. Now, to answer your question about the insult, sir, yes, the children do realize the insult. See, when I was teaching, when the kids were acting a fool, slap boxing, shooting dice in class, coming to class high off weed, I would just say, the Jewish kids at the such and such schools, they're doing better than you guys. For some reason, that clicked with them because they identified who was better and superior then. I said, oh, those kids, they're doing better. They come to class and they're studious, and you guys are behaving like monkeys. And then 2 minutes later, they're crying, they're doing their work. They're like, I'm going to solve the quadratic formula now because I put that in their brains to evolve. Be like the Jews, be like the Japanese, be like the Chinese. They take work seriously, and they do identify the difference between being called a monkey and being called a damn human being. Go ahead, sir.
My last one for you, and then I'll open it up to everybody.
1,000 questions, sir. You're fine. Go ahead.
Do these successful Blacks that you reference, the Black engineers, the Black electricians, the Black astronauts, do you think that they are behaving as Jews or as Asians?
No, they're human beings. The idea of being a human being evolve is to constantly better yourself. And when you stay in a state of when you stay in a constant state of uncivilized behavior, then you're not a human being. Look at the lesser cultures. Look at the people in Papua New Guinea. They're still running around with goddamn spears. They even look like cavemen. It's because they have refused to evolve. They are not like us. I don't care if they happen to have brown skin or not. They are not like us. Now, would I ever say that they should be exterminated or anything like that? Of course not. I'm not an evil monster, but I don't put them in the same category as us. Of course not. You're still running around living in damn trees. That's what our ancestors were doing 50,000 years ago when we were hunters and gatherers, and you still haven't figured that out. You're like a goddamn monkey to me. So that's all I'm saying. So when I see people acting a fool, I say they're not acting like a human being anymore. They're behaving like animals. And sure enough, when people go to court and they get in prison, doesn't the judge say you're an animal? When they sentence you, hey man, you're an animal. They're telling you what you are because you've behaved in disorder to a civilized society. That's just my opinion and perspective. But go ahead, though, Russell. You guys make some more questions.
1 second.
No, I'm good.
Real quick. Ask Ave.
Shit like that.
Super chat. CT is trying to be discovered and embraced by white folks in hopes that they will put him on.
Can I answer that super chat? I bet you Ask Ave, you work for white people. I bet you Ask Ave, you didn't send out that message via a pigeon with a note. You used the white man's cell phone, the iPhone. I bet you use the white man's courier service, Wi-Fi. Again, you want to be discovered by white people just as much as I do because you live in the white man's country. You speak his language. You don't live in Africa. Cam up, Ask Ave, and prove to us that you're living in Liberia. Prove to us that you're living in Tanzania. Prove to us that you're, hey, it ain't even got to be Africa. It could be Guyana. Prove to us that you're living in a black nation state and you're driving a black made car. You have a black made phone, etc. We're all a part of the same hypocrisy, Ask Gabe. But salute to you and your super chat. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Sorry to do that.
Real quick, for somebody jumps in, LaShawn with the $10 super chat. Why do we think every black person has endured racism? There's a national statistic that shows Asian children study more a week than white and then black kids are very successful.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. It says, excuse me, sir. It says, why do we think every black person has endured racism? This is a national statistic that shows Asian children study more a week. Yes, they do. There's a man that I know. His
But
name
wait, is she
George.
saying they study more a week and
Yes, they do.
They're more successful than white and black kids?
They are because they have tiger moms. Now I wish that we could talk about the tiger mom thing because I feel like the tiger mom thing drives kids crazy because they're constantly studying. I think kids do need to play. They do need to develop relationships. And a lot of times I will admit when you meet Chinese people, they're kind of like robotic, but that's a whole nother story. But yes, they do study harder, but I have my quorums about that as well.
I guess is the comment trying to say that racism isn't endured by everyone, and the example is that Asians have been able to outachieve regardless of what they went through. Was that what that comment's trying to say?
I think the comment is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I took from it.
Okay. Did we get our questions answered regarding black children being called monkeys? Did Chaotic answer the questions that he was asked?
Man, Chaotic asked and spun the block so many times.
Chaotic, there seems to be a sentiment of you slightly circumventing some of the questions. What would you say to that?
I would say that that's totally incorrect. You asked me what did I call the kids monkeys? My answer is yes. That was the question, right? Did I call them monkeys? The answer is yes. Openly. Of course I did.
So my question is like, how fruitful or productive is it to insult kids that look like you?
I answered that question, but I answered that already.
No, yeah, but and then also too, like, yeah, it may apply to your particular experience, but that's not the majority, right? So it's not helpful to run around calling kids monkeys because that's not what they are. Regardless of how they act, that's not what they are. They may be undisciplined. They may be a lot of things, right? And a lot of the things with these young kids really have nothing to do with them. It's more about the parents, so much about environment, trauma, like so many things go into it, right? So just as a black man to just call somebody who looks like you a monkey, like you lose me there. You lose me there. And so again, while it was helpful with your anecdotal experience, I don't want the majority of people thinking that that's okay, because it causes more harm, than good. And I know you don't have children yet, like that's cool, but it matters the things that us as Black men say to our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, it matters whether they're yours or not. It matters.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. The likes are about half the amount of viewers. Please hit that like button. It's absolutely free, and that also helps the channel the most. I mean, I appreciate the super chats. The chat is going crazy. I'm trying to keep it up. It's a lot of different narratives and perspectives. They arguing about who invented the phone and all types of shit. So that shit is interesting, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Shit
Shit
like
like
that.
that.
So I got a poll question going. It says because we were talking about Black women yesterday in terms of their conduct. It almost feels as though they rank lower. They've been directly compared to white women. So how about Black men? So my poll question was, do Black men rank below white men? Right, because that seems to be the back and forth that we're having in terms of the women. Right now the poll is 57% saying no. Chaotic, when we were talking and on several different panels, let me find my question real quick. I think I phrased it better. Well, let me just ask this question first. Where do you believe Black men, and this for everybody, where do Black men rank compared to other races?
Statistically, I feel like they got us at the bottom of the barrel.
What stats are you referring to, Bob? Like anyone specifically?
In comparison to the Caucasian male.
Okay.
So and that would be in terms of like educational, monetary, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So employment. So
would crime go into that bucket?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think the perceived narrative is that, as Bob said, right, the bottom of the barrel. I think if you remove the aspect of white supremacy, right, if you remove the emotionalism to it, if you remove having to, particularly in this fucked up country, having to deal with all the bullshit that Black men deal with at work, in their relationships, as fathers, as brothers, otherwise. We essentially are top tier in the world, right? We know this simply by how in awe people are if you happen to travel when you step on their land, right? In regards to education, if you happen to be one of the lucky ones who just doesn't automatically assume that the indoctrination you get in K through 12 schools, and I was an educator for 12 years, so some of Chaotic's points were on cue. The monkey thing, I wouldn't call Black children monkeys, but shit gets crazy in schools. But either way, you got to consider that we are the number one drivers of culture, a culture that is worth, I would argue, trillions. We are the number one inventors prior to integration. I think integration was one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. We invented damn near everything, including the devices we're utilizing right now, the internet and otherwise. You also have to consider what it is that functions in regards to Black men, right? Most of these businesses, even geopolitically, as Chaotic was saying earlier, happen to run through Black men, even though we don't largely profit because we don't, have the infrastructure. We don't have the military to enforce a lot of shit that we create, we own, right? Primarily, you could throw the Congo in there, right? With their coltan mines and all the above, right? This is why we have iPhones, cell phones, laptops, all this other shit. Who's driving that? Black people are. Unfortunately, we got corrupt niggas in the mix who sell out their people. But overall, to answer the question, yeah, perceive wise, narrative wise, the media is not owned by us. large scale, you might have a Negro that owns one or two channels. But yeah, we get it. We constantly see the bullshit about black men, right? We don't own the media, so we don't produce the images and everything else, right? Outside of hip hop and that derogatory nonsense that we discussed earlier, in real world, tangible, everyday to day life, like black men are the shit beyond, what anybody can put us down for, right? I think Chief spoke to that earlier, right? In his podcast and the things that they discuss. But large scale, like we're on top, but we also unfortunately happen to be crippled by a lot of the systems that are in place for us not to know who our true selves are, right? Not for us not to have a command, over the confidence that we should have based upon the shit that we put out. And we also do this shit flawlessly. Like we do, anything that in regards. Oh, this shit fell off. Yeah, you hear me? I thought this shit. Yeah. In regards to anything that has to do with anything, but I'll stop there. But overall, my response is that we're number one outside of the perceived bullshit that's out there in regards to black men.
Go ahead, Chaotic.
This might be risky. Some nights I cry myself to sleep thinking about this question. Other than ancient Egypt, the black man has been a damn constant historical failure.
Ancient Kemet is the actual name. The Greeks called it Egypt.
I know what it was called, sir. I was just a lot of people in the chat don't know, but I know it was called the land of the blacks. I know. I studied Egypt, sir. The Negro was gifted the greatest land mass on this planet. The universe gifted it to us. What did our ancient ancestors do? They walked around naked and barefoot on it, beating on goddamn drums for eons. They walked on diamonds. They walked on gold. They had rivers that could have supplied electricity for thousands upon thousands of villages. But the dummies could never unify. Well, what's your evidence of this, Chaotic? Well, all you got to do is look at modern day Africa. Look at Nigeria, for example. Now, Nigeria is an emerging market. I'll give Nigeria that. But here goes a country to this day that has over 100 different languages in the country. Here goes Congo that had rubber in the damn trees for eons. You would have thought the dumb Negroes would have built the car tens of thousands of years ago. I mean, trees, if you look at how old the earth is, right? The black man was too busy having sex, doing drugs in ancient Africa. He was too busy worried about coochie. How did you know this, Chaotic? Well, all you got to do is look at ancient African culture. Weren't they walking around naked? Well, that's their culture. Oh, that's funny. Any man, if he sees a naked woman, all he's gonna think about is coochie. Come on. That's why the Arab covered. It's funny when the Arab covered his woman. Science, math, building structures went through the roof because the Arab man, he was focused on building. The black man was focused on getting coochie. Well, how do you what's some more evidence, Chaotic? Well, go to most black panels now. What do black people talk about? Black men talk about. Walk past any black man on the street, man. I'll give me some pussy, nigga. Give me some pussy. I was so that bitch. That's all you hear. The black man is constantly thinking about nonsense. He was doing it 50,000 years ago, and the dumb Negro is doing it now. Even at 38, I walk away from Negroes when they start talking about coochie. I said, man, how much coochie do you need, nigga? How do you know this, Chaotic? Well, how many black men in the inner cities, not even just the inner cities, how many black men have kids right now? I know black men now personally that have 5 and 6 kids with multiple women and brag about the dumb shit. Brag about ignorance. I'm an ancient. I'm doing what my ancestors did. They were polygamous. I'm a polygamist. I said, nigga, do you know how much money it costs to have kids? Man, you being Uncle Tom, Chaotic. I'm being an Uncle Tom. Nigga, Private school itself costs $30,000 a year for one kid. Man, I ain't gonna send him no private school though. See, we don't want to admit anything. Now, hey, you guys can believe that the black man invented everything. That's fine. But all I know is what I see. You got most African countries literally that have a GDP of $500 million. You got blacks in America who are worth $500 million. Don't you see how poor these people are? It's because of ignorance. They don't want to build. They don't want to be constructive. Yes, you have Nigerians who come over here and they become engineers, but yeah, you might get a handful of Nigerians out of 400 million people in Nigeria, of course. Of course. But the masses of these people are ignorant and stupid and primitive. All you got to do is look at their countries. So, yes, the black man is at the bottom because of choices. What do most black men do in America? Not all black men, of course. 'Cause I don't know all black men. I got to stop generalizing.
You do.
Smoking weed. Smoking weed. All goddamn. Oh, give me a second, sir. All day when I was in college, the niggas smoked weed, drank alcohol in the student center, in the African Studies building, walking on campus, smoking weed all day. I'm not lying. I know what I saw. I know what I see now. Wasting time watching TV. I know niggas in their 40s. Man, we about to have a power party. I said a power party? Man, don't you watch Power? You mean the TV show about niggas killing each other and selling drugs to each other? No, I don't watch that because I find that to be offensive. If I'm going to watch something, it's going to be Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Power, a bunch of niggas selling dope to each other. See, we worry about dumb shit. That's why we're behind. The white man ain't that goddamn powerful, but the white man prioritizes production. He prioritizes imports, exports. He gets into all types of industry. Even the mafia, the Italians, they got into the unions, the steel, and all that because they figured that's where the power's at. Niggas still running around gang banging. It's the year 2024. I don't hate black people. I love you niggas, but I'm tired. It's like I'm a madman. I see it for what it is. You niggas are behind, not you guys on the panel, of course, but niggas are behind choices, not the white man. Look at the Chinese now. 50 years ago, the Chinese were nothing but goat herders. 50 years ago. And you know what happened? Mao Zedong came in and said, you know what? We're going to stop this primitive shit. We're going to start building. And look at China now. They have some cities in China, my God, are insanely huge. I mean, literally 10 or 20 Los Angeles. That's how many square miles some of these cities are. I can't even think of the name of the one that's like 300 or I think it's like 1,000 square miles. I think I'm probably off on that. So that's why we're behind. I'll land the plane on that. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Power is just as entertaining as you are, first of all. So let's start there. Power is just as entertaining as you are. If niggas want to get together and have a sit down and watch some entertainment, then they should have the right to do so. Secondly, you talked about the black man, being behind and being promiscuous and whatnot. But then an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, you proclaimed to having 80 plus bodies. Explain yourself. And lastly, you keep referring to us as niggas, but everyone outside of us looks at you as a nigga. So you got to embrace that, whether you identify it as it or not, my nigga. You is one of us, whether you want to accept that or not, bro. It's the reality is everybody outside of this circle looks at you as a nigga, and that's just the way it's gonna be. You are not, because you call yourself Negro and call us niggas. Don't separate the two.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Get pulled over by the police. Use a nigga. Trust and believe that.
Can I broach that real quick? What Chief just said?
Nah, you broached enough. You've been talking.
No. Chief said something. Wait, but this might be risky. Let me say something.
Go ahead, man.
You can't convince me that the police are bad. Every time I've gotten pulled over by the police, I was breaking the law. I was speeding. My tags were expired. Every time. The police ain't never pulled me over randomly, sir. Most of the times, there are people getting pulled over right now, right now, right now. Nothing happens. You get pulled over and shot because you're doing something stupid, black or white. Let me ask you a question, sir. What would happen if the police weren't around?
Well, I didn't reference the police. I didn't reference the police at all.
No, I'm talking about Chief was said. Chief
Yes,
was
I am Chief.
Oh, Chef. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
okay.
Chef.
No, I didn't reference the police at all, but you still didn't reference anything I said in regards to the black men and their promiscuity, but you having 80 plus bodies. There's no balance there. So it's really contradictory. You got to stand on something, my man.
Sir, I'm willing to admit the problem. I don't pretend. Yes, having a lot of promiscuous sex is bad.
So again, with that being said, you standing firm and admitting the problem identifies you as one of them niggas. You gotta stand on that. You gotta eat that. You can't.
I don't have children outside. I don't have children, sir. I know, and I'm not promiscuous anymore. That was in my younger years.
Oh, so you were a nigga?
No, I'm an American, sir. I'm an American.
But we niggas.
I never said you were a nigga, sir.
You labeled the entire cast. Okay, when you said you niggas or you black people, I took it personal. Okay, so maybe that's on me.
As a population.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, sir.
Let me just read this real quick. Dana Downs with the $2 super chat. I'll pay if he'll stop saying coochie. You're showing your age with that word. That's all. Hey, chaotic question though.
Yo,
do you acknowledge if they don't know you, right? If somebody doesn't know you, and you with a group of other niggas, right, and they were using that term, they would be referring to you as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And the thing is that I'm not afraid of words. I could care less what anybody thinks about me. See, the problem with a lot of blacks, this might be risky, is that you want white people to like you. Well, they call us niggas. But you don't care about the black man saying anything about you. See, you want Whitey to like you. You want Whitey to respect you. You know, that crying ass nigga Corn that calls into the show. This might be risky. Always crying about white people. They don't treat me equally. Nigga, they ain't got to treat you equally, you dumb bastard. Go to your own damn country. Go to one of the 70 We go to the 70 black countries on the planet. Fuck them. They ain't got to treat you nice when you work for them and you're begging them. If I was white, I'd treat you the same way too. I told Corn that. I said, Corn, they ain't got to treat you bad. I mean, good. But I also told Corn, you probably came into work high and late. Let's be completely honest on that. There ain't a lot of times there ain't racism. It's just you came into work high or late, one of the two. Because mostly blacks are either one. Go ahead. This might be risky. Let's be honest. You niggas come to work late. You brag about it.
Most blacks are what? You said high or late? High and late.
Either high or late, one of the two. Either high or late. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. People joke.
If nothing less is entertaining as fuck.
Am I lying when people say CP time? Am I lying about that? They don't refer to white people.
Yeah, that's not referring to going to work.
Am I lying when black people make jokes about being late every goddamn where they go? Coming back from the lunch break late. Come on, man. Why are we capping?
I mean, if it's to be fair, if it's a joke, that means it's an exaggeration of it. That's what makes it funny. But I'm using your words. You know what I'm saying? These are the words you used. I'm still just confused by you because you view yourself as an American. All right, you don't identify as a nigga, but you realize other folks would reference you as such. Words don't affect you because you're not trying to impress the white man, but you are thoroughly impressed by the white man to the point where you would disrespect the next batch of black children.
Russell. This question was asked last night, but it wasn't broached. Of course, I'm impressed by the white man and his accomplishments. Look at his accomplishments. Look at his skyscrapers. Look at the goddamn space stations in orbit. Look at their technology. Look at their science. Of course. There ain't nothing wrong with admitting it. Because when people say, oh, well, black people are the greatest basketball players, nobody bats an eye. The white man has ushered in the computer age, sir. It's nothing wrong with admitting what these people are doing. Yes, I'm impressed by the white man, and so are you, sir. Show us your car right now. Who do you bank with? Do you bank with JP Morgan Chase? That was founded by white folk. And it's still ran by white people. Jamie Dimon is the CEO. That ain't no black dude that runs that bank. These people control stuff. Now, there are black banks. I named a whole bunch yesterday. But I bet none of you blacks on the panel, and I'm talking about personal, y'all don't bank with none of the banks that I'm talking about. None of the black banks. So, yes, I'm impressed by the white man. This man was building cathedrals 2,000 years ago in Europe. This man had aqueducts in Rome 5,000 years ago. Come on, man. Why are we capping? This
One of
man
the
is
whites' greatest accomplishments was conquering and killing black people all over the globe for centuries. Do you consider that an accomplishment that you
yes,
laud
because
over?
yes,
Killing
the white
niggas
man,
for hundreds
the
of years
white
and
man.
something you
First of all, you act like the white man was going there just killing people. The white man ushered in civilization, sir, at a high level. Most people on the planet were living like it was a goddamn Stone Age. They weren't. They didn't get with it. They didn't get with the program. And sir, listen. We're all sitting over here in our 5-bedroom homes. Most of you Negroes got Mercedes and Maseratis outside, benefiting off the very same thing that you're talking about what the white man did and his ancestors. You blacks in this country kill me. The wealthiest blacks on the country crying about white supremacy and how they conquered, but you're on the very same land that they took and killed, conquered from the Native American. You're on the graveyards of your slaves and Native Americans right now. Go ahead.
boy, you entertaining, boy.
Are you not? Are you not? Are you not?
I will say this, chaotic, and I think you live up to your name. I will say this. I think that there's one thing that you're forgetting, and that is a lot of what you speak to is the demographic, in my opinion, right? Like this black person that you speak of, these monkey children, the Shaniquas and all that shit. That's all a part of a certain demographic. But I think like you're not acknowledging that on even any job, black people are way more valuable than white people. They just appear to be more superior because of their positions in this country. Speaking back to supremacy, if I may, they're not better than they. If black people did not participate in employment, this country wouldn't be what it is. But you could speak to that as you like to. What's that word that you be using?
Again, black people in America are a very integral part of the workforce. I said it yesterday, and I'm going to say it today. If black people were a country in America, if we were to form a country, we would be number 8. We have a $2 trillion spending power. The wealthiest blacks in the diaspora are African Americans. I keep saying it over and over. I'm not denying that.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is I'm answering the question. The question was, give me a second. The question was, are blacks at the bottom compared to other races of men, black men? And yes, they are. We are. And I'm going to say we. Yes, we are. I'm going to identify. We are. But it's because of choices. But yes, black people are reign supreme in America over other blacks.
Oh, okay. So you and your Kanye. That's all.
No, it's not about that.
I mean, no, you good. You good. Because there's like, I fuck with Kanye. And there's some stuff that you said that I fuck with too. Like when you were speaking about like this being one of the better countries, I think there was another show that I was speaking on about like economics. And I kind of shared some of that opinion as well. So, but I'm just saying, like, for you to say, we're at the bottom for those reasons because it's choice. I just personally, I don't agree with that. I think that there were things put in place to make sure that we don't progress to certain levels.
Yeah, you know what it's called? You know what it's called though, comedian Q? It's called smoking weed and being lazy. No, that's what it's called. Because
no, it's not. It's not.
Ma'am.
It's not.
Ma'am.
Dude,
this
how,
is
okay,
America.
let me ask you this. What generation of nigga, since you finally identified, right? What generation of nigga are you here in this country?
Ma'am, I refuse to answer that question because I'm going to tell you why.
Motherfucker,
you are not being exploited. You have every opportunity to be anything you want to be in this country. There's nothing stopping you from being a medical doctor. There's going to be a doctor shortage by 2030. You should look that up. Nothing stopping you from being a goddamn petroleum engineer. Nothing stopping you, ma'am, from starting your own business and becoming a millionaire. There are over 1 million black people in this country that have a net worth over $1 million, ma'am. Ma'am, there are no obstacles in front of you. The only obstacle is weed smoking and TV watching. That's your only obstacle in America. You are a
No.
wealthy. You are wealthy compared to almost everybody on the planet, ma'am. You're living way better than
Chaotic.
Yo, give me a second.
There's at least two individuals on this panel that's never smoking weed a day in their lives. You keep bringing that shit up.
Okay, hold on for a second. We're talking about blacks overall, sir. Blacks overall smoke weed and drink alcohol. Let's stop the cap and watch a lot of goddamn TV, sir. Stop it. Stop
Chaotic,
it.
where are you from?
I'm from
Ethnically,
the
where are you from?
I'm an American, sir. So I'm from a place where people live. But hold on for a second.
You grew up in Ohio, right?
You're American. What
I'm
state
from
you
a place where people live, sir. It has nothing to, I don't have to say where I'm from, sir. I'm an
Where you
American.
from, bro?
You said that yesterday.
Sir,
Ohio, right?
I'm from Ohio.
Yeah, you from Ohio. Come on, don't hide.
Can I answer the young lady's question?
Ohio, Nigeria? Like what?
I'm an Ohio American, sir. Can I answer her
American.
question real quick? There are no obstacles, man. Stop smoking the weed. Throw away the TV. Stop looking at stupid YouTube videos. Not just you, but most people.
Yo,
Ma'am. Study the trades. Study science. That's how you prevail in this country. There is no white man saying, stop, Negro, stop. You can't get in here. Let me tell you something real quick. When I was in college, I went to a beautiful, historically white college. The dumb Negroes, including myself, we would be in the African Studies department all day talking. We would be in the student center clowning around. But when you walk past the mathematics building, guess who was coming in and out? It was the Asian kids.
Right.
Ma'am, it's about priorities in this country. And all I'm saying is that if black people are downtrodden, it's by choice. It's not by the white man. There was no white man in front of the mathematics building saying, come on, chaotic, keep walking, nigga. You can't get in here. It was nothing that. No, go ahead.
So let me ask you.
Now then,
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
You're a millionaire right now. You're just on this platform tonight.
Are you crazy? You think if I was a millionaire, I'd be on this platform? No offense, this might be risky. No, I'll be on the platform. I would be on the platform. I rock with you. What'd you say, sir?
Wow.
What's stopping you from being a millionaire then?
Let me ask
I don't work.
I
I don't work hard enough. I haven't worked hard enough to become.
Well, hold on, chaotic. Remember, most millionaires, their money is in assets, right? So people qualify as a millionaire based on houses they own, so on and so forth.
Of course, yeah,
yeah. So
I don't mean it's liquid. Yeah,
no, yeah. But I'm just saying to clarify. So, like, some of us might be pretty close.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
So, in terms of the conversation, I want to ask you guys: is the system at this juncture holding us back? One thing we always talk about in our culture is how we persevered through slavery and Jim Crow and everything else, right? We always talk about our strength, right, to persevere and get through these things. So my question is, are we still being held back? And why aren't we persevering now, if that's the case? And I'm just asking because I want to get you guys' point of view, because Chaotic gave his. He said we can overcome. We're not being held back now. We have the wrong priorities. So I don't want to convolute my question, but you guys understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I don't think we're being held back.
Okay.
With just take away like all the bullshit name calling and extracurricular activities that Mr. Chaotic say that the black man does at his leisure. I would say that I agree with him when he starts talking sensible, saying that we got to do more research, learning, reading, gathering more information, to get to the places that we want to be, in life, to be more, just to be more successful. You know what I'm saying? So just the lack of information and the lack of knowledge that's on self. You know what I'm saying? Because you can go out there and do the work. You can go out there and study or learn a trade or see what you have to do to become more financially responsible and so on and so forth, to even become or to get to that level of being a millionaire, if that's the limit you're trying to reach or obtain. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, nothing's holding us back. That shit is all on self. And that's a fact.
Okay. Mr. White, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. like I said before, chaotic. 98% of the time, I rock with everything you saying. You know what I'm saying? Fire. So I definitely think the bigger issue is us with our choices, with our discipline, and things like that. Like that matters. You know what I'm saying? I think we have more opportunities now than we ever had. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with Mr. Chaotic on that.
Okay. And I want to get a answer from everybody on this one, if y'all don't mind. Chief, you off mute. Go ahead.
What was the question? It's not the ranking thing, is right?
No. Does anybody, Q, you remember the question? And then Chief can respond after you respond.
Yeah. Are basically like, are we being back?
Yeah. And I'm just saying, because we always talk about how strong we are and how we persevere. So if we're still being held back now, why aren't we pushing through that, you know?
As a collective, I think we're behind the eight. As a collective, I think we're behind the eight ball. But individually, like my man said, you're right. We have to aspire to do, want, and be better, and then it's just a matter of getting it done.
But do you think we're being held back still?
I don't.
Systemically,
plenty of opportunity out there. I think collectively, we just need to get together and decide to do it.
Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, I disagree. I think we are. I think that, and the only thing that I'm thinking of in my mind is Black Wall Street. Like, niggas is like, oh, if we just put all these collective efforts together in this country, you're not gonna see that. America is not really gonna fuck with niggas being at the top. So that's just my opinion based on my observations in this country and my anecdotal experiences. But y'all go ahead.
Hey,
So
can I ask you a question?
No, hold on.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, so you think so you think there's still a ceiling up there, Q?
Hell yeah.
They're only gonna let us get so far.
And I stand on it.
Oh, you standing on the ceiling too? Okay, I can dig it. Chef, answer that question for me. Chef.
He on mute.
What it do?
Chef got an iPhone. I just saw it. I just saw his iPhone, by the way. I saw his iPhone. I saw it. Which one is it? The 14? Keep it real.
Yes.
That's a 13.
I mentioned coltan earlier. What are you talking about?
No, I know you did. I know you did. I just want to point that out.
Don't derail him. I want to get an answer. I don't want to derail him. Go ahead, Chef. Answer the question. Y'all not even paying attention.
No, I was paying attention. Pardon me. I missed the question. I was listening to Q speak.
So what you think?
I was asking to repeat the question.
Oh.
Bruh.
All right. Do you think we're still being held back? No, Cap. Put your hand down. You didn't listen in school either. See, your ass was jumping around too.
Yeah, no, that's true.
All right, you can jump in. I just want to get Chef and Russ.
I think white supremacy is still an active thing. I think there's more of a passive aggressive white supremacy, which it always has been. There's always some stupid shit that white people are doing. Do I think that we're being held back? In large part, yes. In small quantities, no. I think if you actively push yourself, put yourself in a position to succeed. Everybody does not need to go to college or school to do their thing. There's a whole bunch of certificate programs, et cetera, that you can do and qualify for a hands-on position that will put you in the six-figure range. I got friends that are plumbers and all sorts of other positions making way more money than I do. So yeah, like it's really a matter of discipline. It's a matter of pushing yourself. I absolutely, as like I said, as a 12-year educator, understand what it is to have the right environment of adults as a kid growing up. So Chief's point earlier in regards to like being in a space where you have supportive people pushing you. Yeah, I don't think there's much that can hold you back, but I can't deny that that's not the case large scale for most of us. So in a silo, if you have those very small things but very significant things, there's nothing holding Black people back.
Lastly, Russ, and let me just get this real quick. Nuts hanging low with the $2 super chat. CT is fluent in English and facts. 100. Go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, I'll be brief. You can be whatever you want to be in America. You know, you can be whatever you want to be. So all the resources are available. I do think, there are some gatekeeping, if you will. I don't think everyone's always as open with the information as they should be. But in the same breath, all the information is out there. You can go seek it out on your own if you want to.
Word. Yeah, just and I you guys, because I had one answer as you guys talked. I think I have another answer now. So for myself, I've been doing very well, right? But I still have to have those conversations regarding my delivery and tone, right, to particular people, and they'll be telling me, "Hey, I'll be a C person or an executive soon," right? But there's not that many people above me, maybe two, right? But I have to do certain things, right, because of how I may come across. But I'm also the most learned in terms of my industry at my company. It's only 1,000 people, right? But somebody got to be the best. But I'm still kind of fighting through some of these hoops of, right, how I look, my tone, so on and so forth. And all the C people don't look like me. So I think maybe the gatekeeping, some of those smaller things that we still got to wrestle with. But I think that we can be doing much better than what we are, certainly with proper application and I think different principles and standards. So I appreciate that information y'all gave me. CT, what did you want to kick?
Oh, can I ask you a question? And this is gonna be very, very. It's a sensitive question because I'm knocking on wood. You call them conclaves, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're at conclave, are you ever worried that the white boogeyman is gonna figure out like, oh man, there's a lot of these blacks here who are highly educated. They're in all types of industry. They're all gathered here. It'll be the perfect opportunity to get rid of them in mass. Do you ever think about that when you're at conclave?
No, I never had that thought.
My founders were at an Ivy League over 100 years ago, 1906. Over 100 years ago. How come nobody massacred them? Not just that, the first architect that was black in New York was one of my founders, Vertner Wilson Tandy. That's funny. Black people have had black medical organizations, black engineering organizations, all types of organizations that go back over 100 years. How come nobody's ever killed them? Yeah, Black Wall Street, it may have gotten burned down, but the Japanese were interned for 2 or 3 years during the war. So other groups of people have been subjugated as well. But at the same time, Black Wall Street was happening. Blacks had cities and towns. Hell, there were blacks. You could argue that there were a lot of millionaires who lived in Harlem. Blacks were so successful in Harlem, they referred to it as Harlem Renaissance because there were blacks were the leaders in art, high society, business, etc. And you may have had a little dope dealers there too. Every community needs that, and I get that too because sometimes startup businesses happen because it's So you could argue that some of the first dope dealers and money runners were in those communities. Nobody ever killed them. We use Black Wall Street because we are afraid to work. Yes, things do happen. I'll admit that all day. But if they really wanted to destroy black achievement, they would do it at alpha conventions, Jack and Jill conventions. They would do it. And I hate to say it like that because I never want this to happen. I never want to put that out in the universe. But they would just do it. Black people have law firms. They have advertising firms. Nobody's the black man winning in America. But comedian, maybe I shouldn't ask that question. Never mind.
No, I can see where you're going with it. And my whole thing is this: to imply that, if we all work together, is your implication that if we all work together, we could be at their level or higher in this country?
No, my implication is if we stop smoking weed and watching TV, we could be at their level. We ain't got to work together. Black people, listen, we ain't never got to get along and work together. It's just that we listen, and I'm not trolling. We spend a lot of time and we could even argue most Americans have gotten into this. There are studies on children not having long attention spans, and it ain't just black children, it's white children, because of TikTok. There have been studies even about the detriments of other social media platforms. If we put these platforms down and started studying, we could be like what the Chinese are. The Chinese, man, they're kicking our asses, man, on certain things right now. And I'm scared. So what I'm saying is that we don't have to work together. Me and this might be risky. Don't have to form a business together. It's just that maybe he can form a business. I can form a business. We all can form a business and just do business with each other. I try my best to go to black restaurants. I try my best to put money in black people's pocket. Before anybody else, because I believe that. So yeah, we don't got to work together. We just got to just do business with each other. Keep the dollar in our community.
Right. So you think there's an opportunity for black people to thrive in America?
Yes, you're doing it now.
No,
No, I'm saying no, but hold on a second. Okay. We are all on the panel doing it now. Hold on a second. This might be risky. I don't want to be personal, right? But I have to be. How many bedrooms do you have, sir?
5.
Yeah. Do me a favor. Ask the average Liberian how many bedrooms they have, or ask the average Chinese when they come over here. How many bedrooms do you have in China? I bet you they say you had a bedroom. Yeah, sir. We are wealthy already. We're living in wealthy America. Like that's what's so crazy about it. We're living in wealth. Go ahead.
Is that under the premise of America's debt, which is or America's bread and butter, which is debt? Is him in debt to a bank to be able to have that?
Ma'am.
Or does he just have it because he's so rich and wealthy and free in this country?
Ma'am, you are Comedian Q. Can I ask you this question? And I want to be very respectful.
No, because we gotta
I want to be very respectful real quick. I want to be very respectful. Are you a part of the rainbow community?
Am I part of the what?
Are you a part of the rainbow community?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
The same way you don't identify as a nigga, I don't identify as a part of the LGBTQ, whatever.
Okay. I didn't know. I'm just asking the question because there's a reason why.
Well, I guess hold on, CT. So, Q, how should that question be properly asked? Because I know you don't subscribe to all that shit.
He asked it. I answered it. If you ask if I'm gay, yeah.
Okay. You said something very interesting. The very same black people that you're trying to big up, you couldn't be gay in any African country.
But guess what? I don't give a fuck because I'm a part of
you
that.
Are free to, ma'am. That's just
a thing that's not spoken of.
I'm not trying to, ma'am. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying that you have freedoms here in this beautiful country that literally can get you killed in a lot of African countries, and those are facts. I did a story on that the other day. In Uganda, I did a story on Uganda has the worst LGBT crime law on the planet. You can die just by mentioning it. So, ma'am, you are absolutely free here. You're not free in those black countries, ma'am. There are countries on the planet. If you speak out against the government, Malaysia, their goddamn king right now lives in Germany. But if you say anything about this man, you will be in prison for 15 years. You can look this up. This is is it Malaysia or is it Indonesia? I can't remember which one it is, but you can't say nothing about that king and his family. They will imprison you.
How you tried to take something personal from my life to not answer the fucking question I answered.
Ma'am,
I asked you, is Hamp having them bedrooms under the bread and butter of America, which is debt?
Ma'am, this debt is the reason why, debt or no debt, is the reason why you're not speaking German, is the reason why you're not speaking Chinese, is the reason why you're not speaking.
So it's not a yes and no, my nigga. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Obviously debt is bad, but it has nothing to, our national debt has nothing to do with you, ma'am. You still have your lights on, you still have your car, you still are able to get on YouTube. Our national debt,
all forms of debt, my nigga.
Ma'am,
so I'm saying, like, you gotta,
if you don't want to be in national debt, ma'am, go move to Niger.
Cover that shit, my nigga. Like,
you're
not answering my question though. It's a yes or no.
Ma'am, the national debt has nothing to do with you personally, ma'am, right now, at this very moment. You are living wealthier than almost every human being on the planet, ma'am. There are Ukrainians right now getting their faces blown off because of a stupid proxy war, a border war. Ma'am, You're living in the lap of luxury. It's shameful that I get on this panel and we speak out against America. We speak out against freedoms here. It's absolutely shameful. Not just this panel, but most panels. I'm pro-American, man. I'd rather be here than any other place on the planet. And you are absolutely free here, man.
Make them stand on something, man.
She's questioning. She did. She's questioning. Just did. She's questioning freedom itself.
And you can't answer it.
I did answer it. The answer is the fact that you are doing what you're doing now. You said that you are a gay.
Let's say
you said
that
you
was
are
the
a
average
gay
person, right?
You are the average.
I'm not trying to read through your fucking parables and your bullshit.
It's
Is
not
it a yes or no? Does Hemp live free because of debt? He had them bedrooms because of debt, or is it just because this country is so great that he's just able to have that?
So if we just well, let me just so Q. I think you look at his debt is always negative, right? It depends what you invested in, right? Because you can say you can say debt, or you can say invest, right? And so you also have equity. So now, in terms of this property specifically, if I sell it now, I'll be in the green, right? So I would pay off what you're saying debt, and then I would get some money in return because of how much equity in the property. So it depends. Now, if I bought a car for $200,000, maybe that would be looked at more as debt. So it just depends on
In your life, to answer that question, do you have any debt?
what in terms of like the house. No, there's equity.
Any part of any purchase.
No, I'm going to answer your question, but understand that's a different question when we first referenced the house. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Do you have any debt?
Yeah.
Okay. That's my point. This nigga acting like America is such a fucking great country that we just have shit because we're so much more privileged than everybody else. I'm not saying economically we suffering like other places. What I'm saying is it's coming with a price, my nigga. They don't give a fuck about us in this country.
Well, think about this.
Be at that level.
Think about hold on, Q. So think about this. So my debt would be that I have a few student loans, but that is also having a degree has also propelled me to be more successful. So that's an investment, right? But I do owe somebody money. So, but just at the baseline, it's a debt, but it makes sense to have because I've been better off in the future.
This is my Bruce. Can I ask you a question, sir? I just want to ask you one question.
Go ahead.
Would you rather be, and I'm not saying this, but you're a Q, so I don't know if you graduated, but would you rather be 100? I know you graduated. I saw your LinkedIn.
Wow.
Would you rather be
Q2, by the way?
I kind of figured. Would you rather be $100,000 in debt in America or living in a rural part of Niger? Not Nigeria, but Niger. Just living off the land in Niger with debt free. Okay, I thought so.
Niger, right? No way.
Niger, yes.
No,
they're still riding donkeys and carriages there too. By the way,
Niger is a new country too. Niger's only been around for like 70 years or something. At that,
it looks like biblical times over there.
Yeah. No, I would rather owe $100,000.
Yeah, I thought so. Comedian Q, can I ask you a question? Are you in Niger right now? Are you riding a donkey?
No, I'm not. Are you riding have you visited any prisons or jails lately?
Yeah, I just said I work in law enforcement.
Great as black, right? Or has the opportunity to, right?
They're in prison because they committed crimes, ma'am. They're criminals. That's why they're in prison.
We're doing real shit, but
they're in prison because they're in prison because they're criminals. Ma'am, they're in prison because they're criminals.
Right.
And if they weren't in prison,
and who makes these laws and what are they made? Who are they made for?
Ma'am, no offense to you, and I'm going to be very graphic. Thank God that we have prisons in America, ma'am.
Again, you don't answer questions. Okay, so I'm good. Do you
think that these people without prison, man, will just?
I'm good on you. Go ahead.
Ma'am, we have prisons because a lot of human beings are animals and they need to be in prison. I've met black men and white men who say, if it wasn't for prison, I would be fucked up out here. Prison helped me. It helped me a lot. I needed to be there because they knew that they were animals. Yes, ma'am. You need prisons, man. You think people are nice? You think people are just running around green pastures? Hey, we're just running around chasing butterflies because no. Some human beings are just absolutely evil and need to be in the penitentiary. We create prisons, man, because we don't want people to attack you, an 89, 90-pound black woman. That's why.
Because you don't listen well, you didn't hear what the fuck I was talking about. I'm
Ma'am,
not speaking of none of that. But
you
go
were
ahead.
asking about freedoms, and ma'am, you talked about freedoms, right? This man is absolutely free, and you're absolutely free in America. You couldn't be gay in Uganda. You couldn't be gay in Nigeria.
Right, but here's the thing that you don't understand. See, that's what I'm saying. You were going there with an intention of making a stupid ass point. I said I'm one of them people that, yeah, there's free gay freedom in this country, right? But I'm good with being the auntie that it's like, yo, I know my auntie gay, but she ain't never talked about it. I'm not that motherfucker. You don't know shit about me, bro.
I'm not saying anything about you talking to anybody about your sexual. No, ma'am. I'm
right,
just
so
saying
you asked that to make a point.
Ma'am, no, I did not. I'm telling you that you have freedoms in this country that you do not have in other countries.
Okay, so what are my freedoms as a gay woman?
What, ma'am? Did you just not hear what I just said, ma'am? And you're free to be gay. That's the whole thing. You're not free to be gay in Uganda.
In what sense? In what sense?
Ma'am, in what sense? Okay, how about this? Go to Uganda and tell me what happens to you. They will imprison you, man.
In what sense? So, like, if you're saying I'm speaking about it, I'm having rainbows on my fucking social
media. That's the freedom of it.
But
I'm not on that
shit. She doesn't do that, so she's not flamboyant with it. So she's saying that she wouldn't be affected in Uganda because she wouldn't be wearing it on her back. Is what her sentiment is.
Ma'am, somebody can look at you and tell you're gay. What are you talking about? You wear
because
it
of my image today,
ma'am. Yes.
Have you seen any other?
Ma'am, do you know how women in Uganda look? They don't look like you. They don't even look like anybody on the panel here, even the men. It's a look to it.
Say I take the shades off and I take the hat off, right?
Ma'am, let me tell you something real quick, ma'am. Ma'am, listen to me. Please listen to me. Nobody on the panel looks like this, but if somebody had a thin nose and like an oval shaped head 30 years ago in Rwanda, they would have got hacked to death because they would have thought that person was a Tootsie, ma'am. People have
that has nothing to do with the gay freedoms in America and me being gay. You're talking about image now.
Ma'am,
you move the goalposts more than that we be having on the show.
Ma'am, do you think that you can walk around?
To my sisters, I'm calling y'all bitches because I love you. But I'm just saying, you're moving the goalposts more than any female that we have on our show. What are you talking about?
So,
ma'am, you were talking about freedoms in America. Sorry about that.
But I can give a fuck about gay freedoms. I don't stand behind that shit. I love the gay people in this country. I fuck with that. Like, I'll go to a gay pride and love on everybody there. But that's not my shit.
Yeah, Q. But what it is in other countries, the reason why the Rwanda example is so valid because assumptions based on looks, people would deal with the penalties of them. So if you could change your look, your gait, your walk, your decorum, you might be okay. But you would have to do all that in Uganda, while over here you don't have to.
Right, but that's the thing is when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Again, another thing he doesn't understand about me. I'm not on no type of, I got to have this masculine energy. And when I go anywhere, I'm this and I'm that. Like, I'm not on that bullshit.
Okay.
I'm not fucking, you don't know shit about me, bro.
I guess
I'm going to go to a country and intentionally try to get,
I guess there's some miscommunication.
Because that just makes sense.
This might be risky. There's some miscommunication on my part. Maybe I didn't explain myself right.
She was just saying she would be fine. She would still have her orientation, but she would make sure she looked up
and understand I'm a female.
Yeah,
like
she's saying she would go over there and look the part.
But this might be risky. Isn't that evidence in itself that she is not free in that country compared to this country? She could dress and do whatever she wants to do here. But isn't that crazy when you say, "Oh, well, she do as in Rome in another country"? Yeah, because you have to do as in Rome in Uganda.
But like how you
in here you can walk outside.
How you talk on this show.
Here you could dress up as a goddamn dinosaur and walk outside. People might think you're crazy, but hey, you could do what you want to do here. That's the difference. That's the freedoms.
No,
here.
It's not. It's not, because if you went out, like to Adrian's point, if you went out in the streets and here in America talking how you talking around niggas, you would get stomped on. That's not fucking freedom, my nigga. You're gonna get dealt with.
That's ma'am. The govern. Okay, ma'am. There's a difference between niggas and the government. The government of Uganda can legally kill gay people. The government of America cannot legally
Right,
kill
but
me because
again,
I'm
who's making
talking,
that
ma'am. You're
known?
talking
Who is
about
making that
niggas.
known? Who's making that known? You're
Okay, how
talking
about
to
this?
me.
This might
Who's
be
making
risky.
that
This might be
known?
we gotta do okay. Can we do this one at a time? This might be risky.
Yeah, hold on.
Can I
Both
go
of
first?
y'all, chill for a second. All right,
Okay.
just 1 second. All right. So, so Q. So she's talking about pure decorum, though, right? So she's saying that your decorum would change just like hers would change in Uganda, because if you went to a project and you know that the people out there are foolish and they didn't like if you said the kids are monkeys, we probably would refrain and act in a different manner because of the potential penalty, even if it's not the government that can put you in asylum. So I think both of the points she's making that same kind of point type thing.
No, she's not.
Yes, I am.
No. Can I speak to this? No, let me speak first. She's not making that point. There's a difference between government and people or vigilante. The
Yes.
difference is that I can be free legally here to do pretty much anything in America. She
Yeah.
cannot be free to be gay in Uganda.
Right, and I don't give a fuck about
give me
being
a second.
free and
Per
gay in
the
America.
no, ma'am. Per the government in Uganda can literally imprison you. The government in America cannot imprison me for talking. That's the difference. Yeah. Now, can some Negroes or some people stump me out? Sure. Why not? But the fact is that the government cannot arrest me and put me on trial for talking.
Yeah.
That's
The implication.
That's
The
reason
implication
why
is.
that's all I'm saying. It's freedoms here that we don't have in other countries. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. And she's just saying that she would make sure
I would
she
not
did.
put myself in harm's way no
Yeah.
different than you would put yourself in harm's way going to a hood
But
calling random kids monkeys.
But ma'am, I'm legally okay. Per the Constitution that the beautiful white founders crafted, I am legal. I have all legal right to talk. You, as a gay woman, cannot be in Uganda being gay. Yes, you can be in the shadows, but the government can literally arrest you and put you on trial. That is the difference. You have freedoms in this country that you just don't have in other countries. There are freedoms that religious people here have that they don't have in other countries. Ma'am, go to the northern part of Nigeria as a Christian and see what happens to you, ma'am.
You're speaking to some shit that's like, oh, I seen you on this platform today, and I'm just gonna say this shit today because I was getting this gay vibe from you because you was really giving me the energy, and then when you answer my
It's not a
question
gay
about the
vibe. That's what
astronaut, I
you
really
are.
know what the fuck time you are. So that's where you going off of. That's really what you going off.
Okay, how about this? Let's change the subject, man. Let's change the subject.
Let's.
It has nothing to do with me being in this gay pride shit.
Forget it. I'm sorry. I should never.
We going in circles. We going in circles with it. I think we missing each other. I understand what both of you guys are saying, which is good. Question. All right. I'm gonna ask this question. I just want to know, would anybody, and we've traveled, I've been to a decent amount of places. Me personally, and you guys know my belief system, I still would much rather be here. Just based on what I know than other countries. Bub, what say you?
Absolutely. I'd rather be here too.
Chef?
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
I'm open to the idea of moving somewhere else, just knowing what geopolitics are right now.
Like Texas, right?
Yeah, definitely. I would have that on my list amongst a couple other countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of the U.S., but yeah.
Yeah. What's up? What you think, Russ?
I'd want to stay in America. I've lived abroad before, but I would want to be here.
Where you was at?
Germany.
Word.
Yeah.
Chief?
Can I bring my people with me?
Your kids? Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'd bounce. If I could take my loved ones with me, we jump ship for sure.
Where would you head?
I don't know. I like overseas. I've been to London. I like London. I thought London was real dope. Atmosphere was cool out there. You know what I'm saying? I could take my people over there and live and thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, does it have like a similar first world feel to it?
Yeah, I'd say so. From my experience, but I was there in the height of like some real dope shit, so I got the experience. I guess the better part of it.
Mm-hmm. But they kind of live similarly. So
yeah,
it's kind of,
I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, Mr. White.
Man, I'm trying to move down under. You know what I'm saying? Australia and take the fan with me.
Stay down under.
Nah. This right now, I'm good where I'm at. This is the best private living situation for me and the family at this time. So
You faded out. You say yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm America all day.
What you think, Q?
I mean, just based on what I feel, I see through the media, which is like, ugh. But yeah, I mean, this is all that I know. Call it a comfort zone, but I fuck with America.
Word. Chaotic, you going anywhere?
I would love to give an answer by singing Aaron Lewis's "Proud to Be American," but in the interest of time, I won't do that. America is the greatest country. America is the greatest country on the planet. I would, visit other places. There's nothing wrong with visiting other places, but America is. I mean, it's like literally, it's like the roads are made of gold and the trees are made of honey here. My God, the opportunity here is incredible. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, man.
How you spin that, Chaotic? It's yes or no. How you spin that?
I mean, are the streets not made of gold here? I mean, what are we talking about? Are the trees not made of honey?
Put him in a fucking bed and get him out of here. Come on.
Here, hold on for a second. Somebody mentioned crackheads. That is a choice to smoke crack.
Yeah, but where do they sleep? In the streets, and they're not made of honey and gold and shit.
Listen, if you choose to be a dope fiend in America, that's on you. I didn't choose to be.
But they live in the streets that you're
that's
so
on them.
colorfully painting.
Hey, listen, that's on them. All I can say is that the streets here are made of gold and the trees have honey in them. Go ahead, guys.
So the crackheads have gold over them?
Sir, again, being a crackhead is a choice. Okay? That's a choice. You don't have to be a crackhead in America. That's the truth, man. You don't have to be a
sitcom, man. This has been so entertaining.
The streets ain't made of gold, but I like it.
Okay, how about this? If the streets are made of gold, this may be risky. Do me a favor, pull up a video of Monrovia, Liberia, and let's compare the streets. You don't really have to do it, but anybody in the chat, just pull up the streets, see, and you will see what I'm talking about.
Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. All right. First off, shout out to Chaotic. He got a new channel, Chaotic Reacts. Chaotic the Truth. Wait, what is it? Chaotic the Truth.
It's just Chaotic. It's just an upload channel that I'm trying to get going. But yeah.
What's the original channel? Just so I can plug it.
Chaotic Truth Live. Yeah.
Chaotic Truth Live. Stream every day, a bunch of different topics, diverse panels and all that. So I recommend you hit the subscribe button on that for sure. I'll definitely tag him in the description. Any final, before we hit the final thoughts, anybody have a question based on what they saw yesterday, based on what they heard today that they would like to get an answer for? And we're gonna keep him to a 1 minute answer because this nigga's wind is fucking long. Y'all good? Y'all got all y'all shit off?
Yo, we ain't getting shit that we want out of Chaotic, so
right.
Oh man. Yo, man. Yo, it's ill because I understand when he's answering now. To be fair, I probably go on the panel maybe like 3 times a week. Chaotic, maybe
about 3 times a week. Yeah,
I'm accustomed to hearing him, so how he be answering, I can understand what he's saying. But yeah, man, that you wasting talent in Ohio, motherfucker. You need to go to Hollywood or Atlanta. Word. All right, well, I don't really fuck with Jerry Springer, but I do like one of his constructs. Chef, final thought.
I think my brother Chaotic is from a place not Ohio, but where they sound like this, and I think he is hiding his true African self. As much as he loves America, something about that hairline tells me he is from a place where they talk like this. And things are very chaotic there, so I understand that, man. But otherwise, peace and love from Chaotic's true land, Africa.
Russ.
Hey man, this is just further proof. You know, everybody has a community. If you search long enough, you will find like-minded individuals on the internet. You do have the freedom to think how you want, express yourself how you want. Just be prepared for whatever consequences come with that. You know, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. And I just want to say, black children are not monkeys, no matter how they behaving.
Word. Bub.
Everybody that tuned in tonight, thank you. The thoughts and views that were displayed for about 2 hours were the thoughts and views of Chaotic and Chaotic only. All right. So I'm gonna spin the block and just say choose your own path, man. That's my shit. Let's get it.
Word. Mr. White.
Yeah, Bub was speaking French. What that mean? Oh, I don't even know what that means. Dang, yo, my wife gone. I missed the wife. I don't know what to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Podcast was fire. Mr. Chaotic, fire. A lot of points, y'all. Let's not make sure we just throw everything out just because he, was all over the place, here and there. Definitely kids are not monkeys. I forgot to talk about that queen stuff, right? Like black women definitely are queens, and it doesn't mean that we are serving them as gods, like we gods too. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing wrong with acknowledging our counterpart as being a queen or as a god, as well. Yeah, man, I really enjoyed myself tonight, yo. That's it.
Word. Q.
Yeah, I want to say shout out to our audience for tuning in. Shout out to Chaotic for joining us. We appreciate you. Shout out to Adrian wearing the shirt, yo. I see you. And
shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that.
And Chaotic, use a nigga.
I love Q.
Chief.
Yo, wise man told me a long time ago to find something you're passionate about, become great at it, and get people to pay you for it. This nigga has found his lane and stayed in character the whole fucking time, and it is impressive as shit. The internet is a place for everybody, and my man has found his lane, and he's going to ride that wave until the fucking wheels fall off, and I gotta salute him for that. Lastly, stand on what you say in the presence of those you said it in with the same energy you said it.
Word. CT.
How much time do I have?
I'm watching you, nigga. Go ahead.
Character or not, you blacks should be ashamed of yourself. You sit up here, talk about white supremacy, you talk about oppression, all the while you live in the very same country and benefit off the very same industries that whites run, supposedly. Someone mentioned on the panel about whites conquering people. Well, you have no problem with walking on the very same ground that conquered people were exterminated on, talking about the Native American. You have no quorums with being proud to live in America, but you say all these great things about black people. Why not live in Africa? Why not live in the Black Islands? Then you say that I'm in character. Well, if I am a character, there's some sort of truth to what I'm saying because of reactions. Many of you blacks live in 5-bedroom homes. No, not really talking about you. This might be risky. You're driving Maseratis, you're driving Benzes, you're wearing $200 and $300 outfits every damn day, wearing Jordans. But somehow you're oppressed. You make 20, sometimes 30 times more daily than most people on the planet make in a month. But somehow you're oppressed. Then when I say you're free to do anything you want in this country, you argue with me. You see, instead of laughing at me and thinking I'm trolling and thinking this is a goddamn character, listen to what I'm saying. Prove me wrong on anything that I say. Some of the things that I say are correct. Now, is it offensive to call children monkeys? That's up for the purview of the person listening. But the fact of the matter is that why does that bother you so much? Maybe they are. Maybe there's something deep down inside that says maybe he's right, and that gets me upset. I bet if I called Chinese kids monkeys, nobody would bat an eye. I bet if I called Japanese kids monkeys, nobody would bat an eye. Because that would make no sense to them. But why does that offend you? Maybe there's some truth to it. And a lot of times people get offended when you start telling them the truth about themselves. You ever notice fat people get upset when you call them fat? Well, 2 minutes ago, they were just saying that, hey, man, everybody's body is cool. But why are you getting upset? Because you really are ashamed of being fat. That's why you reacted a certain way. Maybe one of you guys have children or cousins, nieces that act like that. And maybe you're upset because deep down, you don't have to do it. Maybe, just give me a second. Maybe because some deep down inside is he talking about me? Is he talking about my family? I think that's what it is a lot of times with people. You see, I'm about correcting and fixing the problem. A lot of you Negroes smoke weed. A lot of you Negroes watch a lot of TV. A lot of you Negroes litter and loiter. And if I say something about it, I don't want to be met with, that don't happen. We do it because of white supremacy. Just stop doing it. Stop calling me an Uncle Tom and an Uncle Ruckus because I point out niggardry in the community. Go to Google Maps for me. Type in any city in Japan and tell me if you could find a lollipop rapper on the street. Singapore is the same way. It's because they've corrected that primitive nonsense. That's not me being an Uncle Tom. It's not me being a troll. It's me speaking facts. Do they call their women queens in Singapore? I don't think so. Does a Chinese man call his wife a queen? I don't think so. Do Chinese teachers beat the shit out of those students if they get out of line? I do think so. We got to stop being afraid as black people of the truth. If there was I'm about to conclude it real quick. You see, the black race needs a leader like me. See, if I was the mayor, if I was the mayor of a hold on for a second. If I was the mayor of a city, it would be a big billboard of me with a dictator photo that says, "Stop littering, Negroes." See, I know this would work because a lot of people will look at that billboard every time they think about littering and say, I'm gonna prove that nigga wrong. I'm gonna throw it in the trash. See, things like that work for some reason. Salute to you guys. Positivity is coming your way. Go ahead, sir.
Appreciate you.
Go ahead.
Man, we appreciate it.
Would never follow this nigga.
I think the monkey thing has some historical implications.
What are the historical implications?
Just being called monkeys during those times, Jim Crow and slavery, and even after. So,
what year were you born in, sir?
No, hold on, let me give his final thought. You can't why you giving his final thought.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, I've been being nice the last 2 days. I hope y'all commend me for that. I've been being nice. So but I think well, and also I'm kind of addressing what he said. And yeah, I was born in 85, but that's why I had said historical implications, right? So people know that we were called that, and therefore they take high offense to it, regardless if it's warranted or not. You know what I mean? It's interesting. So there's a particular book I read. One of the things it says is open rebuke is better than secret love. And I much prefer that somebody be upfront and honest with me and tell me how they really feel than smile in my face and it be some other shit. Another thing it says is rebuke one person in front of everybody so everybody else can get the message. I'm not that person that gonna take you in the office and say, "Hey, you didn't do your time clock." I'm gonna yell it in the warehouse. "Hey, John, you didn't do your time clock," and it's 30 other people. So guess what? Everybody else start doing. Oh shit, let me do my time clock. So those two things I much prefer, and I think we do need a little bit more of that. So I think we misunderstand what love can look like. So if CT is indeed not trolling, right, and the points that you agree with, even if they may be harsh or come off in a different way, do we need to heed them or at least consider them, take them back to the drawing board, right? And then see if we can implement them. If we can't, fine. Don't put them on your drawing board, but at least write them up there and then assess. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, the hell with CT, man. I appreciate you, though. Listen, like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.